say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
What's up, fools? Today is 1/6/2025. It is 11:54 p.m. Eastern Time. This is the January 6th stream that we've been wanting to do for a while, but my power has been out all day, so I haven't been really able to do anything pretty much all day. So glad I can finally make it. This is kind of annoying, but I'm just glad I can finally get on. So here we are. Damn, and my screens are all messed up. So shite. Alright. Let's see. Is Kick working today on chat? Nope. Still not working. Yeah. Nope. Still not working. Okay. Well, fuck. Yeah, the power went out like a while ago, and obviously I was updating some of you in the chat, letting you know. But it just came back on, and it is freezing. It is freezing. It is so cold. Like, this is not a good day for the power to go out, dude. This is not a good day for the power to go out. It is so freaking cold. I barely got any sleep last night because we had some construction just right outside of my window, and it was so loud, and I could barely sleep. And then once I was finally up, there was no MW. Join the membership. Let's go. Let's get some 07s in chat. MW in the Fools gang. Actually, now that I think about it, I think a lot of the stuff that I changed yesterday might be gone. Let me double check the outro, because the outro might be gone too. Later, fools. Let's see. Oh yeah, no, this is the new one. Okay, good. Good. Yeah. This is, Little Debbie Snickerdoodle Cream Pie is pretty good, Tom. Bass. Fucking bass. Well then. So we are going to do some call-ins. If people want to call in about January 6th, we're going to do that tonight. So if anybody wants to debate, we will do January 6th debates. I was planning on getting fireworks and setting them off, and having them explode in remembrance of let's see. Oh yeah. I was planning on getting some fireworks and having them explode in remembrance of Ashley Babbitt's head. But yeah, we're a bit short on time, so we're on the same wavelength there. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, I see messages on screen, but not in this chat. Yes, there's more than one stream. There are many streams. So yeah, we're gonna start with some January 6th shite. Yeah, I don't care about this one. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not gonna have a country anymore. Guys, he told them to be peaceful and patriotic. Peaceful and patriotic, guys. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not gonna have a country anymore, though. Peacefully and patriotically, also. Make sure you're peaceful and patriotic while you fight like hell. Oh, you guys don't have sound.
And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun. My fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country. And I say this despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come.
January 6, 2021, 1:10 p.m., former President Trump ended a speech to supporters on the National Mall. 4:17 p.m., Trump tweeted a video telling those supporters to go home. This is a chronological look at what happened at the U.S. Capitol between those events.
I don't think I've seen this one. This one's from Vice.
Most footage is from original posts on Snapchat, Parler, YouTube, and other social media platforms. Posts are included to give a nuanced understanding of people's experiences, the various reasons they were there, and how they view their actions. Fox News' coverage and commentary often told a very different story than video captured by people at the event. The January 6th.
Yeah, this is, I mean, we've had a bunch of people come on and say that none of these people were violent, that like they weren't even, nobody was trying to hurt police. When there's literally tons of videos of body cam footage where people are just running straight up to police for no reason. They're not even guarding anything anymore. And they just run straight up to them and just start fucking fighting them. Or they got like weapons and shit and are just hitting them with shit. Like there was just tons of, there were tons of videos that, yeah, it seems like lots of times when we have people on, they just never saw this stuff.
Committee confirmed former President Trump watched Fox News throughout the day, so the network's coverage has been included to show what was likely his perspective. Footage has been placed within a minute on the timeline based on metadata, visual cues, and reports from journalists and the January 6th committee.
Thank you all for being here. This is incredible. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Seems to be regular in form and authentic.
Electoral ballots from Arizona.
I never watched much of the January 6th committee stuff. I never saw much of that. Did you guys watch any? Did you guys watch a lot of that? I never really saw a whole lot of it.
Is the objection in writing and signed by a senator?
Yes, it is.
Got to storm the fucking Capitol. We're gonna break the doors down. They're already at the doorstep.
George didn't win them all, but he.
Wait, did he say they're planning on breaking the doors down? That's crazy. That must have been Ray Epps saying that. That must have been Ray Epps saying that. Sounded like a white guy, but it had to have been Ray Epps. That had to have been who said that just then.
Right? Christmas Day surprise. Never forget that.
Pence just rejected Arizona's vote, and these people are pissed. President Trump is here at the Capitol building with us. We saw the motorcade. Shit is about to get real.
I remember, that's right, I forgot about that. A lot of them thought Trump was there. I totally forgot about that. A lot of them thought Trump was there with them. They thought that, like, Trump was there endorsing this shit. Damn.
Hi guys, we got Salty Dabs here. Thank you to all of you who donated to get me here. I got some new friends here I'd like to share. We got Stephanie here, Patriot. We got Juan Pablo, hello, JP, and we are so excited to be here.
At 1:25 p.m., President Trump reportedly sat down in his private dining room near the Oval Office and watched Fox News until 4 p.m. The White House photographer was told not to take photos of Trump in the dining room.
Madam Speaker, both sides could come. Clerks of court were there in the hearing rooms. It was an open process, by the way. Not behind closed doors in a smoke-filled room where somebody might want to bully a Secretary of State to get a different version that might benefit them or their party or their candidate.
We represent blue lives, and this is what they do to us. Remember, you old tyrants? When Black Lives Matter say blue lives don't, we say you do. I know they do. Tyrants!
Inbound Washington, D.C. Blocking the doors, won't let us in. We got to storm the place. We're going in.
Smoking my joint on the Capitol.
Freedom! Unchain my freedom!
We are pulling away. Now remember, both chambers are debating the objections to the electoral vote right now to the state of Arizona. And as other states come up, this is what we will see today. We are pulling away. Now remember, both chambers are debating the objections to the electoral vote right now to the state of Arizona.
So, from what I remember, I believe all of the objections were dropped as soon as this happened. All of the Republicans were like, all of the Republicans that were willing to go along with Trump's plan, once this happened, they were all like immediately out. Like they were embarrassed of this shit. They wanted nothing to do with it. And so I think there were still objections after they got back in. Were there? I don't think there were challenges, though. I don't think there were actual, like, standing challenges or votes to challenge. From what I remember, I could be wrong, but why is my phone doing? What the fuck? My phone is not putting this stream in. Like, see how it's sideways like that? It'll only stay sideways. It won't go normal. It just goes back to this each time. That's not normal. It doesn't normally do that. This is weird. Normally I keep it in full screen. Strange.
And as other states come up, this is what we will see today.
The blood of Jesus!
But over and over, the courts rejected these claims, including all-star judges whom the president himself has nominated.
You don't get that. Okay?
We're on the steps of the Capitol here. The people that were watching the Trump speech have marched down here and had a confrontation with the police. They're standing in the front, and the police have come down and started macing people to push them back as they approach pushing through the Capitol. The police are pushing back the protesters and firing concussion grenades at the Trump protesters, which is something totally new against protesters for Trump instead of protesters against him.
USA! 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 Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here! No, get the fuck out of here! Hey, welcome! Okay, come on, we sit down. Get the fuck out!
Oh,
Government,
shit.
my colleagues, requires a shared commitment to the truth and a shared respect for the ground rules of our system. We cannot keep drifting apart into two separate tribes with a separate set of facts and separate realities.
Yeah.
This is CNN. MSNBC.
Yeah, this is why everybody calls Mitch McConnell a traitor, because he doesn't want to live in fucking La La Land. Because he actually cares about the truth And if you care about the truth, MAGA thinks you're a traitor. Truth does not matter. Team sports matters. That's it. Team sports, that's the end of it. Just agree with us.
Better not be fooling us.
Calm down. It doesn't matter.
USA! US, pull it out! Get the fence!
Congress will either override the voters, overrule them, the voters, the states, and the courts for the first time ever, or honor the people's decision.
I am very concerned about Mike Pence. I have no idea what he's going to do. Did not love the way the president talked about that. And I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, we're walking over to the Capitol right now, and I don't know, maybe we'll break down the doors.
That is the Holy Spirit movement here in Washington, D.C.
And out of every single person I talked to, I asked all of them one question. I said, will you recognize a President Biden if indeed Congress certifies him? And every single one said no.
No.
Now, the president, as we all saw...
And then now, every single time one of them sees a fucking video about, like, Kamala Harris, like, only losing by 250,000 votes or something like that, they all run around saying, wow, these liberals just can't get over the fact that they lost, dude. They just can't get over the fact that they fucking lost. It's fucking depressing. The fact that they just don't know how to take an L.
Fired this crowd up. They've all, tens of thousands, maybe 100,000 or more, have gone down to the Capitol or elsewhere in the city, and they're very upset.
What happens to the energy and perhaps in some cases the brokenheartedness of those Trump supporters, more than 74 million who voted for him, who believe him when he says that this process can be overturned and that there can be recertification in states? And today he even used the word revote.
I was up here peacefully praying for a police officer when I was shot in the face with a flashbang grenade. I can't hear out of my left ear. I have second-degree burns on my face. My hair falling.
Did he just say we're peacefully shooting our officers in the face with flashbangs? Is that what he just said? Did I misunderstand that?
I can barely see out of this side. I know.
Gonna try to get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
Believe the election that just occurred, quote, was rigged. You may not agree with that assessment, but it is nonetheless a reality for nearly half the country.
We won this election, and as much as I love seeing the Trump flags,
Whether or not it's a reality for half the country, that does not dictate truth. And this is like a thing that like a lot of them are doing today too, where they're like, well, they're like, oh, you don't think 2020 was rigged? Well, half the country disagrees with you. It's like, I don't give a fuck. So what? Like you there's no way you think that that matters. There's no way you think that truth is dependent on what half the country thinks. There's no shot. Now, like, us living in a democracy means that, yes, that means that they win the election, sure. But that doesn't mean that that's what's true. That doesn't mean that that's what actually happened. But it's like apparently they think that that's what democracy is they get to decide what is true.
flying over this, we need to not have the confrontation with the police. They're going to make that the story. Police are throwing flashbangs. We don't want to have a Kent State here.
Motherfucker, tonight, we're at the door. We're right here. We're coming in. We're not stopping us now, goddammit. This is our house, motherfuckers. Yeah, it's all right. I'm fucking war room. I took my teeth out, put my fucking glasses on my mind. Get out of here. Let's go. Help him out. Help him out. Let's go. Who's the Lord? Who's the Lord?
Who's house?
We're not talking like that. We're trying to make our way through all this.
They're storming the Capitol. Hell yeah!
And you know what? Every damn one of us needs to be up there pushing the damn front doors in and dragging their asses out here. Because they work for us. And they turn their back on us.
Bro, first fucking game, and I'm already in first place. Like, I am just a master at this game. You guys are watching a clinic get put on.
And until America gets serious about taking back our country, they're not going to take us serious. Amen. The real Johnny Bravo on Parlor. You can't miss me. Follow me.
You know, I think it's hard to understate the drama and the history that we're witnessing today, Dana. We have watched peaceful transition after peaceful transition in our governments over many, many decades. And what you have here is a very dramatic turnout at this protest. You have a president of the United States who spoke to these crowds on the ellipse and said, I will not concede, and believes that he did not lose this presidential election. And the people in that crowd absolutely believe that, too.
Fuck you guys! You can't even call yourself American!
And Chris, maybe we could talk about that for a moment, because for
Yeah, I would say that about literally anybody who defends January 6th in any sort of way. Like, this is one of the most embarrassing moments in American history, right? It's not one of the most dangerous moments, obviously. Like, it was MAGA, right? Like, nobody thought that they could actually do anything. So there wasn't all that dangerous. Like, it's as I've said, like, if I could have chosen a group to try to attack the country that I love, like, I want to choose the group that's most likely to fail, yeah, I would have chosen MAGA to be the ones to commit the insurrection. Like, they're definitely the ones I would have chosen. So where they're always, like, running around saying, like, oh, that was the worst insurrection ever, if that's an insurrection. Like, yeah, we all agree, dude. We all agree. You guys suck at this shit. You guys are fucking retarded. But yeah, it still doesn't change the facts. Like, we see people suck at trying to murder folks all the time. They do a horrible job at it, and it's embarrassing when they just, like, do really dumb shit to get themselves caught and to fail at it over and over. Like, we're all on the same page on this. This is a horrible insurrection.
for all of the concern about all of this, the Constitution and the institution holds.
That's tear gas. It's probably going to reach me. My eyes are probably going to sting in a second here.
And that you've got a big unruly crowd on the steps of the Capitol. That doesn't change the Constitution.
Tear gas and patriots. This is fucking history. No.
Tear gas and patriots. Patriots who are trying to stop the certification of an election. Makes so much sense, dude. Damn, I want to get this guy so bad. Got him.
We're all part of this fucking history.
That would make such a mockery of democracy if we put it in the hands of one person, the sitting vice president of the United States, to decide who the electors are.
Stop you there for just one moment, because we do have some breaking news. We want to bring in congressional correspondent Chad Pergram, as this is just all developing right now. Chad, I understand the Capitol is now on lockdown.
So this is the first point that was broken in. So this is something that a lot of people don't know. This is the first point that was broken into. This right here. Wait a second. Is the short stream on the shorts feed? Caleb, are you able to scroll? Is anybody able to like scroll or anything? Is it on the shorts feed? I might have to like reset that entire stream because I'm... Yes, it is? Okay. On my screen, it's not. So it's really... I was wondering if I just set it up incorrectly or something. Okay. But yes, this is the first point that was broken into. So where all of them, you guys have seen people come on to debate and they're like, have you not seen the videos? They were let in. We're like, yeah, there were 8 points that were broken into. They were let into 1 point. Like, they broke into numerous other parts of the Capitol before those doors ever opened. So like, if you want to say like, hey, the government might also be complicit in this, like, that's one argument. But to try to like take away all culpability from the people who were there when those doors opened well after they had been inside for a while and there were already hundreds and hundreds of people in there, like, that doesn't make sense. Like, that's a fucking cope.
Let's go!
From the Capitol to the upper level. Jack, be advised they're requesting additional resources on the east side as they've broken into that window and they're trying to kick it in.
It's not like it's a siege, it doesn't seem. It seems like they are protesting, but they're clearly pushing back by some of the barricades.
Open the doors. We made it. We out here, son.
Why did you come here? Because President Trump told us.
Yeah, because President Trump told us, yes. Yeah, you guys know, I was talking about this the other day. So if you go through the court papers for Enrique Tarrio is the guy who got charged for the second longest amount of time, next to the guy who was in charge of the, damn it, I forget their names, but the other like big militia group that was there besides the Proud Boys. And Enrique Tarrio, who got charged with seditious conspiracy, he says that he should not be getting charged, that President Trump told them to go there, and that President Trump was the one who should have been charged, and he's the one who should have been on trial, not him, not the Proud Boys, that Trump was responsible for this. And now there's people there, like, saying, like, yeah, Trump told us to be here. Trump told us to come.
We had something big to look forward to, and I believe the Vice President Pence was going to certify the electoral votes or not certify them, but I guess that's just changed, correct? And it's a very big disappointment. I think there's several 100,000 people here that are very disappointed, but I still believe President Trump has something else left.
Yeah, we should say that, you know, as we're saying it's peaceful, we're seeing the images on the outside. We are having a couple of reports of people being injured.
Damn.
In this.
Oh, wow. You guys are saying mostly peaceful? Wow, that's crazy. I can't believe you guys said it was mostly peaceful. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Mostly peaceful? Whoa.
breach of the security.
Oh, this is 2021, y'all. This is insanity. Holy shit. What is this? What is life? What is
What
life
is
right
life?
now? Take off your weapons.
What
Take
is
off your
life?
badges. Take off your helmets and show solidarity with we the people, or we're gonna run over you.
Capitol Police just announced that there was a breach. Somebody or some people got into the building past security. So they've locked the chamber in the House and they've locked the chamber in the Senate. Everything seems safe, but they're taking no chances.
That's right, y'all gashed your fucking self. You gashed your fucking self. You sure did.
I can't do it anymore. Oh my gosh, we just got tear gassed in the middle of a prayer. Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me? We were praying while we were rioting. How dare you? This is anti-religion for you to tear gas us while we're praying, while we're rioting. This country has become so anti-religion. It's disgusting.
Your weapons! Those weapons belong to us! That helmet 4518 belongs to me! Give me my helmet!
During the inauguration of President Obama, there was one fellow who got in kind of past where he needed to be and climbed up a tree and was there and yelling during the entire inauguration ceremony. And they continued. The U.S. Capitol Police made a decision it was going to cause more of a disruption to get him out of that tree, whether or not to leave them up there. So sometimes they do give people a little bit of deference.
Hell yeah! Whoa, what the fuck? They broke through. It's on. They're going to beat the fuck out of that guy. The cops are beating the fuck out of that guy. Biblical day. Biblical day. Thank you.
Biblical day.
You're lucky I don't piss on you.
We're trying to hold the upper deck. We are trying to hold the upper deck now. We need to hold the doors of the Capitol.
Good luck, punk! You better watch your head, you fucking bitch!
All MPDs, get back! All MPDs, get back up to the upper deck! All MPDs, get back to the upper deck!
It's over! You better run, cops! You better fucking run!
What? What? That was bullshit.
Oh, fuck! See how fast the cops turn around once they fucking saw the numbers game.
It's amazing.
Put your mask on.
I had 10 kills in that one. I think that's the most I've ever gotten. Yeah, dude, we're supposed to be like a country of revolutionaries. Like, these guys, we're supposed to be good at this shit. Just the fact that they sucked so bad at it is embarrassing in and of itself. Like, this is just un-American just by sucking this bad at it.
Hey, what's your name? Hans. Hans. Thank you for taking your bullet. I'm going to get mine. That's right.
What did he just say? Thank you for taking your bullet? Is that what he just said? It's just a protest turned riot? Well, no. You guys understand that before Trump even finished speaking, they had already broken through the fucking barriers and we're heading towards the Capitol, you understand that tons of groups there, we have like text messages, emails, like all sorts of shit of them planning to overthrow the government. Like, it was not just a protest turned riot. There were tons of people who planned this. And you know what? Of all the people that we have planning this, Ray Epps is not one of them. Ray Epps is not one of the people that we have planning an insurrection. He is not one of them. The FBI is not one of them. None of the people that you guys think are the ones who planned this shit. We don't have any evidence for them, but we do have tons of evidence for the Proud Boys and for other groups. Some of them had literally like tons and tons of guns nearby that they were ready to use if they needed them. But it turned out there were so many NPCs there that just went along with the plan. They did not see that coming. They did not think that so many people there would just go along with them without any like direction or anything. They all just went and just started following the leader. That's what these people do. They all need someone to tell them what to do. They all need a leader to be in charge of them. And that's why they all followed Trump in the first place, is because they all need a daddy who's in charge. Whereas like for the rest of us, like for somebody who votes for like Biden or Kamala, like we're voting for people that we're in charge of, right? We're in charge of those people, and so we're not gonna like follow them anywhere. They follow us.
We don't want war. We're prepared to fight for our liberty.
Yeah, damn. It's crazy like how they're just straight up saying all of this shit. They're just straight up telling you. They're straight up saying it.
Ohio, thank you for your...
Tom is a troll now, according to you? Who thinks I'm a troll? Like, yeah, if I was a troll, Rain called you a troll? Wait, Rain? No, Rain Wizard doesn't think that I'm a troll. No. I literally do call-ins every day to like talk to people about stuff and try to like see what they think about things and try to like figure out where I could be wrong and find out more information. I couldn't possibly be a troll. Like, that's not what a troll does. A troll is not like constantly trying to have like honest conversations with people to understand shit. It doesn't mean that I don't troll. I do troll sometimes, but I'm not a troll.
Service. Whatever it takes for my fucking country. All day. He took that like I've never seen before. Woo! He took it all day. He took their abuse over and over and over. I'm not done. He just stayed put. He just pushed hard.
The fucking patsies, bro. As they all stand there being fucking patsies for Donald Trump, they're singing the Star-Spangled Banner. How embarrassing, dude. How fucking embarrassing. Ay, 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 bro. There is no helping people like this. There's no saving them. I watched, okay, so do you guys remember there was a guy who went to like Destiny's like a group therapy session on like January 6th and the fake elector scheme and all of that. And afterwards he was like, you know, how 6 hours with Destiny changed my life and crap like that. I can't remember his name, but I was watching one of his videos today, and he put out a video how Tim Pool destroyed Luke Beasley. Not kidding. Not kidding. And I watched the whole thing. He actually thinks Tim Pool destroyed Luke Beasley. I commented and said, bro, if you actually think this, I want to talk to you. And I went through like all of his socials and everything, trying to find like a way to get in contact with him, and didn't find one, but he is fucking retarded, dude. Does anybody know who I'm talking about? He kind of talks like really silent and serious all the time, and his setup is always in front of like a library, and he kind of like ponders everything like a philosophy professor, and he uses a lot of big words like he wants to be the next Jordan Peterson, but he never actually says anything. Yeah, I can't remember his name. All right, I'll go. Remind me later. I'll go through his history, or I'll go through my my watched history and pull up the video, because yeah, it was insane.
Cody, where you from? I'm from Rochester, New York. Thank you for your service. I'm not trying to fight nobody. I got pushed. I was saying I had salt for my pepper, and they sprayed me with more pepper. I didn't have... And you fucking took it like a man! I didn't have enough salt for my pepper. You didn't have enough pepper! You want more pepper!
I didn't have enough salt for my pepper. That's pretty good, dude. That's pretty good. I like that. That's funny. No! I'm getting too aggressive. I gotta stop. I gotta stop being so aggressive. NCS is a traitor? Yeah. You're shouting at nothing and no one. You're talking to the guy on the screen about the pepper? Yeah. Yeah, he's shouting at nothing and no one, but the entire country at the same time. We are going to take debates in just a little bit, so if people disagree with my takes on January 6th, you're welcome to jump on. We'll give a phone number that you can use to call into the show, and we can have a conversation about what happened. If you would want to like go over sources or something like that, if you're going to want if you want me to like watch some videos or something that you're that you think are important, it'll be easier to do that on Discord, because I'll be able to show you what we're going over, or you'll be able to show me. We can screen share with each other, so it'll be easier to do it on Discord. So if you join the Discord, there's a link in the description where you can join, and then yeah, that would make it easier for us to actually like share information with each other, look at articles, look at videos, look at all sorts of stuff together. So yeah, depending on what you're wanting to do. If you just want to talk, we can do a phone call, but yeah, if you actually want to go over sources and crap, it's going to be best to do that through the Discord.
We were just told that there has been tear gas in the rotunda, and we're being instructed to each of us get gas masks that are under our seats.
Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah.
We're following following the instructions from the Capitol Police, who are doing a fantastic job. You know, commendable to what they're doing, but we are moving downstairs into the basement.
I'm fine, man. I'm great, man. Yeah, sorry, man. That's fine. Guys, thank you for your service. Thank you for letting us stand up for our country and what we believe in. Guide us so we may do your will.
I agree with Congressman Mast from Florida. This is unacceptable behavior. We are a democracy. We're a republic. We have a right to peacefully protest, but an attempt to stop the actions of a constitutionally required session of the United States Congress is beyond the pale.
These fools keep trying to eat pizza. They're all taking bites into my fucking pizza.
Active shooter. Yo, there's an active shooter here. Get her
We
down.
have an active shooter.
Flashlight.
Truly, they're lucky that Ashley Babbitt was the only one shot. Like, truly. They could have just started mowing people down from the beginning. I'm glad they didn't. But they could have. Like, when you have that many people, they could have just started shooting very early on. And the fact that they only shot Ashley Babbitt is a fucking miracle. It is a fucking miracle. And it's amazing that people still act like Ashley Babbitt was a fucking victim here. Ashley Babbitt wasn't a victim. Ashley Babbitt was a fucking perpetrator. Ashley Babbitt was an aggressor. I don't care if it's a woman. I don't care how old she was. I don't care about anything. Ashley Babbitt is a fucking traitor to our nation, and she got what was coming to her and to tons of other people there, and it's just sad that that this had to happen. But all of the people who support shit like this, all of them are responsible for Ashley Babbitt. All of them are responsible for what happened to her, including Donald Trump.
Took over the Capitol, overran the Capitol. We're in the fucking Capitol, bro. Get the fuck back! No! Get the fuck back! You want to be next?
One tweet from the president about the safety of Capitol Police, I don't think is going to cut it. After the speech that we just heard from President Trump, and after a campaign in which he said he was a law and order candidate.
Here's the next rush. This is our house. This is not their house. Our tax money pays their salaries, and our tax money pays everything. It pays for their freaking $40,000 a year furniture allotment for their offices, while we've got families that are starving in the street.
We've seen lots of protests around Washington, D.C., some of them peaceful.
Yes, we have government programs for people who are starving in the street. Apparently, Republicans don't know about this, but that's because they never voted for any of it. Democrats did. Democrats put into place tons of different programs for people who are starving in the street, for homeless people, for veterans. Currently, Democrats are the only ones who are trying to keep like money for veterans within the government budget. It is Trump and Elon who are trying to get rid of payments for veterans that we currently have. But yes, we have tons of money that we use to take care of homeless people, and there it is all there. So when people run around saying there's people homeless in the street and we're sending money to Ukraine, let them know there is money for those homeless people in the street. We have tons of government programs that Democrats are making sure that they are taken care of, and that that they are not alone. So don't worry. If you're worried about the homeless people in the streets, don't you worry. Democrats got you.
Some of them violent. I've never seen a group of protesters lay siege to the Capitol building.
That's what we fucking need, to have 30,000 guns over here. That's true. That's what we need. We're driving, not flying. The Supreme Court's not going to help us. No one's going to help us. We got to help ourselves.
I love you guys, you're brothers, but we can't be disrespectful. Don't disrespect.
They can steal an election, but we can't sit in their chair?
No! Well, Congress, cowards hid in their inside and were emergency escorted away because of fear of the people. Of course, they're cowards, can't face the people, can't do the right thing. Pence lied.
Bro, they're literally in the middle of doing like the most important jobs they have, which is certifying a fucking election. And you want them to come hang out with you and play some fucking video games and bro out. Like, they're in the middle of working a job. If you don't know what that's like, it's where you don't get to do whatever the fuck you want. And, you know, I would assume that most people who are this big of babies and don't know how to take responsibility for their own actions, I would assume most of them probably don't have jobs. But according to the stats, that would be untrue. According to the stats, most of these people are business owners. The largest groups were 30-year-old men, white men, who were business owners. So, yeah.
He's a total treasonous pig.
Just to let you know, I'm not
his
involved
name
in
will
this.
be Bud forever.
But they're pepper spraying us in the Capitol.
And it looks like the American people are very pissed.
Pepper spraying in the Capitol.
So, good luck with that. Peace out.
I don't want to say that what we're doing is right. But if the election's being stolen, what is it going to take?
You're going to start a war.
Really? Is it going to take people just talking about it?
That's the FBI.
I'm probably going to lose my job as a pastor after this, but what is it going to take?
We have taken the Capitol.
I'd like to see if he did. Can anybody look that up? I'm not really able to see chat very well because I'm currently fucking dominating anybody who tries to eat my pizza. Oh, shit! Motherfucker. Fucking shit. Fucking motherfucking shit. What's his name? I don't know, but let's see. Pastor loses job after insurrection January 6th. The J6 pastors. The FBI complaint against Kelly notes a witness said they drove Kelly to Washington, D.C. at the request of Pastor Ken Peters. Why, one evangelical pastor? Was this him? No, that's not him. Dude, he looks like a pastor. He looks like a youth pastor, doesn't he? He just looks like a freaking youth pastor. You can just look at him. If somebody said, look at this guy, what do you think he does? I'd be like, he looks like a youth pastor. Normally, I bet he has a lot more gel in his hair, but he looks like a youth pastor, yeah. That's what I wanted to be when I was younger. I wanted to be a youth pastor. I used to teach a bunch of Sunday school classes and was working under other youth pastors for a while. Jared Stacy is one of a small but growing number of younger evangelical Christians who have left what they see as a religious community led astray from its faith by far-right politics. Yeah, this was actually a problem within some of the churches that my family was pastoring, was that they were getting upset that services were shut down during like COVID-19 and crap like that, and that they were a lot of them were like getting overly radicalized about the election and that sort of stuff. And so Pastors at January 6 events face consequences, defend actions. Tyler Etheridge was a star football player for the Coyotes of Richland Springs High School in Central Texas, where his 10,000-yard passing yards in the 2008 season set a record that still stands for six-man teams. In 2017, for six-man teams. Wait, what? For six-man teams? So they didn't have linemen? There's no linemen. Six-man teams means that they normally have like an I formation and then three wideouts. So you have, so you'll have the person snapping the ball, you'll have the quarterback, you'll have the running back. That's three. And then you'll have three more receivers, I believe. I've never heard of six-man teams, but I would assume that's what they're doing. What up, Juju? What'd it do? It probably sounds really bad every time I say your name. If people can't see your name, it probably sounds really bad every time I call you Juju. People think I'm talking to some Jewish guy. Etheridge was right. Christ-Centered Church announced on January 19th that Etheridge no longer worked there. Oh yeah, okay. He went on to say, I'm probably going to lose my job as pastor after this. Okay, so this is him. Tyler Etheridge. That's him. Right there. Just to let you know, I'm not involved in this, he says in the video he shot from the inside the Capitol. I'm just observing. I don't want to say what we're doing is right, but if the election is being stolen, what is it going to take? He went on to say, I'm probably going to lose my job as pastor after this. Etheridge was right. Christ-Centered Church announced on January 19th that Etheridge no longer worked there. In a later Twitter post, Etheridge doubled down on his innocence and issued a warning to those who might engage in violence against him. I reported myself to the FBI to prove I have nothing to hide, Etheridge tweeted. I also strongly warn anyone inciting violence against me or CCC of Tampa. I will use every source out there as evidence if anyone incites violence against me and my family. Etheridge is not the only pastor facing consequences for his actions on January 6th. Yeah, there we go. Womp, womp, womp.
You're gonna start a war. Really? Is it gonna take people just talking about it? That's the FBI. I'm probably gonna lose my job.
I had 27.8% that time and 7 kills for 9 minutes. I'm getting really good at this fucking game, dude. I'm getting too good at this. We're gonna be at 100% pretty soon. We're gonna be fucking up all these people that have been there forever. I'm gonna be fucking them up real quick. The wrong person found out about this game, guys. You let the wrong person find out about this game. Y'all are fucked now.
Job as a pastor after this, but what is it going to take?
We have taken the Capitol. It was ours. Now we'll see what side the military are on.
Give me my bullet! I want my tear gas! I want that door right there!
Gotta be something in here we can fucking use against these scumbags.
So we're here at the front steps of the Capitol building. We've been met with resistance by the police department. They are standing here and they're not letting us proceed any further. They've arrested a couple people. They've maced us. They've shot rubber bullets at us.
What the heck, dude? Why would they do that? That's freaking... That's wild! Why are they trying to stop them? This is totally unforeseen. Who would have known? Who could have seen this coming? The cops are trying to stop them from breaking into the Capitol during the certification of the election? What? No way, bro. That's crazy, dude.
They even beat the snots out of one kid for peacefully protesting.
Peacefully
Nobody
protesting.
showed up here with hockey sticks, baseball bats, and shields and gas masks. We just showed up here in a peaceful protest.
That's it.
I think Cruz would want us to do this, so I think we're good.
And one gentleman says he's a veteran and that he actually is very upset at what's happening. What did you say your name was?
wow.
I'm Gene Gilchrist. I'm from Charleston, South
Well,
Carolina.
if a veteran's upset,
Trump. Gene, the situation
they're always
has gotten
right.
violent now. It's getting dangerous in the Capitol. They can't get it under control. Is this okay? No one here is being violent.
Nobody's being violent, dude.
The Capitol was breached and has become...
No, they sound just like... I'm glad that everybody compares them to the BLM people, because they are just like the fucking BLM people. Going it out and rioting and then acting like they're fucking victims afterwards. I'm glad that they all know that they're like the fucking BLM rioters, because they are. They are. They go out and riot, break a bunch of fucking laws, attack police, and then play victim afterwards. Like, it's not their fault. Like, how are they supposed to know they're not allowed to fucking attack police and break inside of fucking capitals and shit? How were we supposed to know? None of the fucking 500 cops that we beat the shit out of to get into the Capitol told us we weren't supposed to be there, dude. They never said anything. We thought that we were allowed. It's not fair.
You say the Capitol was breached. Whose house is that? That is we the people's house. That is the United States of America Capitol.
Okay, we got. I gotta let you. Thank you very much.
Oh shit.
Do things as a democracy with order.
BLM burnt down cities. Yeah, but as they're saying, this is the people's house, dude. They're not attacking a fucking city. They're not attacking a private business. They're not attacking anything but the people's house. And this is not just like any normal day to attack the fucking people's house. They're attacking the fucking the people's house while the people's will is being certified. While the election is being certified. Okay? This is not actually comparable to BLM, because BLM's wrong for fucking over fucking citizens, right? Citizens, individual citizens, over and over by burning down their fucking buildings, their houses, their, what do you call it? Businesses and shit like that. Like, that's fucked up. And they really fucked over those fucking citizens. But these people were fucking over the entire country, dude. They were fucking over the whole country. They were trying to fuck with all of America. Like, this is shit that we would only expect from, like, outsiders. People from the outside who hate the country and who just want nothing to do with, like, freedom and democracy and shit like that. Like, that's who we would expect this from. And that's who we got it from. Just to be clear, that's exactly who did this. That is 100% who did this shit. Is a bunch of people who don't have American values, who don't love America, who don't give a fuck about America, who don't care about democracy, who don't care about the First Amendment, who don't care about the Constitution. They are the people who did this. That's exactly who did this. People just like Osama bin Laden and the BLM rioters. That's exactly who we got. A bunch of fucking terrorists who fucking hate the Constitution and who hate American values, who hate democracy. They are the ones who did this.
We don't do stuff like this, and it's insane, and the president's tweets have been insane, and the president needs to show leadership right now, bring out the D.C. Guard, bring order to this so we can go forward with our constitutional responsibility, and every member of Congress after this should not be voting to object to this election because this is nothing short of an attempt to take over the government.
Election treason? The guys at this?
One of the most critical times in government, when Congress is on the verge of certifying a new president, and we get this.
Tom, you're starting to sound just like The View. Well, I don't watch The View, so you would know better than I do, buddy. But I'm not like just giving opinions. Like I'm stating facts. Like I can prove the things that I'm stating. I have more than enough evidence to make these claims, and so I'm somebody who actually cares about facts and evidence and logic and shit like that. Unlike all of these people, unlike all these people here at this rally, rioting, trying to stop the certification of an election, they don't. 100% of the people there, though, not everybody there, obviously. So there's tons of people, like I said earlier, like it is true that it was a mostly peaceful protest. Like by far the majority of the people who were there, they stood there peacefully and just protested outside of the restricted areas. But I would say, yeah, everybody who went in there past the restricted areas, I would say most people who are even willing to vote for Donald Trump today, like Donald Trump, if you've already seen him like disrespect the Constitution, say that he doesn't have to abide by the Constitution, say that he doesn't have to follow the law, say that he's tried to get Mike Pence to overturn the election here, like, yeah, I would say that if you're willing to vote for that guy, it's not even about like what they're doing here. It is about that, but also about the fact that yes, if you went and voted for Trump after all of this happened, and allow him to get back in power after he tried to steal an election, after he's already like proven over and over that he hates this fucking country, that he hates the values. I was talking about this yesterday. Sam Hyde, we watched a video of Sam Hyde the other day where he says that America is not a country of values. It's not a country of ideas. America is a country of people, and that the people come before the ideas. One's in chat if you agree with that. One's in chat if you think America is not a country of ideas. It's not a country of values. It is a country of people, and the people come before the ideas. One's in chat if you actually agree with that sentiment. Okay, so okay, what the fuck, Jared? That is an un-American sentiment. That is a very un-American sentiment, and that, like, you're saying that if China invades, you say that we shouldn't fight against China. We should not fight against China, because to fight against China is to fight to keep the Constitution. It is to fight to keep the values, to keep the ideas. That would be the reason to fight China. But if we're a country of people, well, we won't, and it's not about the ideas, well, then we don't want to fight China. We don't want people to die to keep the Constitution. We don't want people to die for the fucking ideas. We don't want that. We want all these people to stay alive. The people are more important than the ideas. Like, well, no, I want my kids to live under the fucking Constitution. I want my great-great-great-great-grandkids to live under the fucking Constitution. I care about the ideas. I think the ideas are what's important. I think it's important that everybody's able to live in this country under this Constitution. I don't, and I will go and put my life on the line, and I will go fight for people to actually have that freedom. And so many others have in the past. So many others have died so that we're able to have these ideas be the things that rule us. They all died. Like, that, that's because they knew that it's not just about the people. It's about the people who get to live under these ideals, under this Constitution. That's what matters. Shit. This thought of yours is a minority in the Democratic Party. You think so? Later, Naomi. Have a good one. I don't think it is. Suck your vape, bitch. I did. Good one. You got me, bro. I did. And I'm going to. Got me. Real good one, dude. How long did it take you? How long did you sit there for a long time and to try to think of that? You sat there for a really long time and then thought, yeah, I got a good one. I got a good one. Suck on that fucking vape. Ha ha! He'll fucking hate that one. He didn't even realize he was sucking on a vape till I said it. He didn't even know. Tom is the first to go in war. Yeah. Who saw Kamala fuck up the Pledge of Allegiance? You guys really care about the fucking craziest things, truly. We're talking about like an insurrection and a presidential candidate who tried to overthrow the fucking government and steal an election, and you're like, whoa, Kamala didn't say the Pledge of Allegiance right one time. And she also said that she listened to Tupac and Biggie in college, and they weren't even doing music yet. So that's more important than anything having to do with the election. I would rather vote for a treasonous fucking piece of shit than someone who acts as though they listen to Tupac and Biggie. Tupac and Biggie are sacred. They are sacred to America, and if you say that you listened to them when you didn't, that is stolen valor.
What happened? What happened? What happened? The cop shot her. The cop shot her in the fucking head. What the fuck? Shot her in the head. Shot her in the head. Are you serious? Are you
It's only a matter of time. Justice is coming.
That's right. We did it. We have overtaken the building. And wondering.
No, you didn't overtake the building. They let you in. Stop saying that. Stop saying you overtook the building. Just say they let you in. Stop it. Just say they let us in and they helped us. And Ray Epps made us do it. You didn't do any of it. Ray Epps made you all, he fucking handcuffed you guys and then walked you guys all in there. Say that. The FBI forced you to be fucking traitors to the country. Say that. Why are you saying we overtook the building? You didn't overtake the building. Ray Epps overtook the building and then opened the doors for you. Damn, dude, this is fucking wild. I just waltzed right in here into the top 5 and like the first fucking move. That was wild. All right, well, thanks, guys.
If the media hears us now.
The moment they shot, everybody fucking backed up and fell. Almost a stampede. There was a puddle of blood and they swept her away and then immediately started lying, but that nothing happened in there. This fucking cop, when he kicked us out, the girls go.
They started lying, saying that nothing happened there. They did not. They said, if you don't want this to happen to you, you need to get out of here. That's what they said. You're a fucking liar, dude. It's all on video. We watched it. We watched it. I don't even remember that guy being there. What the hell? What is he talking about? This is what you guys all do. This is exactly what y'all do. Y'all, something happens, and then you guys start running around making up your stories about what went on, and then everybody else starts running around and repeating you. And then when you don't have any evidence, and video evidence comes out proving you wrong, they all go, well, he said it. Well, he said it happened. He said it happened, and so I believe him. Okay, well, so you believe, like, eyewitnesses then, is what you're saying? So, like, you know, the people who all testify that Trump praises Hitler all the time and that he says racist shit, and no, that's bullshit. That's just one person. How do we know they're not lying? It's interesting that you now have that thought process. What about the women who say that, you know, Trump raped them? And no, they're probably lying about that. How do we know that they're not lying about it? Oh, interesting. I like the way you think.
God, nobody knows where the fuck she went. They swept her away.
They were lying and said nothing happened?
The cops are
That
lying.
is bullshit.
It's fucking bullshit. We paid their checks.
If there's any media here, I don't see any media. Proud Boys are here. I don't see Antifa. It's all protesters saying stop the steal.
We're here.
There was no media there, guys. There was no media. See? You just need to listen to people like her, guys. Just listen to people like her. Hey, guys. Also, you know what else? The government never showed up to help with the hurricanes. You know what? All of those people, they're still sitting there waiting. All of those people in North Carolina, yep, they're just still sitting there waiting. You remember when Trump said that Biden's not answering the phone and he's not going to help any of the victims, and that they're all just totally fucked? Well, yep, that's what happened. They're all still sitting there. Nobody's going to help them. It's not happening. They're all just sitting there waiting.
We're fighting for this country, and they're fucking killing us inside.
Because you guys just sit, like, you guys heard all that shit from some random on TikTok, so you believe it now. Just like you guys would believe this motherfucker yelling random shit out here that we know is untrue. Just like you'd believe this lady saying that there's no media there, that nobody covered any of this, like nobody even, you know, this is what you guys do. You guys just listen to one fucking person say something, and then you guys run around repeating it over and over as though it's fact. And, but you're very inconsistent on that standard because, yeah, like I said, when other people are eyewitnesses to things, when Trump's longest chief of staff, the person who was Trump's most trusted advisor for the longest period of time, comes out and says that Donald Trump praised Hitler and said that he needed generals like Hitler, and said that, said racist shit about Mexicans and crap like that. You guys don't believe him. You guys don't believe him at all. When he had 13 other people within the White House, within Trump's administration, all come out and say the same exact thing. Trump said that that guy was the best. He was the best. He was the most trusted, the best fucking guy. And then that guy, who is the best, came out and said that Trump was a racist and a fascist and was always praising Hitler. But now, when it comes to listening to eyewitnesses, and not just an eyewitness, not just one person who said something, but fucking 13 other people who were all there and said the same thing. No, you don't listen to them. No, we don't listen to witnesses now. No, we don't give a fuck what they have to say. We only listen to witnesses when they say the things that we like.
Was she a protester with
She was with us and fucking peaceful, I might add.
She was peaceful. She was peaceful, dude. As she was crawling through broken glass to try to get into the chambers where all of the congressmen and women were. She was being peaceful while she was doing that. It's fucking wild, dude.
after a big car crash. Hey man, thank you for your service. What's your name? Where are you from?
These guys have been watching Vikings.
Washington State. Thank you for
Shield
your service.
Wall.
Thank you.
Well, they just watched 300. They're doing a shield wall now.
What did the president say to you when you called him?
He put out a tweet as well for people to stay safe, for people to not do this. I was explaining to him what was going on.
Talk to you, buddy, and go home.
And that was that?
Yes.
Okay.
We the people.
There are people who have violently entered the United States Capitol and are attempting to disrupt what is going on, which is supposed to be the peaceful transition of power. This is wrong. It is absolutely wrong. It is un-American, period.
If we give up, it's over for us. Yes. Every futuristic movie that they showed, some dystopia or whatever like that, it's going to come true if we allow this to happen. This has to be a daily thing. This is a lifestyle.
And the objectors over the last 2 days have told me there is no problem with just having a debate. We know we're not going to succeed, so we're just going to object. We're going to have a debate. We'll voice people's concerns, and then we won't actually overturn our entire system of representative government, so nothing bad will happen. There will be no cost to this effort. This is the cost.
Guys, come on, please. Hey, come on.
Hey, we didn't come to be pacified.
I know.
Okay.
Where are we going?
Please play.
Are you upset about this shit? I am, but listen, we can't destroy the place. We're not the plane. We're not liberals. We don't burn shit down. We're coming for them. That's not here. That's the thing, y'all. Gone.
There were a bunch of people here doing this, and that's I actually like. I do like that there were a bunch of people who were there saying like, "Yo, stop fighting the cops, guys. We're not here to fight the cops. We're the people who are on the side of the cops. We're not fucking Antifa." This is one of the things that Alex Jones did. Alex Jones kept saying, "Guys, get off the fucking property. We're not Antifa. We don't riot. We're not gonna fight the cops. Don't do that. That's not us." But obviously that is them, and not only was it just the people there, but now all of the people who are in chat defend these actions and defend the shit that they did, and are gonna act like nothing bad happened here, and it's just all propaganda and lies and shit. So now even I can give credit to those few individuals, but as far as like the majority of MAGA goes, they seem to, well, at least online MAGA, again, I understand that like the people online are not real representatives of actual MAGA, but yeah, it's oh fuck, that was so close.
You know they're not here. We're not here. They're in their states, their homes. They're not here.
Where's their home?
We're here.
It's our house and we give you permission to break that shit.
We haven't heard from the president on that mode to get the National Guard involved in this. You remember, and all of these uprising, protests, looting in different cities, he was very quick to say that the governors and the mayors should call the National Guard and that he would get them in and it would be cleared out in a minute.
This is the most significant breach of an American government institution.
Yeah, this is another thing, is that people keep saying that Trump offered the National Guard to Nancy Pelosi. That if he did, he's a fucking idiot. Okay, let's just say that first. If he offered Nancy Pelosi the National Guard when she's not in charge of like getting security for the Capitol, then like, yeah, that's fucking retarded that he would offer it to her and not the Sergeant of Arms. But the Sergeant of Arms said he didn't get an offer, and the there's no like record of a phone call. Trump has never shown a record of a phone call. Nancy Pelosi says that she doesn't have any records of a phone call. The Sergeant of Arms doesn't have any records of any phone calls. And then Sund says, everybody says that Sund, the Capitol Police chief, offered Nancy Pelosi asked her to call the National Guard. That's not true either. Sund said that he called the Sergeant of Arms. So Sund actually knows, unlike Trump, Sund knows who's in charge of Capitol security. Sund actually knows what the fuck is going on. And so he told the Sergeant of Arms to call Capitol Police, the National Guard, and not Nancy Pelosi, but yeah, but yeah, the people who think that like calling Nancy Pelosi is a good idea are fucking retarded. Like, why the fuck would you call Nancy Pelosi of all people? She's the fucking Speaker of the House. You are the Commander-in-Chief, and you're calling the Speaker of the House? Like, you are the Commander-in-Chief. Why would you, the person in charge of the entire military, call Nancy Pelosi to try to do something with the National Guard? Like, that just seems so ridiculous, dude. That's insane.
Since the Battle of Bladensburg, August 24th, 1814, when the British came and burned the Capitol and also burned the White House, we have never had an instance of an incursion inside the U.S. Capitol building to this degree since that time. Let's be clear, the mob upended American democracy today as they try to count the Electoral College.
I need support!
Are you okay?
30%, 10 kills, 15 minutes. We're about 80% through this. I think this guy is on my, I think this guy's on my thumbnail. This is the guy who got dragged into the crowd, and they just pulled him deeper and deeper into the crowd to where he, like, couldn't breathe and shit. So yeah, again, glad there's people that are saying let the cop go, but this is still fucking treason. So yeah, I like, earlier I started to answer this question, like, anybody who's just, like, going past the barricades, like, that's enough for me to say you are part of the insurrection. Like, you are part of an insurrection against our government. Just by going past the barricades, you have become part of the insurrection. the reason that this is such like a force to deal with isn't because there's so many guns or weapons, which there were. Like 25% of the people arrested there had some sort of weapon. There were a bunch of people with guns. There's a bunch of people who had stashes of guns that were close by. There were organizations who showed up in military gear and like SWAT gear who were ready for like a full-on war and had weapons. But the reason that this was such like a force is because of the amount of people there. So I think the last estimates I saw says there's somewhere between 30 and 50,000 people there. Over 2,000 people went inside of the Capitol. You don't need weapons when you have that many people. You don't need weapons. So everybody's saying like, oh, we didn't have guns. You didn't need guns. You had fucking 50,000 people. What do you need guns for? When you got that many fucking people, there were, I think, about 2,000 Capitol Guards there that day. 2,000. Do you know how, like, that's a lot of fucking guards. That's way more than I expected. When I looked it up, I expected to find out that there were like 300-400. And then I thought, well, no, because everybody says that there weren't enough people. So even 300 or 400, that's still too much. There's probably not 300 or 400. And then it turns out that there were thousands of Capitol Guards there. Like, you're able to take over thousands of Capitol Guards? Yeah. You got fucking 40,000 people. The same guards that opened the doors and let people in, bro. LMAO, did you see the tapes? Did you? Yes, I saw those tapes. Yes. I've already addressed that. That is an irrelevant point. But if you think it's relevant, I will be taking call-ins as soon as this video is over. So I'm happy to discuss it. If you think that matters, I am more than happy to get into it. Tom, can I play with you? Is there... I don't see like a way to tell people... How do I play with somebody? Do you just want to like do another private server or something? I don't Yes, another private server. Okay. Yeah, Mantis, if you want to create another private server and just put it in the general Discord, anybody who wants to play, just join the general Discord, and Mantis will put the link in the server, and then as soon as I'm done with this game, I will join and whoop your asses. I came in first place last night. I will likely come in first place again tonight. I think last I checked, it was Mantis. It was me in first place, MW in second place, and Mantis in third place. So those were your top 3 champions.
Come here, get him back up there, come on! Come on! Just lift him up! Lift him up! We let you go! Come on! Come on! Come on!
Take out the deep state. I don't care if I die in this endeavor. If they come to try to take my guns, they can take it out of my cold, dead hands.
EMTs! We need EMTs now!
So I'm not keen on violence and breaking in doors, but outside of that, there's been no violence.
No, you guys didn't break in doors. You guys were let in. You guys didn't break in doors. Stop saying that. Stop saying you broke in doors. You were let in. And you guys didn't break in the doors. Ray Epps broke in the doors. Ray Epps made you break in the doors. Say Ray Epps. Say Ray Epps told you to do it. Say it was Ray Epps' fault. Say that. Why are you acting like you guys have autonomy and are able to make decisions for yourselves? I don't know why you're doing that. The Ray Epps programmed you guys to be bots, to just do what he told you to do, and you were all hypnotized into doing this. Stop acting like you guys made your own decisions. Fuck, that was close. Shit.
Largely peaceful protest. This is actually what a largely peaceful protest looks like. People concerned about what they've seen and
Americans out here.
And demanding.
Yeah, I love that everybody all of a sudden knows what a mostly peaceful protest means. I'm glad that everybody all of a sudden they all know what a mostly peaceful protest means. They all got it now. Yeah, they get it now. That's great. It's beautiful. After January 6th, all of a sudden, everybody understood what that phrase meant. It's beautiful. It's an amazing thing how, like, bias can just really help you understand something that you didn't think you could ever understand.
That their voices be heard.
Look at the women.
So here we are at the Capitol. Lots of people upset. And I would recommend that our leaders figure out how to run free and fair elections. So,
I mean, burning down cities, I got it. Yeah, well, I'm not defending any people burning down cities. So yeah, if you're defending this, we are not comparable, little homie. If you're the one defending this, I am not defending BLM burning down cities. So there's that.
And if they are free and fair, then you better figure out how to make people believe they're free and fair. That's what I'm getting at. All right.
You gotta look at this. They killed an American girl. I turned it on once I got to the scaffolding. And then I just stayed underneath the scaffolding. You were there, dude. Yeah, wait till you get closer.
Fox News has learned that a shooting victim was transported from the U.S. Capitol about 35 minutes ago. No other details yet, but that timeline would sync up with the conversation we had with Kevin McCarthy right when we came on the air around 3 o'clock East Coast time when he heard a call come over the Capitol Hill Police radio that shots had been fired inside.
Hey, those are all good people up there. You don't need none of that.
It's Adam Kinzinger, sometimes a Trump critic, a Republican from Illinois. This is a coup attempt. Tom Cotton, very conservative senator from Arkansas. Violence and anarchy are unacceptable. We are a nation of laws. This needs to end now. But a lot of people saying, these are your supporters, sir. The only one who can get them to stand down and leave is you.
But if you guys could help me extract these people, I'd appreciate it.
They're not going to leave. You want them to leave?
No, they can stay there. I just need to get the other officers out.
Oh, you need to get
they're scared.
I can do that. They go out the side door just like we did.
Let's go.
It's time to go down the side door.
Okay, if you guys just announce it.
I can help.
You can help? Okay, you can even use my megaphone and I'll follow you.
Who do you got to get out?
It's about 10 officers up there.
They need to go to the side then. They can get out and go down the stairs. Just like we did. There's stairs on the side they can go out.
Oath keepers.
The cops are leaving. Make the hole.
That's what I was trying to think of earlier. So the Oath Keepers within their, the Oath Keepers in their court cases said that they had a cache of weapons that were off-site, and that they had them waiting at a hotel, and they had somebody waiting at the hotel with the cache of weapons. And it was just a bunch of guns, like a bunch of AR-15s, shit like that. and they couldn't bring them with them. They needed to get in first. They needed to take over first, and then they. Tom keeps muting people that disagree. I haven't muted anybody. There's a bot in chat that mutes people, and it literally ats them and tells them why they're muted. And I'm looking at it right now. Nobody has been muted for anything other than posting capital letters by the bot. That's it. And they've been muted for 30 seconds. They've only been timed out just for 30 seconds each. If they're spamming or posting all caps, then yes, it will time them out for just 30 seconds. That's it. So you making up shit and lying is what we're talking about here. So thank you for being a good example of the exact problem that we're talking about. People see something happen and they make up shit. And this is exactly the problem with these types of people today that are ruining our country. So thank you. You lie all the time, though. Hugh Johnson, if you want to be the first one to call in, I would be happy to prove what it is that I know. But yeah, we'll take call-ins in a little bit. So if any of you fucking pussy boys in chat grow some balls and are willing to actually have a backbone, you can talk to a real man for a little bit if you're not scared. If you ain't scared, we'll allow you to be coached for a bit. Oh yeah, but anyways, they did have a cache of guns nearby, and that they had it sitting close by, but they had somebody that was there that was supposed to bring the guns to them, and then they decided they didn't even need the guns. So many other people ended up helping them for no reason. They did not expect a bunch of people to just go and start following them in there. And so they just never asked for the guns. They never asked for them because they said they didn't even need them. So where everybody always says like, well, there weren't even guns. First off, tons of people were arrested with guns. But the people who actually, like the groups, like Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, the militias that actually planned the insurrection, these people were getting ready to bring guns, but even they said they didn't need them. They didn't even need the guns. There were so many people there that there was no reason to have guns.
The cops are leaving! And there's these doors that shot her through that window. She was doing this Capitol cop and that cop were standing right next to her, all three of them peaceful. And some asshole decided to snipe her through that window from like 20 feet away. I feel sorry for these two bastards because they were just like standing there like, holy shit, why did they just do that? They shot that girl right in front of
So we took the Capitol. Yes. And now we have to hold it through the 20th.
And the other thing I can't help but
now we have to hold it through the 20th.
Is that, you know, look.
Now we have to hold it through the 20th. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. No. That's not what they were doing. No. That's not what. No. Don't say that, lady. Don't say that. We don't want to hold it through the 20th. We just want to protest peacefully. We did not want to hold it through the 20th. What? Why did she say that?
Look, the president incited this, and it's his obligation to try to mitigate it to the extent that at this point it can be mitigated, which means it's not enough to say, stay peaceful. He needs to tell people to go home.
We have the building.
No,
yeah, we do. No. They're withdrawing. There's nobody else inside.
What do you mean there's nobody else inside?
We just extracted them. This is the cops. The building's yours.
So I may or may not have been in the Capitol and heard a bang, and someone came running out, and they had a picture on their phone. It was taken on their phone right there. They had bro, it was right on their phone. It wasn't bullshit, bro. So a woman had gotten shot in the chest, and they say it's a rubber bullet, and they say it's in the neck. But I saw a bullet wound right here in her chest, and
they did not say that. Nobody said this. They're all just making shit up. They all, like, something happened, and they all immediately turn around and just start lying again. Just immediately just turn around and just start making up new shit to piss everybody off about. That's it. They just immediately need something else to lie about now. So now they're lying about this. Now they're out lying, saying that they said that they didn't even shoot her. They said they dragged her off and said nothing happened here. They took her somewhere else so that nobody knew that she got shot. This is not what they did. They said, we told her numerous times to stop climbing through the window or we were going to shoot her. And if you guys don't leave, the same is going to happen to you. That's what they said. We all watched it on video. And now we know that all these fucking losers turned around and lied about it right afterwards and just made up a bunch of fucking shit immediately after it happened. They all immediately went outside and started spreading the word of their new lies. Damn. Embarrassing, dude. It's all just like caught right on tape, dude. Embarrassing.
blood all behind her on the floor, and that she was limp and the cops were carrying her out, man. Bro, they're not fucking around and they don't treat Antifa like this. Ask yourself why they don't treat Antifa like this.
Hey, if you ain't gonna fight, go back down. Let the people come to fight, let them come up.
More people during BLM protests were shot and killed than during this. Like, there were definitely way more people shot and killed during the BLM protests, and deservedly, I'd say, to an extent. Like, there were a lot of people who were obviously rioting and being violent, and so yeah, they in lots of cases they were attacking cops and officers and shit like that as well. But yeah, in this case, she was literally like right outside. So the cops were inside of the congressional, what do you call it? The congressional, the congressional chambers. And yeah, like Ashley Babbitt is right there, right outside of the congressional chambers. And she's climbing through broken glass to get into the fucking chambers, and they have a gun pointed at her the entire time. You can see it like clear as day. The fucking gun pointed right at Ashley Babbitt, right at her fucking head the whole time, as they're yelling, "Stop or we'll shoot. Stop. We're going to shoot you. We don't want to shoot you. Stop." She just kept going, dude. She just kept going like a fucking crazy person. Just kept fucking climbing. And then they shot her. Like, how many times do you have to be told? How many times, you fucking dumb fuck? How many times do you have to be told to stop before they shoot you in the head? You're not a fucking victim. You're just retarded.
And I would imagine that these people will be arrested as soon as they leave the building. They're easily identifiable, and they have threatened the peace and safety.
Yeah, she fucked around and she found out. Like, the fact that she had to die for everybody else's sins, okay? Ashley Babbitt is the Jesus of January 6th. She had to die for everybody else's sins, and they all found out. Once she got shot, they're like, oh, fuck. We can't just do whatever the fuck we want now. There is a line that they're drawing here, and it is the place where all of the congressmen and women are. Fuck. Norway? Who is Norway? We are playing this game called Paper.io. If you guys want to play with us, we have a we have a private server you can join. There's a link in the Discord. So yeah, if you just join the Discord, you can come play with the rest of us.
Safety of the United States Capitol. And I think that it's very striking that we have not seen the president yet. Tweets do not seem to do the trick at this moment. I think we need to see the president. I think he needs to speak to the country. And I think being in front of the camera is the only way that, might sort of bring that message home at this very unstable time.
I want to bring in Laura Ingram, who joins our coverage. Laura, I don't know what you have been doing today.
Kids are going to grow up in this country, and I want them to respect the police.
Hopefully they'll grow up unlike you.
And that makes us different. We will stand our ground, but the police are not the problem.
Chase? Yeah. When you're ready, sir. Yep. Be right behind you.
Ah, shit. You piece of shit. Your name is literally poop. Okay, fair enough.
Tell me when. When you're ready, sir.
Who's behind me?
He's gone. He's gone around. We're all clear now.
So we're starting off similar to yesterday. I'm in first place with 28%. Mantis is in second place with 9%. MW is in third place with almost 8%.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had a election. Let me see.
I'm the only one with a shield, so I don't know why no one else brought a shield, but I brought one just in case they start shooting. So make sure if you ever take over the Capitol or any other big, place, make sure you bring a shield. You can't get this anywhere except for the cops' hands. All right, guys, thanks for watching.
I've delayed coming out.
Yeah, we had tons of congressmen and women, senators, both Democrats and Republicans, all saying, yeah, like the president needs to address this. He needs to come out and say something. He needs to tell them to stop. And obviously we have witnesses who say that like people within the White House were telling him to come out and address this and say something. And he was kind of like sitting and pouting and throwing a fit. And didn't they say he like threw a fucking like cheeseburger or something and there was like ketchup on the wall and shit. And when they told him to go and tell everybody to stop, he said, if they wanted them to stop, they should have made me president or something like that. Like the people are mad, and so now they're gonna find out.
To speak to you. I initially was going to talk about the economy, but all of you have been watching what I've been watching. At this hour, our democracy is under unprecedented assault. What we're seeing are a small number of extremists dedicated to lawlessness This is not dissent. It's disorder. It's chaos.
Yeah, at the time, we thought it was a small number of extremists. At the time, a very small number of Republicans actually supported this. At the time, most Republicans were embarrassed by this. Now, there's a lot more people who have become extremists and have started to support treason and this sort of shit. So it is no longer a small number like we thought at the time. There may have been a small number there, but like it's about what happened and what this represents. And yeah, if people are supporting it, then they are also extremists at this point.
It borders on sedition, threatening the safety of duly elected officials. It's not protest, it's insurrection.
Mm-hmm. And according to literally every court that ruled on this, they all ruled it an insurrection. It's crazy, right? Every single court ruled it an insurrection that ruled on it. It's wild.
Come in for Cobra. Go ahead for Cobra. We're to the left. To the left.
This guy thinks he's Beyonce.
Cobra, over and out.
Cobra, over and out.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election. And everyone knows it, especially the other side.
A landslide.
You have to go home now.
This is embarrassing, dude. Literally, the thing that caused this is him saying that the election was stolen. That's what caused this to happen, is him saying the election was stolen from him. And then he comes out while he's supposed to be telling everybody to go home and like simmering this down, says it again, dude. He is so embarrassing, bro. What a fucking child, dude. What a fucking child, bro. Oh shit. This server's kind of laggy. I'm having some trouble like turning and making, you know, quick maneuvers as I do.
I'm Michael Learmonth, editor-in-chief of Vice News. Too often, traditional news outlets shy away from the real stories and experiences of those living through global conflicts. Not Vice News. Our reporters are on the ground, fearlessly covering the human stories that shape our world. You and millions of others can continue to read, watch, and listen to Vice News for free. But we hope you'll consider making a one-time or ongoing contribution of any size at vice.com/.
Sorry. I don't have money. I don't have any money. Not happening. So yeah, I gotta lose this game in order to stop and take calls. But the main thing from this is that yes, these are people who were trying to stop the certification of the election. Like this is the main takeaway from what happened here is people were trying to stop the certification of the election. Trump is the first president to not have a peaceful transition of power. And the peaceful transition of power is the thing that, like, makes our government great. We have fucking adults in our country. And it is written into our documents that this is what we do. Because we are one country. We are not a country of parties. We are not a country of, different ideologies. We are not the nationalists fighting the socialists. We are one country, indivisible, and these people wanted to divide us. It doesn't matter if your fucking daddy that you voted for lost. You're still a fucking American. And no matter what, if a Republican or a Democrat wins, what matters is that we still support the Constitution and that whoever gets in is supporting our founding documents. But Donald Trump and his people do not support that. And that is shit. MW killed me. Un-Australian. Yeah, that is very un-Australian of him. Apparently my high score yesterday was 66%. That's wild. Shit. But alright. We're going to take calls now. For anybody who disagrees. Otherwise, we're going to move on to the next video. Going over more of these break-ins and more of the insurrectionists on this day. So, either you can join the Discord and jump in the waiting room. Whoever joins the Discord will get preferential treatment. So if I see somebody in there, I will take your call next. Whereas otherwise, you can call in with this phone number. The phone number is here on the screen, and you can use this to call into the show. Let's see. Trying to put it on all the streams, and I got it. Okay, there we go. Here's your chance, MAGA, call in. Yeah, this is, we had a bunch of people who seemed like they had a lot to say. But I suppose there's a lot of people who, you know, it's easier for them to say things when they're in a chat than it is when they're actually talking to someone. It's so much easier to, like, avoid accountability for your beliefs and, you know, not really have to engage in an honest way when you're in a chat, when you're behind a keyboard. Whereas, yeah, actually talking to somebody, which I'm happy to have a cordial conversation with whoever wants to call in. But actually, like, talking to somebody, yeah, you have to actually, like, explain your beliefs. You have to actually show evidence for it. You have to actually be logical. You have to actually sound like an adult. And, Tom's boyfriend voted for Trump. Most gay people that I know did vote for Trump. Just most of them are in denial about being gay. It's a fairly normal thing for people who don't understand masculinity but want to project it anyways to be a MAGA voter. That's generally the way it goes. Hello, man. Wait. Oh. It's going to take me a second to set up the audio. Hello? Wait.
I can't hear you.
Hello?
Oh, okay. I can hear you now. Why am I not connected to my... Alright. Say something?
Hello, hello?
Alright, I can hear you now.
Right.
I wanted to come in because Raceland was in chat talking about the National Guard. We were talking about how Trump wanted this. Like everything Trump did led to this.
Mm-hmm.
And he's saying, well, then why did Trump try and organize the National Guard 3 days earlier?
Where's the evidence of this? I haven't seen any evidence.
Apparently, yeah, same. I want to see this too. Apparently, he put it in Discord. So let me just in the general. Transcripts show President Trump's directives to Pentagon. There it is. Do you see it?
No, I just started the fucking game. I didn't.
Oh, wow. Okay. To Pentagon leadership to keep January 6th safe were deliberately ignored. Chairman Loudermilk? Are you trolling, Raceland? President Trump met with senior Pentagon leaders and directed them to make sure any events on January 6, 2021 were safe. It's very concerning that these senior Pentagon officials ignored President Trump's guidance and misled congressional leaders to believe they were doing their job when they were not.
It says the DOD
okay,
IG claims that the actions against the Pentagon were reasonable in light of the circumstances at the Capitol on January 6, 2021. The IG also determined that the DOD officials did not delay or obstruct the DOD's response to the U.S. Capitol Police's request for assistance on January 6, 2021. The transcripts reveal otherwise. General Mark Milley, Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff, January 3rd, 2021, the president just says, hey, I'll look at this. There's going to be a large amount of protests here on the 6th. Make sure that you have sufficient National Guard or soldiers to make sure it's safe and sufficient. So yeah, so this is actually disproving this right here. POTUS said, hey, I don't care if you use guard or soldiers, active duty soldiers, do whatever you have to do, just make sure it's safe. The president's comment, let's see, Christopher Miller, acting Secretary of Defense, the president commented that they were going to need 10,000 troops the following day. I interpreted it as a bit of presidential banter or President Trump banter that you are all familiar with. Yeah, and in no way, shape, or form did I interpret it as an order or direction. On January 6, 2021, everyone was like, did you listen to President Trump's speech? I'm like, the guy speaks for 90 minutes. It's Castro or something. No, I've got work to do. I was cognizant of the fears the president would invoke the Insurrection Act to politicize the military in anti-democratic manner, and just before the Electoral College certification, 10 former secretaries of defense signed an op-ed piece published in the Washington Post warning of the dangers of politicizing and using using inappropriately the military. No such thing was going to occur on my watch. There is absolutely no way I was putting U.S. military forces at the Capitol, period. The operational plan was this. Let's take the D.C. National Guard, keep them away from the Capitol.
Okay, I'm sorry. So all so far, all
that's
the president
Chief
said,
Sund who said that, just to be clear. Sund is the one who said keep them away from the Capitol. Or no, sorry. No, sorry, that was Christopher Miller, acting Secretary of Defense. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that was Miller. Sund said...
he said, I'm making an urgent request for the National Guard. What? Here, he said, I'm making an urgent request for the National Guard. We are being overrun. I gave a quick rundown of what we had going on, and that officers out there are fighting for their lives. We were about to be taken over. The representative from the Secretary of the Army said, I don't like the optics of the National Guard standing in a line with the Capitol in the background. I explained to them that the building is being breached. I need their assistance immediately. He, General Piat, I don't know how to say that, Pat, said, my recommendation to the Secretary of the Army is to not support the request. So almost everything that Sund has said about this has, like, not everybody else said this never happened. All of the things that he says happened, just everybody else is like, this never happened. We don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah, I remember that being the case. I remember everyone else just being like, what? But Sund, I'm assuming that was on the day he's making the urgent request for the National Guard.
That's not all the testimonies, Tom. Click the link under it. There is no link on this. This is a...
No, okay, so it carries on, but, like, the point is, like, what the president apparently said, as a quote, was, hey, yeah, there's going to be, a large number of people there on the 6th. Make sure you've got sufficient National Guard or soldiers. I don't care if you use Guard or soldiers. Just do whatever you have to do. And so Miller says, yep, hey, we've got a plan and we've got it covered. So, like, when people say it didn't sound like an order for the National Guard, I completely agree with that. He's saying do what you have to do, and they thought they did what they had to do. They weren't expecting a fucking insurrection. So yeah, like I don't like how it's framed as, because the way that Raceland's saying it is, because my argument and a couple of other people's argument in chat is he didn't give a fuck, right? Because when it was happening, if he cared about it, if he cared that it was happening and he wanted it to stop, he could have done something a lot sooner.
He wouldn't
than
have waited
3 hours
hours.
later.
Yes, he would not have waited hours to
so
call them in. Yeah.
Yeah, so for 3 hours, and there is testimony from, like, a bunch of people, including his fucking children, that he sat in a room, drank a Coke, and watched it on TV. And not only was he doing that, but he got Rudy Giuliani and whatever, they were calling around saying, oh, hey guys, looks like you should probably delay the certification. Don't you think you should delay the certification? Do you think that sounds like somebody who gives a fuck? And so I know you're going to go back 3 days earlier and say, well, he gave a fuck 3 days earlier. Does that mean he shouldn't give a fuck on the day? Raceland?
That's not my argument. My argument is that I just don't think he knew that it was going to happen, and I don't think he planned it.
You don't think he planned what?
Nope, absolutely not.
I don't think anyone's saying that he planned for what happened to have happened.
There's plenty of people saying that he sent them to the Capitol.
That wasn't my
argument. Hold on. They're saying that he incited it. They're saying he incited the insurrection, which he did. Not that he, like, the whole thing was planned, but that he did.
How did he incite it?
Exactly.
By saying the election was stolen, that if you don't fight, you're going to lose your country and shit like that. Like, that is him. That obviously that is a call to action. Like,
no, it's not just that. It's not just that. It's the reason, the entire reason that they're all there is because he told them the election was stolen. He lied for months beforehand. Before the election even happened, he said it was going to be stolen. It's going to be rigged. If I lose, it means it's been rigged. And then when it happened, he said it was stolen. So that was way before his speech, before the riot. And then during his speech on the at the riot, he said, you're not gonna have a country anymore. It's been stolen. Mike Pence has let us down. Like, this is
he did.
Basically all of the things that would incite people.
There's people in chat saying he didn't say that. He 100% did say the election was going to be stolen before it ever happened. I don't know. He said you just listened to MSNBC and CNN. No, we watched him fucking say it. We watched him with our own eyes say it. He said it over and over and over. This election is going to be stolen. The Democrats are going to steal this election. The DNC is already planning on stealing this. He said it over and over and over.
Also, Jackie, you look too old to be on YouTube. You should go back to your Facebook mum group. Grab a glass of wine and go back to Facebook, bitch.
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Jackie Vasquez, who thinks she's cool because she doesn't listen to mainstream media, because she's a fucking boomer who realized in her, 70s, that suddenly the mainstream media has been lying.
Oh. Hello?
Mantis.
Did I? Hello, Mantis?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, you cut out.
Okay.
So what I originally
Probably-
said in chat is that I just don't think he caused the insurrection. I think it was completely on the general.
Hang on.
that-
I have a better question for you. Then, did he cause the insurrection? Do you think he has any responsibility? And if so, to what degree?
Yeah, I think he should have made a statement sooner.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
So
You think that's
okay.
his only culpability in all of
Sorry.
this?
Yep.
So you don't think that him lying about the election being stolen for weeks and weeks leading up to the election and then during and after the election played no part?
I don't think he thinks he's lying, to be honest with you. I think he's fully convinced that he won the election.
I think we've all seen the evidence. We all saw the evidence that they supposedly had, which was none. And Rudy Giuliani admitted he had none.
I mean, people can believe irrational things.
Wait, but that's not. Hold on, that's not an argument.
So you're saying as a literal fucking insane
I'm saying
person
I
was
think
running the government?
Trump actually believes that he won the election.
Okay, he might have believed he won the election, but do you think that's like a suitable way for a president to carry out things, is by just believing shit and not actually having any evidence for it? Even though he has all the evidence. Hang on, I'm not done. Even though he has all of the people and the potential researchers and anything at his fingertips, if he wanted that evidence, do you think it's okay just because he believes it? You know, Jackie Vasquez in chat, the Facebook mum who's probably drunk, she might believe some crazy shit. Too.
I think if the president actually believes that the election was stolen, he has a duty to tell people. So I don't have him at fault for that. The American people obviously
I don't
decided.
think so. I don't think that's correct at all. What if he believed that aliens were taking over the planet? You think it's fine for him to just go out to the public and tell everyone that aliens are coming?
Absolutely.
You think that's a fine thing for a president to do with no evidence?
I don't see why not.
You don't think
why would it not be an okay thing to do?
You don't think that causes some issues, like especially if it's incorrect? You don't think there's a reason why people wait until they have confirmation and wait until they have evidence before they let the public know shit like that? You think there's a potential for that it could rile people up potentially?
Sure, but that doesn't mean that we should restrict it. I mean,
well, no, it does. Even
yes,
me as
it does.
a streamer,
that is a very good
say
reason.
Stuff like that. Even me, as a streamer, I wouldn't make statements like that until I had really strong evidence, because I would think that would be insanely irresponsible.
It's irresponsible.
Yeah.
Okay, but then who decides what the president can and can't say?
Well, hold on. That's it. We're talking about what's responsible. What can and can't say. I don't know what you mean by that.
Do you understand what responsibility is?
Well. I'm saying how.
Put it into the context of
if
the
he actually believes
of people in power.
If he actually believes the election was stolen, I would say he had a responsibility to tell people that the election was stolen.
If he believed that there was another virus going around that was killing people, and he thought he needed to just tell the American people, he does a PSA and he goes, everybody, there's a new virus that is spreading all over America right now. It is killing people. It is called the leopard monkey fucking tiger raping pox, and you need to run inside your houses. You think because he might believe that he should go and say that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, you are fucking insane, Raceland.
No,
I don't think you have any concept of the responsibility that comes with a powerful position.
I mean, sure, you can say that there's responsibility that comes from the
what responsibility
system. That doesn't mean
from it? What responsibility? I want to talk to you about responsibility for the next 10 minutes.
You want to talk about what responsibility comes with the presidency? I would say
leadership in general, not even just the presidency. We would say, I would say that I wouldn't even do something like this. I wouldn't say things like this just because I believe it in my heart of hearts with absolutely no evidence.
Well, I don't think we should be electing people like Trump, to be honest with you. or Kamala Harris for that matter, or almost anyone the two-party system shits out. Like it's we shouldn't be electing any of them. So, I mean, we should be electing
That's
people
just
that actually take the
obfuscating.
responsibility seriously.
You're just obfuscating. Like, you literally just said that you don't think it matters. They should be allowed to say it anyway. So what does that mean?
Yeah, they should be allowed to say it.
But we shouldn't be electing people. But then no one, according to you, everyone can just say whatever they want. So how are you meant to know? How are you meant to choose like the person that's not going to do that?
I think
you consider it the correct thing to do. So why are you complaining about electing people who would do that, like Trump?
Well, the thing is we already had a failure when we elected Trump, and the president should be saying what he believes. Like he should be saying things that, like, especially with something like the election being stolen.
He shouldn't just be saying things he believes. He should be saying things he has proof of.
He has
No, I don't agree with that
this sort of stuff.
And when it comes to something like an election being stolen, I'm not talking about he shouldn't talk about his own values and talk about what he believes, like in terms of values. I'm talking about if you think an actual event happened and it didn't. I'm talking about like objective truth about an event happening. Do you think a schizophrenic should be able to run for president?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Do you think a schizophrenic should be able to run for president?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't take you seriously right
Okay, let's say there's people who are supposed to make sure that like somebody was actually born in the United States, right? And they go and they look at all the birth certificates and they see that they weren't born in the United States, but they believe that they were born in the United States. Should they approve them to run for president anyways and just say it's okay? Because I believe that I don't have any evidence for this, but I believe they should. So I'm just going to make sure that they're able to run for president and make sure that they're approved to be on all the ballots.
This is like an entirely different situation because this is like a requirement to become the president, right? Like,
well, wait, we're talking about requirements to commit insurrections, like, or to overturn elections. Like, we're talking about like, things that I think most Americans would say, yes, if a party is trying to steal an election, you ought to go and commit an insurrection. You ought to go and like charge the Capitol and shit. And
I didn't say. I mean, sure. I guess if you did think that they stole the election, you should have went to the Capitol. But I'm saying in the case of Trump,
that's why they went, no?
That is why they went. They can be wrong, but it doesn't mean. I mean, it just means that they made a right assumption based off of bad information, right? Like it doesn't.
No. That's not. They didn't have information.
No,
that's the point. There was
oh
no
my
information.
God.
Like it's again.
They
like
acted in the right way according to
according to the wrong information, according to the beliefs of someone who had no evidence for it, right?
I mean, they absolutely think they have evidence for it.
No, Raceland, stop doing this. I'm not asking you what they think. I'm asking you about a reality.
I mean, you don't accept the evidence, right? But that doesn't mean that they don't have evidence.
No. I don't accept the evidence because it is all being looked into, and in every case either couldn't even make it. It didn't even have standing. There wasn't any evidence. There wasn't any evidence of widespread voter fraud. It's already been looked into everywhere. I mean, there were like how many cases were there that looked into this, and they came out with like one thing where there were issues. Not widespread voter fraud that could have even significantly impacted the election results. So no, they didn't have the evidence.
I don't even disagree with you that the evidence is like it's bad evidence that they're using to make
No.
these
Why do you keep
decisions.
doing this, Raceland? It's not bad evidence. It's no evidence. Stop. Like, I don't know why you're sweeping so hard.
There is
Why are you carrying
evidence,
water so
right.
hard?
Like
why are you carrying water so hard?
Saying that like a TikTok video came out saying that they like this guy says I saw a bunch of people steal something. Technically that is like evidence of some sort, but like we wouldn't really consider it like evidence of any sort of voter fraud, because we would have to like verify what happened there before we would say this TikTok video is evidence of voter fraud. But to just say, I believe the TikTok video, therefore I went and rushed the Capitol, that's kind of insane.
Well, I don't think the evidence is that like shallow. I think there's more evidence than just like Trump saying that the election was stolen.
Oh, I'd like to know. What was it? What was it, Raceland?
I know one thing that's commonly cited is when they counted the mail-in ballots at like I think it was like 12 a.m. the numbers just shot up, right? Like out of quote unquote nowhere.
You understand like that was predicted, and that was like actually everybody knew that was going to happen. Anyone who is looking into what would happen with mail-in ballots and the fact that they take a little bit longer to count, they come in later, and when they do start coming in, they're likely going to be mostly Democrats, because Trump and all of his fucking freaks told everybody not to use mail-in ballots because they're fraud.
Literally, if you watch the news stations on the night of, all of them are saying they're all going to be counting through the night into the next day. The counts are going to continue going, and that because Biden is the only one like encouraging people to use mail-in ballots, by far the majority of them are going to be for Biden. Like, we all knew this, so it wasn't
right. But this is information that we have. But I mean, clearly they didn't have that information, or they wouldn't be using that as justification for it, right?
They did have that information.
Everybody had that information.
They did. Everybody knew. The only people who denied it.
Citing this are just lying. Like you don't think they're uneducated?
Yes,
you think they're just lying?
Yes, Raceland.
I don't think so. I'm sorry. Just uneducated. I don't think they understand.
Hold on. I'm just real quick. I'm saying that the news stations are all saying this, right? If they know that the number shot up, if they see that the number shot up, they know that because they got it from the news stations. And so if they're getting it from the news stations, they hear the news stations all saying over and over and over that, yes, these are all going to be by far the majority for Biden, because Biden is the only one encouraging people to use mail-in ballots. Trump literally told people to go vote in person and not to use mail-in ballots. Like, he literally said it over and over and over throughout the entire fucking election.
Also, I don't know if you know this, Raceland, but Rudy Giuliani admitted that he lied. He said he never came up with any evidence, and when they asked him, like, why did you say the things you said then? Why did you say it was stolen? Why did you say the voting machines? Why did you say the mail-in ballots? Blah, blah, blah. He said, lying is my First Amendment right.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he's disbarred, Raceland. That's why he's disbarred as a lawyer.
Sure. I mean, it's kind of irrelevant, though, to be honest with you. I don't understand how we even ended up on the insurrectionists and not, like, I don't understand how we ended up on this side of the conversation. I don't, like...
Okay, I'll explain to you how we ended up here, okay? I'll explain to you how we ended up here. We ended up here because you said it's fine for a president to just yell from the mountaintops things he believes with no evidence. And then we got into what the evidence was.
I still think it's fine.
And then we've explained to you that there wasn't any. And then you said, whoa, so what? Did they just lie? And I said, yes, they did. And now I've explained to you that they were actually just lying. Now, if you're not a retard, you could put two and two together.
Yeah, but you can't prove that they knew that they were lying.
I'd like to hear from you, Race.
Other than Rudy Giuliani. Like, obviously, if Rudy Giuliani had admitted to him lying, that's another thing.
What about the other lawyer that
I gotta correct something before you guys move forward. I gotta correct something. When we're saying we don't know if somebody's lying, we do this all the time. Like, we always, like, if somebody says, okay, I killed this person because I felt like my life was in danger, like, we have to, like, figure out if there was an incentive for them to kill them, or if they were just, like, actually engaging in self-defense. We can figure out people's state of mind based on what is in front of them, what evidence they had at the time, because we assume people are logical beings. So if we know that Trump had tons of investigations done through the DOJ, through his own lawyers, through tons of people, and everybody's telling him the election was not stolen. There's no evidence of widespread voter fraud. And he tells all of them to move forward anyways, as though there was widespread voter fraud and as though the election was stolen. We can see this and say, okay, we see somebody who has motivation to try to steal an election. He has all of the evidence available to him, and he still acted as somebody who was wanting to steal an election. So when he starts going around saying the election was stolen, we can say, yes, based on the evidence he had at the time, that he did not think the election was stolen. This is how we do this. This is how we figure out intent.
So you're saying that the investigations were out before January 6th? All the investigations were concluded and all the information was out there?
Yes. So when Donald Trump goes to the DOJ and he tells them that he wants them to send letters to all of the states saying that they want them to tell every state that it was all 7 of the states that he tried to steal, that he did the fake elector scheme in. He wanted the DOJ to tell all 7 of those states that their elections were fraudulent and that they have to redo them and that they're under investigation and blah, blah, blah. And everybody in the DOJ said, no, we're not going to do this. And then they all threatened to quit, and Bill Barr had to resign because everybody was threatening to quit over the stuff that Trump was doing.
Yeah, but what investigation was completed before January 6th? I'm sorry.
Yes, they did these investigations already. Bill Barr and the DOJ had already done their investigations on whether or not there was evidence of widespread voter fraud. And this is when I'm saying this, I'm saying that all of this happened before December 20th, where all of the states certified their electors in their state capitals.
So there was investigations. What investigation was completed prior to January 6th exactly?
Tons of them. There were already court cases that were completed at this point.
So
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, this is.
I know the court cases were completed.
You can go listen to Barr.
I haven't seen any investigations.
Okay,
completed.
So here's this is disputing President Donald Trump's persistent, baseless claims. Attorney General William Barr declared Tuesday's U.S. Justice Department uncovered no evidence of widespread voter fraud that could change the outcomes of the 2020 election. Barr's comments in an interview with Associated Press contradict the concerted effort by Trump, his boss, to subvert the results of last month's voting and block President-elect Joe Biden from taking his place in the White House. Barr told the AP that the U.S. Attorney and the FBI agents have been working to follow up specific complaints and information they've received, but to date, we have not seen fraud on a scale that could have affected the different outcomes of the election. The comments, which drew immediate criticism from Trump's attorneys, were especially notable coming from Barr, who has been one of the president's most adherent allies. Before the election, he had repeatedly raised the notion that mail-in voting could be especially vulnerable to fraud during the coronavirus pandemic, as Americans feared going to the polls and instead chose to vote by mail. More to Trump's liking, Barr revealed in the AP interview that in October, he had appointed U.S. Attorney John Durham as special counsel, giving the prosecutor authority to continue to investigate the origins of Trump-Russia probe after Biden takes over, and making it difficult to fire him. Biden hasn't made... anyways, this is them saying that, yes, Barr told him ahead of time, and this is why Barr resigned around this time, was because Trump was
which
continuing.
Investigations?
It literally just said, Barr just said that they continued to look into complaints about voter fraud, and they found nothing that would actually have changed the outcome of the election.
Okay, so Barr did investigations.
The U.S. Attorney General's office, yes, and the DOJ, yes. The Department of Justice did this. It says Barr went to the White House Tuesday for a previously scheduled meeting that lasted hours. or it lasted about 3 hours. Trump didn't directly comment on the attorney general's remarks about the election, but his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, and his political campaign issued a scathing statement claiming that, with all due respect, the attorney general that here hasn't been any semblance of an investigation into the president's complaints. Other administration officials who have come out forcefully against Trump's allegations of voter fraud evidence have been fired. But it's not clear whether Barr might suffer the same fate. He maintains a lofty position with Trump, and despite their differences, the two see eye to eye on quite a lot. Still, Senate Democratic leaders, Chuck Schumer, quipped, I guess he's the next one to be fired. And then, yeah, he did, as I said, he ended up resigning. But from what I understand, he didn't resign because Trump made him. He resigned because the entire DOJ threatened to quit if he didn't. So
interesting. Okay.
So also,
and just, I'm sorry, just real quick. The next thing here, I'm sorry, I will butt out after this, but it says, last month, Barr issued a directive to U.S. attorneys across the country, allowing them to pursue any substantial allegations of voter irregularities during the 2020 presidential election was certified, despite no evidence that at the time there was widespread voter fraud. That memorandum gave prosecutors the ability to go around alongside Justice Department policy that normally would prohibit such overt actions before the election was certified. Soon after it was issued, the department top election crime official announced he would step aside from that position because of the memo. The Trump campaign team, led by Giuliani, has been alleging a widespread conspiracy by Democrats to dump millions of illegal votes into the system with no evidence. They have filed multiple lawsuits in battleground states alleging that partisan poll watchers didn't have a clear enough view at polling sites in some locations, and therefore something illegal must have happened. The claims have been repeatedly dismissed, including by Republican judges who have ruled the suits lack evidence. But local Republicans in some battleground states have followed Trump in making unsupported claims, prompting grave concerns over potential damages in American democracy. Trump himself continues to rail against the election in tweets and said interviews through his own admission has said the 2020 election was the most secure election ever. He recently allowed the administration to begin transition over to Biden, but he still refuses to admit he lost. So this is them talking about Biden or Barr doing the investigation, and then on top of that, people who said, like Powell and Giuliani and all of them have admitted that they lied about the election being stolen and have been convicted for it as well.
So yeah, like the three lawyers on his team who have since been disbarred, they pled guilty. They pled guilty in Georgia. Sidney Powell, Cheesebro, and Jenna Ellis. Jenna Ellis worked with Julia, and I'm not even talking about Giuliani, who was also all a part of this. They've all admitted that they basically didn't have the evidence they had, or they manipulated evidence to make it look like there was voter fraud. Sidney Powell for illegally accessing voting equipment after the election, Cheesebro for gathering fake electors who had cast illegitimate votes for Trump, and Jenna Ellis for lying to lawmakers about voter fraud. Jenna Ellis is the one who cut up that video of those people saying that there was like fucking votes in bags and they were being hidden in Georgia. And Rudy Giuliani also was a part of that. He presented that video, they cut it up and totally lied, because when you play the full video, you can see where all of the ballots are at every moment. They cut that video to make it look like they were committing voter fraud. Like, I don't understand how a man, unless you think he is a literal retard, in which case I don't know how you could ever defend him being a president in any way, shape, or form. He's surrounded by people who he sought out to represent him when the people around him told him there was no voter fraud and that the election wasn't stolen. He went and sought these people out because they were telling him what he wanted to hear. He was fucking lawyer shopping to get the answer that he wanted.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess with this new evidence, I would say that it looks like Trump was most likely lying. But it still isn't convincing for trying to say that he was sending people to the Capitol to go and
Hang on.
like
Hang on. If he was
break into
lying,
the Capitol.
if he was lying about an election being stolen, what would be the purpose of lying and telling people that the election was stolen? What is the purpose of doing something like that? You've just conceded that you think he was lying, right? Why would somebody do that? I want to hear what you think.
I mean, it's pretty clear he wanted to overturn the election. Like it's. I mean, I wouldn't have even. Even at the beginning, like before I knew all this, I would have already conceded that. That's not what I'm
This is
arguing
why
against.
this is why I'm confused then, because if that's the purpose of lying, then what would be the purpose of telling a huge group of people who are on January 6th getting together for a big protest to go to the Capitol where the election is being certified? What would be the purpose to lying?
To protest.
To lie to them.
To get them to
what?
protest. To get them to protest.
To get them riled up, right?
To get them to protest.
To get them all riled up?
To protest, yes. To get them to go to the Capitol and protest.
And do you think he just wanted them to stand outside and make a bit of noise?
I can't say for sure, but I don't see any evidence to
what would be
to
the
the
point?
contrary.
What would be the point? Do you think that them standing outside the Capitol protesting was going to delay the certification, which was his goal, right? We've just conceded that point.
Well, I think he wanted to.
Why would that matter?
Why would it matter that people were protesting outside the Capitol?
What would that achieve, other than just a bit of like content?
I mean, people get concessions from protests all the time. In this case,
Stop the Steal was
I
one
would
of the
have
things
to.
he was saying. What? So you think he just sent them out there to just start yelling, "Stop the Steal," in the hopes that they would just see a bunch of people outside and
My interpretation of it is he wanted them to go and protest. To go and protest so that there's more incentive for the Republican congressmen to help Trump in delaying the votes.
And how were they meant to do that? Not like just by not certifying it.
To get support, to get more support from the Republican people in Congress to delay the certification of the vote. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And just to be clear, I don't have evidence that he wanted them to go inside. I think he was happy that they went inside and was willing to leave it alone once they did.
I don't think you can argue.
But that was what I was saying the whole time, was that there's no evidence that he wanted them to go inside and break into the Capitol.
Yeah, but I was gonna say, but I would say he incited it anyways. I would say that either way, he still incited the entire thing. Once you tell people that the election was stolen from them, that exactly. Just they ought to go in there anyways. And so I can believe that he's dumb enough to not know that that's obviously going to be the outcome of his statements. But regardless, it is I would still say
you
that
still
he did incite
something, right?
Yeah.
I feel to remove when people say he didn't incite an insurrection, I understand what you're trying to say is he didn't mean to incite an insurrection. But he did incite. He did. He incited people. He didn't know what they were going to do. Nobody could be 100% sure. It's not like he had people. I don't think there's any evidence that he knew that they were going to break in. At this point, I don't think there is evidence that he knew. He did have part of the fake elector scheme. And when that fell through, he probably thought, well, the only thing left is if people in Congress or Mike Pence can just do it for us and we can rile a bunch of people up. I don't think he planned on them breaking into the Capitol and being complete fucking morons, but they did. And I think that he played a large part in the incitement.
And just for chat, you guys don't have to keep what about it. You guys don't have in chat. You guys don't have to keep doing the whataboutisms about like BLM. Like nobody here supports the fucking riots. So you're not arguing with anybody
we're
here
not
with your
supporting
fucking
the riots.
whataboutisms. Like nobody here is going to be like, yeah, the fucking BLM riots, those were great. Like nobody here is defending that shit. So you can stop with your whataboutisms about other shit that we're not going to defend because, yes, we are not like you. We are not going to defend this sort of shit. So,
yeah. So like so he did incite something. He did incite them. Whether or not he knew it would turn into that, that's one thing. Okay, that's fine. But he still incited them. And then the whole reason of me bringing up the 3 hours, like him sitting there with a Diet Coke watching while people were calling for him to call it off. People were coming into his office over and over again saying, please stop this. Please put some word out. Please do something. You have to get out there. You have to tell them to stop. He didn't for 3 hours. He watched it on TV. That's what he did. So, in my opinion, whether he knew it was going to happen is not what I give a fuck about. It's the fact that when it was happening, he didn't do anything to stop it. He was happy it was happening. He was enjoying it.
Well, I don't think that adds up to him trying to get the National Guard there 3 days prior still.
I don't either. That's why I don't know why you bring it up. To me, that doesn't mean fucking dog shit. It means dog shit to me.
Well, then
I think it's a stupid thing that you brought up, and I think you sound fucking retarded for bringing it up.
It came out of their own fucking mouths. Like it came out of their own mouths. Like you guys didn't read the whole transcript. Like,
hang on, it doesn't make sense for you to go back the 3 days prior to it happening and say, look, he did care. 3 days before it, he said, get the National Guard. Why the fuck do you think that makes a difference? Why do you think that makes a difference?
Hold on.
Again, she's not saying that she
when
meant
it was
for...
happening, he didn't do anything.
Hold on. Wrestling, she's not saying that he meant for it to be an insurrection again. Like she's not saying that like his plan was for there to be an insurrection.
Well, I'm doing this because that's what my entire point was this whole time, was that he did not mean for it to be an insurrection.
No, I brought up the fact that he sat around and was watching it happen because he was enjoying. Like if he cared the way that you seem to think he cared, because he wanted the National Guard 3 days before. You brought it up because you said, well, he did care. He wanted the National Guard 3 days before. I'm saying he didn't.
He didn't. He did care. He didn't want there to be an insurrection.
When it was happening, he
That's my
didn't
opinion.
care though. When it was happening, he didn't care though. So what changed? Don't you think he should care even more when it got out of hand, if he cared?
From my understanding, he was saying, from what I remember, and I could be wrong, so I might have to, like, I'm playing a game right now, so I might have to look this up again. But from what I remember, I believe he was saying that Antifa was going to show up. And so I don't think that he was, like, saying that there needed to be National Guard there for his followers. Yeah, I believe he thought that Antifa was going to show up to protest his rally. And so he wanted National Guard there for that stuff. But I could be wrong. But that is, to the best of my recollection, what happened.
I just don't
think I remember
would...
anything about Antifa and I don't know. I don't.
Well, you remember immediately after January 6th, they were all saying it wasn't them, it was Antifa.
It wasn't them.
And the
it was
reason
Antifa.
that they were saying that is because Trump was saying ahead of time that it was going to be Antifa there, and so it
trying to stir it up.
Yeah.
Hey, but I mean, it's like I was saying. I don't think it adds up that he meant it to be an insurrection, and I also think the bigger failing of the day of January 6th was on the Secretary of Defense and not Trump. Those were my two things in my initial comments that Mantis responded to.
Wait, the Secretary of Defense.
That's cool.
I thought that. Wait, hold on.
The generals and the Secretary of Defense. Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay. You're talking about like the. What is it called? The Sergeant of Arms for the Capitol? The Sergeant
I'm
of
talking
Arms
about the Secretary of Defense. And the Secretary of Defense has control over the DC National Guard, like second to Trump.
Yeah, sure. But the normally, like, so in this case, the sergeant of arms, the Capitol Police, like these are normally the people that we would put in charge of these sorts of things. They're the ones who would normally like dictate what help they have and what help they don't have. And Sund, the Capitol Police chief, is saying that he kept calling for National Guard, but he called the sergeant of arms, and the sergeant of arms is saying, I never got these calls. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. And so like all of these stories that we were just reading from Sund, where he's saying shit about like, yeah, they said it would look bad if we had the National Guard out here. So they said no, like that's Sund. And that was the chief of police. But he kept saying that, yes, he even on the day of, he was calling them, asking the sergeant of arms, which everybody keeps changing to say it was Nancy Pelosi that he called. But it wasn't. It's not Nancy Pelosi. The sergeant of arms is the person that he called, that he says he called. And that was... yeah, that there's like the sergeant of arms says he never got this call. There's never been like any evidence that these calls happened, but it would be the sergeant of arms who you would call to give to get help from and to
typically
make
right, unless someone above them is saying that we want the DC National Guard nowhere near the Capitol. Right, because even if you look at the transcript, the commanding general of the DC National Guard, he said that basically, here, hold on, I can read it.
Well, from what I remember, it was Sund who said that they said that it was bad optics.
No, this is testimony from the commanding general.
Okay.
Of the National Guard. He said it would not be in his best interest. Or in his best military interest to advise to send a National Guard to the U.S. Capitol at this time. Military presence could make the situation worse, and the optics are bad.
Okay. That was in the one that you sent earlier?
Well,
yes.
Okay.
Okay, well, that doesn't actually sound totally unreasonable. Like, it didn't really work out. You can, in hindsight, probably say, well, fuck that, we did need them after all. But at the time, under pressure, there are probably a ton of reasons why you would hesitate to get the military out on the citizens of the country, no?
I mean, sure, but we're talking about because of optics. Like,
well, it wouldn't really matter one way. Hold on, wait, hold on, no, stop. We're arguing about the wrong thing. That from what I understand. Hold on, no, Mantis, no, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you right now. Do not leave. I'm talking to you. I thought that what you guys were talking about was whether or not Trump, like it was Trump's fault that the National Guard wasn't there. And so if he's saying that this person made the decision for the National Guard not to be there, then what you would argue against isn't whether or not that was like a reasonable thing, but just whether or not it's Trump's fault. I thought that's what the conversation was about. Am I wrong?
No, I don't give a shit about that. I didn't come in saying it was his fault. That's my issue is that Raceland seems to think that Trump doesn't really have much culpability at all. And I want to know
day of January 6th, yes.
He has. Yes, he's saying on the day of January 6th, and apparently even in the lead up, he's pretty much removing all culpability or accountability from Trump, and he's putting it on, and you notice what he's doing. He's finding all the other people who were a part of a team who should have been controlling that whole situation, including the head of the fucking nation, right? But apparently Trump isn't a part of any of it now. Apparently now it's the defense secretary, it's the head of the National Guard, it's all these other people. It's not got anything to do with Trump. None of it.
Well, so
what I'm saying is,
Raceland, was that the
6th,
argument? Just real quick, Raceland, was that the argument that you were making? Was that you're saying that we can't blame Trump for the National Guard not being there because these guys were the ones who made the decision for the National Guard not to be there?
Yes, that is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So then if she's saying that she's not arguing against that, then what is the disagreement?
That was what the original comment was about, actually. Like, that was the original comment was about that.
the whole way this started, but I keep getting interrupted by Tom, who wants to have a separate fucking conversation. The whole reason this started is because I'm saying that if he cared about the fact that there was an insurrection, right? Why did he sit around? This is how it started. I said, why did he sit around on the day of when it was happening for 3 hours and not do anything? And not only did he not do anything, but he had his lawyers calling around, and he palmed people off. He ignored the people who were asking him to do something. And then B, he had his lawyers calling around during the riot, trying to get the certification delayed, putting pressure on them. Instead of doing something to stop the insurrection, he had them just try and, under pressure, delay the certification, which in my opinion was a very good opportunity to do the thing he really actually wanted to do.
Okay, just be clear, I don't want to have
And
a
then
separate
he
conversation.
said-
I was just trying to tie the knot because you guys are having separate
I'm not
conversations.
finished.
I'm just saying that you guys
And
were
then
having
he
separate
said,
conversations.
and
So
then
that's
he
it.
said, and then he said, and then he said, well, if he didn't, he didn't say this, but it was in response to that. If he didn't care, then why did he request the National Guard 3 days before? That's why we're here.
If he wanted there to be an insurrection, why did he request the National Guard 3 days before? Is what I said.
And I said, and so you can say that he might not have wanted to have the insurrection, but he didn't do anything to stop it, right?
Yeah, I'm saying that the evidence is against him wanting there to be an insurrection. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Like,
I don't think anyone cares, but I don't think that matters for anything. It's about what he did on the day. It's about the incitement in his speech. It's about the incitement beforehand. It's about all of the things that lead up to an insurrection. He didn't need to have he's not. There's a reason why I don't think anyone's arguing that he planned for an insurrection. No one's arguing that he planned for an insurrection.
Heard people argue.
They're arguing that he incited one. Do you understand what the difference is?
No, I've heard people say directly that he sent the people to the Capitol.
I'm not people.
I don't know what you argued, but I'm just.
Well, I'm arguing that he incited.
You're saying nobody is arguing it. I'm saying I've argued with people that have said that he.
Well, I'm not saying
people...
that. I'm saying he incited it.
Okay, well.
But you can't argue against that, can you? Now that you've admitted that it looks like
incited
he did lie.
the insurrection. No, I don't.
Now that you've admitted that
I don't think he wanted there to be an
lie.
insurrection. So he wouldn't have incited an insurrection because he clearly didn't want
intentionally
there to be an
inciting it and inciting it are two different things. She's saying he incited it. You're arguing whether or not he did it intentionally.
Yes, exactly. I might not have. Yeah, exactly. It's pretty much just that. It's as simple as that. It's not a very fucking hard concept.
Okay, so again, do you want me to just say that he incited an insurrection? I
just want to know if you think he played any role whatsoever, because I want to hear it out of slimy motherfuckers' mouths. Who, it's funny, you literally conceded before that you think, given what was just read out to you, all of that evidence, that it looks like he lied. And if he knowingly lied about things, what the fuck would be the purpose in knowingly lying about something? So all of that contributes to incitement. You're inciting people when you lie to them and get them all worked up about something that's not really happening. No? So, yeah, I like to hear from people. You might not think he intentionally meant to have an insurrection, but what role, if any, did he play in incitement? Did he do anything?
Sure, he incited people. I still don't think he incited an insurrection, though. That's
okay. So do you understand why it sounds insane when you say we can now see the consequences when people incite people and things happen? There's a reason why when people in power, they have to be a little bit strategic about the way that they break news. Even during COVID, you have to be strategic about the way you tell the public about a pandemic, because you don't want the entire fucking country freaking out and running outside and start killing each other because they're in a panic. There's a reason why people in power don't try and panic the public, right? There's a reason why they're meant to have more responsibility with how they say things and what they say. That's the problem here, is that he was the president of the USA.
How do you think they should be held accountable? Just out of curiosity. I don't mean to cut you off. I just
Who,
really
Trump?
want to ask this question. Yeah. No, how do you
Trump?
think anybody should be held accountable? Like for example, if they think there's some sickness and there isn't, and they go out and say there's a big sickness and everybody gets scared of this false sickness, how should they be held
I
accountable?
would say they could. I would say they could probably lose their job. They could be fined. Maybe they could, given depending on
How
the
do you-
circumstances, depending on what resulted, like what happened on January 6th, they should go to fucking jail, and they definitely shouldn't be allowed to run for president again. That's what I think.
Yeah,
that's a good
at
punishment,
minimum,
in my
the,
opinion.
the country should probably have a conversation about it, and everybody should agree that they did this thing, and then the country should not want to vote for
Bare
the person
minimum.
again.
They take some account, like some. It's like after some shitty thing happens, people hold like a truth and reconciliation tribunal, right? And it's because taking accountability for something you did wrong that might have inflamed tension. Let's say before genocide, they did it in Rwanda. They have a truth and reconciliation committee, and it wasn't even necessarily to give them like a punishment, because the punishment had already happened. Everyone was fucking dead. So the reason why they hold things like that is to get people to stand up and say, yep, I did this thing, I fucked up, I contributed. And then it's meant to like make people, it's like the first step towards some kind of accountability happening.
So I don't think I really got an answer there. Just let me make it more specific. So if a president says, like, incites something about something that isn't true, who should hold the president accountable?
I just said
She
to
did
you,
say the people.
I
But
literally
who
gave
specifically?
you four,
Who?
That wasn't your question before, so I just want
Okay.
to make it clear that I
Okay,
did give
well,
you an answer. I
yeah,
gave you
I'm
four.
changing it and making it more specific now. So
Okay, yeah, you're moving the
who-
goalposts because you didn't like the answer. I get it.
no. I just didn't get an answer to what I was trying to ask. I don't know if it was that fault of my question or, but it doesn't really matter.
Well, I'm not quite sure how, if like given the Supreme Court's ruling, if it's even possible now. But before that ruling, Jack Smith and his counsel had an indictment already laid out. Like he was facing criminal charges, right? You can criminally charge a president, especially if they're acting out of their duty.
So you think the justice system should be able to
Yes.
hold the president accountable, like to imprison the president, or
It depends. It depends what happened. Yeah, in the case of the people revolted and tried to overthrow the government, yeah, at least he shouldn't be able to run for president again. Maybe he should go to jail too. I'm not sure. It depends.
Like wrestling, let's say that the there's evidence that comes out. Somebody like a general within the Pentagon comes out and he says, the president has given us instructions that Russia is on their way here with tanks in the military, and that we are to stand down and allow them to take over. Like, is this something that we think we should now like probably arrest the president for and like stop him, and then get somebody in power who is going to order them to stop Russia from taking over our government? Or is the president allowed to just hand the country over to somebody else?
I mean, the problem comes in where are you placing the authority to basically overthrow or imprison the highest duly elected official?
Generally, we can't.
Right.
Okay, you keep doing this thing. You
after.
keep doing this thing, and I'm already noticing where you're going with this, Raceland. And it's really fucking boring. You're doing this thing where like the president, the highest living being with power in our country, the president. Yes, it's called justice. You don't like the justice system? Is this like a fucking hot take now that when somebody does something criminal that you seek justice and they get punished? Is it just because they're the president that you get all fucking weirded out because there's the potential for like something inappropriate to happen? What about when they actually do something fucked up?
I think his question is about authority. Like, who has the
yeah.
authority to tell the president what they can and can't do, I think is his question.
Well, that's exactly because we've now had
Who should have the authority, right?
Now that you've had this president, this was the question posited to your country, and unfortunately, your country is retarded, and the Supreme Court decided after he requested it, essentially, that he pretty much just gets away with it, right? He's just.
I don't think they decided.
He basically has absolute criminal immunity in this case.
I mean, I guess maybe it would extend into what he says, right?
Well, we don't
Like,
know because you have to go to the lower courts, and then they have to decide whether it was whether it was part of his duty or not. And it's like obvious, but essentially what they've decided upon voting him back in as president is that nothing's really going to come of this. Like, the people of your country decided that it doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter what my opinion is. I would have said maybe don't grant the criminal who just tried to overthrow the government, essentially, criminal immunity, absolute, or whatever the other one was, presumed. But you did, so that's your country's.
Yeah, I mean, I would say based on like our like system, we can't actually hold the president accountable while he's president. Like, we would have to impeach him.
Yeah.
The
yeah,
scenario,
I think that's the way it should be.
Yeah, we would have to impeach him, and
fine.
then if we impeach him, then what? Like, then of course after that, then he should be held accountable by some courts. He did get impeached for January 6th, and so he the Senate, if the Senate had like straight up said like he didn't do this and he's innocent of it, I maybe would have a different opinion. But because the Senate instead said he's not president anymore, so we're not going to vote for a conviction on someone who's not president currently, we don't think that it makes sense to like vote to convict on something to remove somebody from a position that they're not currently in. If they hadn't said that and instead said he's innocent, then maybe maybe I'd have a different position on this. But because they didn't say he was innocent, I felt like, yeah, it made sense to continue some sort of prosecution on this, especially after he was president and no longer in the office.
Well, I just asked that question because I was curious, because Mantis earlier was going on about how the president shouldn't just be able to say like whatever he wants, and the responsibility, and
yeah,
I was
but
just
again,
wondering who
she is mostly talking about
decides that.
responsibility though. And when it comes to responsibility, like, it doesn't have to be like a legal thing. She's not necessarily, and she even said this, it's not necessarily a legal thing. That like, it could just be that the people don't vote this guy back in the next time because they don't think he's responsible enough. Like, it wasn't necessarily a legal thing from her perspective, but you're making it like only legal.
Well, because she asked me, like, do you think the president should be able to say this? And I was like, yeah, I think the president should be able to say
When
that.
she says be able, again, she means without any sort of accountability, again, from like from the people. Like, are the people not going to hold this person accountable? She's saying, do you think this is an okay thing for him to do, to where you're not going to call him out for it, to where you're not going to say, hey, this is bad? Like, if I do something on my stream,
testing your
if I like sexually harass, if I sexually harass a girl, I'm very unlikely to like go to jail for it or something like that. But instead, people would call me out. They would probably make a big deal about it and say, hey, this guy's like a piece of shit. Like, that's what would happen. But it's not like, oh, you think he shouldn't be allowed to harass women? Well, who's gonna fucking lock him up, huh? Who's the judge? Like, well, everybody's the judge. And that's why we have these conversations.
Yeah, so the reason my answers to that question, those questions were like yes, like they should be able to, is like because I thought some sort of like legal consequence was implied, or some like.
Well, it can potentially be. I mean, if they find that, like, for example, if they found that him getting fake electors and trying to like steal an election, essentially, based on knowingly lying about it being stolen from him, then some of those things that he said could be used in an impeachment against him for fucking treason. Like, you can get you can get kicked out of office for committing high crimes and treason and bribery and shit. No, isn't that like in the Constitution?
Yeah, so it would be Congress, and that's why we said
4?
impeaching is the thing, because they would high crimes and misdemeanors are something that Congress would hold the president accountable for. This is how our checks and balances work, and Congress would be the ones who hold the president.
Yeah, so it is possible. It is possible. Like, if you want to make it about legal, it is possible for somebody to do something so unethical as to be removed from office.
Technically, just to be
possible.
crystal clear, the impeachment proceedings are not a legal process; they're a political process. But we're saying that, like, once there is an impeachment, it would make sense to then turn around and hold this person legally accountable afterwards through, like, the DOJ or something like that.
That's usually what happens. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to clear that up because the questions earlier were I don't know. I guess I misunderstood them.
Yeah, no, I tried clearing it up a couple of times, but it kept getting like kind of lost. But she wasn't saying like necessarily legal. When she's saying, do you think he should be able to do this, she doesn't mean like, do you think he should be allowed to do this without getting
morally.
arrested? Yeah. She's asking, do you think it's a good thing for him to
morally,
do?
do you think somebody with that amount of power, do you think it's a good thing for them to do, to lie, essentially, to the people that he's meant to be protecting? And you think it's like a moral question about, do you think it's a good thing for the president of the United States to lie to this degree? And specifically, I understand that they do lie sometimes. And I understand that sometimes it's for good reason. But I just, in this case, I don't think it was a good thing to incite people in that way through lies, which is what I believe he did.
Yeah, it's just when you ask me, like, should someone be able to do it? It's like, I think they should be able to do pretty much. I mean, what they should be able to say pretty much whatever they want to say. If the mechanism to hold them accountable.
Should be able to call African Americans the N-word too, right? Like, I don't know, at what point?
Yeah, I think they should be able to say anything that they want to say.
Yeah.
And then if you're talking about the mechanism to hold them accountable coming from like Congress, who are also elected officials, then I guess as quote unquote being able to, that's it's just, I don't know. Like I said, I think I just misunderstood what you were saying.
Okay.
Because yes, I think they should be able to say like literally anything they want to say. That doesn't mean I don't think that they should be held accountable. Shouldn't be held accountable by Congress. I don't think they should be held accountable by the DOJ most of the time, or pretty much all the time. I think it should almost always be done by Congress. But
again, I think most people, when they're looking for like accountability for Donald Trump, it's legal is like one aspect that would be like, good, but like the main thing is that people wouldn't defend it. They wouldn't defend it. They wouldn't vote him in again. They wouldn't like immediately turn around and say, oh, this is fine. There's literally nothing wrong with this. And I think that that's like part of people's issue when they're saying like, oh, you think he should just be able to like get away with this? He should just be allowed to do this? It's like they're, if you go do these things and it's proven over and over, and then everybody just votes you in again because they don't give a fuck how much you lie to them. That is the thing that I think most people are going to struggle with, is that like, his own followers, his own voting base is okay with being lied to.
Yeah, I think that's honestly, Trump is just a symptom of a failing two-party system, in my opinion. But I don't know if that's really the topic for today. So you probably have other people I want to call in.
I mean, he's not even part of the party, though. Like, that's part of the thing, though, is that he's not even part of the party. He's an outsider, and he's able to come in and run within the party, which is why I think the two-party system works, is because people like Trump, people like Bernie Sanders, there's tons of, there's like a bunch of independents in Congress, and there's like it's not, the parties change all the time. Their values change, what it is they're looking for changes, what their the policies that they're pushing for change, and that yes, it is like based on a democratic process that the two-party system works just fine because they continue to change and adapt based on what it is that the population wants. This is why these two parties have been around so long, is because both of them have continued to allow people from the outside to run from within the party. And if they win within the party, then that's what their voters want. Done.
Well, I don't actually agree with that, because I think the reason that Trump is elected is because we have a two-party system, because he was able to get into the two-party system, and you only have two options, and if they were already bad, and like if both options were already bad, it's like constantly choosing between the worst of the worst, right?
Yeah, but it's not only two people. Trump in 2016 ran against 16 other people. Biden in 2020 ran against 22 other people. Like, they didn't just
right,
have
but he was only able to do that because he has like 30% of the Republican
yeah, he had 30.
base.
Yeah, 33%. Yeah, true.
That's the only reason he's able to do that, right? If there was not a two-party system, that 33% of the Republican base matters a lot less.
Yeah, true.
What about the guy? There's the guy who's defending Cheesebro, I think Cheesebro, which is one of the guys who came up with the Eastman memos and basically committed treason against your country. He recommended that the United States needs 4 parties: progressives, Democrats, I think he said like libertarians or conservatives or something, and fascists. That was his recommendation. Where do you think Trump would fit?
Where do I think Trump would fit?
Yeah, MAGA.
I don't know. Trump kind of has his own kind of political party, honestly. Like, he's really left-leaning on a lot of issues and really right-leaning on some issues. It's really weird.
I'd put him in fascist, but yeah, that's just me.
Okay, I did have a bunch of people who were calling during that, but is there?
Okay.
Did you guys settle that? You got Mantis W?
No, I think we settled it. It's cool.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't trying to change the topic, Mantis. There was a bunch of. It was literally both of you having separate conversations that I was trying to get on track because there were just misunderstandings. But I didn't want to interrupt, and I apologize for doing that at the beginning. Just kind of.
Sometimes I just have like a line that, even though I'm aware that you're better at this than me, I'm not very good at debate. So I'm sure that you're like, oh yeah, you're not really going down a line. You're retarded. Let me like retard wrangle you. That's what it feels like. It's like, okay, well, I did kind of have a line I'm going down, and then you interrupt it, and then I don't have a line anymore. I just have to go with your line. It's like kind of annoying.
Okay. All right. Thanks, guys.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Yeah, if you guys want to call in, the fastest way is to join the Discord. So I am going to prioritize the Discord. I'll put the phone number back up in just a minute. If you don't want to join Discord, I will put the phone number back up if there's nobody in the waiting room. But currently, there is somebody in the waiting room, and so I have said that if you join the waiting room, I am going to give you first dibs on calling in. So, yeah, I'm going to pull in Depress Express. Depress Express.
Yeah. Express. Yeah. Dude, I remember when we first talked about this. This was like back in December 24th. We talked about having a January 6th discussion.
Having a January 6th. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. I was hoping you'd call in today. Let's go.
Yes, I was, dude. This was like my first thing. I was like, I got done playing pool. It's time to go and talk about January 6th. Let's talk about it. Oh. And I was listening to the Australian woman that was on the call before, and I was, oh my god.
Yeah, I can't stand
I was so
Australians,
disappointed.
Dude.
They don't understand how our justice system works. They don't understand, and like I don't hold it against them. There's just so many things that they do not get about our impeachment process, Congress, Senate, legislative, executive. They don't understand how our government works, like, at all.
Yeah. I mean, dude, and if you saw Australia, they're kind of
they're not
crazy,
doing too hot right now.
Yeah. Yeah, Australia's fucking
anyway,
wild. So yeah, she comes from a crazy fucking country already, you know.
Yeah, I'm not saying that she's crazy, but I'm saying that she just doesn't understand how our shit works, and there's nothing wrong with that. But
well, just to be clear, once I went over like the stuff with the impeachments and everything, she obviously agreed with that. So she wasn't looking for some sort of like authoritarian style something or another. Like it was a little bit like hard just to get past the point of like, you know, holding a president accountable or something like that. Obviously, presidents can't really be held accountable by like any sort of you know, office like police department or anything like that, but Congress, yes, like that. And obviously, yeah, she didn't disagree with this at all. So
besides what the hell are they called? Fucking conservation officers. That's the only people that can arrest the president. I don't know how that works. I don't even know if that's true or not. Well, let's Google it. Fuck it, we'll figure it out.
Is that within the Pentagon?
I think it is.
Because I think that's what I was talking about earlier. Is like when we're talking about like if you know Russia was going to invade and the president's like, hey, Pentagon, just FYI, Russia's about to come in with tanks and everything. Just lay down your arms and just let them kind of do their thing. Don't try to fight back or anything. I think that's kind of what I was talking about. I assume that that's what that's there for. But okay, January 6th.
Oh yeah, no, game wardens. That's what it is. Game wardens. They actually can arrest the president. Sorry. It's really fucking odd, but a game warden can arrest the president.
That's right, because it's national. That's right. I remember hearing this.
Yep.
That's right. That's fucking wild.
It's fucking wild. Like, of all people on the planet, like, nobody can arrest the president. I know a game warden.
Yeah, unless you shoot a fucking duck when it's not duck season, then.
Right.
Then they.
How dare you shoot that doe?
Yeah. Yeah, you can commit an insurrection, you can, you know, do all sorts of other shit, but if you shoot a fucking deer when it's duck season, you're fucked.
You're beyond fucked. Not even the president can help you. You're done. Your goose is cooked, and not the one that you shot.
Yeah, you can't go fishing without a fishing license. Yeah, you're screwed.
I never understood that, but let's get into the January 6th thing.
Let's get
Okay, so January 6th happens. President Trump tells everyone to go home. This was after 3 hours of it.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that. A lot of problems happen. A lot of stupid problems happen. For instance, Nancy Pelosi was given a list of 10,000 National Guard troops that were supposed to be there, and she denied it.
Okay, so
Mayor
this
Bowser,
is we
out.
were just talking about at the last conversation.
Mhm.
I guess you showed up in the middle of it because we started the conversation with that. There is no
I showed
evidence
up
for
very
that.
late to it.
Yeah, there is no evidence for that.
There is.
So the only thing that
There is.
happened is Trump said on like television like something like you know have you know you guys can have like 10,000 you know I forget what he said, but he said something like, you know, get everything you need, make sure you have enough security, you know, 10,000 national security officers, whatever, just make sure that you have everything you need. And that's what he said. He didn't call Nancy Pelosi and say, hey, Nancy Pelosi, here's 10,000 national security officers that I'm going to send over to you. And she said, no, I don't want them. Because first off, he wouldn't give that to Nancy Pelosi. He would call the sergeant of arms and tell him, or he would call the Capitol Police and tell him, but not Nancy Pelosi. She is not the person that he would tell.
Yeah, no. She was at the time Speaker of the House, and
Correct.
Mayor Bowser was the governor of Washington D.C. at the time, I do believe. And yes, you would have to contact Capitol Police, and I'm reading a news article right now, and it says the former chief of the U.S. Capitol Police says security officials at the House and Senate rebuffed his early requests to call in National Guard ahead of a demonstration.
Yes, again, Sergeant. Yes, that's Sund, and Sund says that he called the sergeant of arms. Again, not Nancy Pelosi. He called the sergeant of arms, but it was somebody from the. Yes, but it was somebody. It wasn't even the sergeant of arms who turned him down. It was I think they said Miller from the Pentagon was the guy who turned them down and said that it was going to be like an optics issue. But again, not Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, no. I when I said Nancy Pelosi, that was something that Trump did say. I contacted Nancy Pelosi.
Yes.
I told her I wanted 10,000 National Guard troops. I can 100% see him saying that. But he did send it out to Stun, and he did send it out to Bowser, and they both denied him. And I for the life of me, I don't understand why they would do that.
Wait, again, hold on.
I don't.
Did you say they did offer it to Nancy Pelosi?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, I thought you said.
I don't know how. I don't remember exactly how Nancy Pelosi got brought into the conversation.
That is because Trump did say that. Trump did say that, and that is one of the first things that people bring up all the time. Is they say Nancy Pelosi turned down the National Guard, and so I always have to fight them on this. And then they'll say Sund said that he told Nancy Pelosi as well, and she said no. But then we go through, and Sund said that he called in the sergeant of arms, not Nancy Pelosi. And then it turns out that there is a video of Nancy Pelosi saying, "We fucked up here. I take full responsibility. We totally screwed up here." But that isn't her saying that she turned down the National Guard, because again, she's the Speaker of the House. She has nothing to do with that. That would be the sergeant of arms, or the Pentagon, or Donald Trump even is somebody who's the fucking commander in chief. He can do that, but again, not Nancy Pelosi.
Well, he can't. Without causing a political ruckus, he can't just be like, "I'm ordering 10,000 guards into the Capitol."
He had his rally.
That could be.
He had his rally right outside of the fucking Capitol. Yes. Of course he could. His rally is there.
But those are civilians. Those aren't troops. Okay.
Wait.
It's a completely different message.
What do you think we wanted? Wait. Hold on. Wait. No. Wait. Hold on. I just want to take like claims by a time. So, just to clarify.
Okay.
When we're talking about when we're talking about sending the National Guard to the Capitol, we're also talking about civilians. We wanted the National Guard to be there for civilians as well. So we're like, when we're talking about protecting Trump at the rally or protecting congressmen at the Capitol, like these are both at the same fucking place. And his plan was to walk from the rally to the Capitol anyways. He was planning on being at the Capitol anyways. So he totally could have ordered the National Guard to be there when he was planning on being there.
There's a difference. There is a huge difference between an order and being there. Like if you were president and you order National Guard troops to protect your inauguration, that sends an entirely different message that anybody can say, this man is planning a coup. Now, if you ask, hey, I would like to have 10,000 troops ready to go, just in case there is a huge difference. But if you request it, not order it, that it makes a big difference, a very big difference. You're ordering it, that could be indicative of a coup. You're asking for it, you're requesting it, is I'm not planning a coup. I just want to make sure everyone's safe.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That like
Hold on. Whoa, holy shit. What's going on with your mic? I can't hear you.
Okay, hold on.
It might be my earpiece. Hang on, let me switch. Sorry. You started talking really fast and you just cut out like crazy.
Shit, I'm fucked.
Hot
There's
mic.
no way for me to do this.
I can't hear you, Tom.
Hold on. You got me? You hear me now? Do you hear me now? Hello? Hello? Did he leave? Please don't fucking tell me he left. Did he leave? Hello? No, my mic's working now. My mic is definitely working now, so I don't know what... I don't know what's going on. He was checking his earpiece? Okay. Well, yeah, I don't... Oh, he did leave. Hello? Crap. My thing... You there? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it wasn't you. It was me. My mic goes out every once in a while.
Okay, yeah, no, I was like, dude, when I lost you for a second there, I was like, oh shit, is it Discord? So I just closed that Discord really fast and I rejoined and I hoped you would have noticed and you did.
My mic goes out, and then once my mic goes out, it takes like a good minute to fix it. It only takes a second to fix it for my stream, but it takes a while to fix it for my Discord. So it just takes a minute.
I got you.
Yeah. So okay, so go. So
right.
where were we? Okay, yeah, that's right. You said so. You were saying that that it would be different for him to do it for himself because it would look like he's like setting up for a coup or some shit like that. I believe that is why they didn't do it. I believe that's why the Pentagon said that they didn't want the National Guard all standing out there. But this is but yes, this is still very different from, because again, from my understanding, from what I remember, Trump was saying that Antifa was going to be there to protest his rally, and that he wanted, I think that was like one of the reasons he was saying stuff about like the National Guard being there. But yeah, obviously, as you said, once the like insurrection happens and it turns out that it is his people who's doing it, not Antifa, he did not turn around and call the National Guard while being the commander-in-chief. So
he did though.
Okay,
he did.
Hours later,
Like,
yes. Over 3 hours later, yes.
And what? Okay. When people make this argument, I have a very basic question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what is happening around you at all times? No, you're not omnipotent. You're not omniscient. If you're at a place and all of a sudden shit starts breaking out, you have an immediate reaction. And he did. He had an immediate reaction. He was talking to his people. He was doing everything that he could from the ground at that point, at that time. 3 hours later, he tells everybody to go home. He tells everybody, we're the party of law and order. We need order, respect the police, go home. Now, if you were trying to commit a coup, would you tell everyone to go home?
I don't think he was trying to commit a coup there. I don't think that the insurrection was a coup.
I don't think that the insurrection was an insurrection. I think that it was a bunch of pissed off people. They were riled up. I think that fucking signals got mixed. People make mistakes. Humans aren't perfect. And I think that a lot of people made the mistake of fighting for something when there was nothing to fight for.
Okay, I don't think the insurrection was a coup, but I do think that there was a coup. But what do you think an insurrection is? Like, when you're saying you don't think this was an insurrection, that's what you think it is instead. I don't think that anything you said like actually differentiates that from an insurrection. So what do you think an insurrection is?
I think that the party that believes in guns and freedom of speech would have showed up with a lot of guns and a lot of signs.
That doesn't tell me what an insurrection is.
Okay, an insurrection is an overthrowing of government through force. That also explains a coup. But if you want me to be
I was about to say that's more
of
like a revolution or a revolt, but I would say that like an insurrection is people using force, some sort of like violence and force to stop the government from engaging in some sort of like official process that they're supposed to engage in. So it can be it could be them trying to certify an election. It can be them trying to just like pass a bill. It can be them trying to hold like a court hearing. It can be like all sorts of things. But yes, if you do this through violence and you try to stop them from engaging in some sort of official process, I would say that is an insurrection. And I think that it's pretty clear that when they're there, chanting "Stop the Steal" during the certification of the election, and they were violent, that this is an insurrection. That's just what that is.
Okay. So, my definition of an insurrection is violence against government. That's an insurrection. Now, when you want to talk about violence against the government, let's bring up how many people died
if
on January.
If somebody starts like arresting me, and I resist arrest, since the officer that I'm resisting it doesn't matter. All you said is it's just violence against government. So now that I've resisted arrest and I'm being violent, now to you that is an insurrection. That meets your definition of insurrection.
How are you being violent?
Well, it doesn't matter. Again, no, that's not the question. Your definition does not require any other sort of type of violence. It is just violence against the government. That's it.
No, a violent uprising.
Well, that's what I'm. This is what I'm pointing out.
That's not just
this is what hold on. This is what I'm pointing out is that your definition where you say it's just violence against the government, that I'm pointing out like a problem with your definition that you would have to add a lot more to it. Otherwise, me just resisting arrest against any police officer is now an insurrection.
No, because that could be local authority, that could be county, that could be a sheriff, that could be the violence against government could be considered an insurrection. Now, if I go and I bomb a government building, that could be considered an insurrection.
Okay, so it's not just any government official, but against like a body of government.
No, yes, the body of government. I'm talking government, not just. Here's
So any body of government,
Johnny Joe Blow.
Any body of government. Okay, and so if I, so it would have to be like against like at the smallest unit we would say like a mayor's office and a city. Or is it like or a city council,
a county
in a
building.
city, but like a city is going to be the smallest form of government that we're going to use for this sort of thing.
Right.
Yeah. So I would generally agree when I say that like yes, it's going to be like violence against them to stop them from engaging in some sort of like official process. That is what we would consider an insurrection. So where you're just saying like it's a violent uprising, like I wouldn't say any violent uprising against them, because if BLM goes and uprises against a government to like protest, but they're being violent while protesting and start rioting, I wouldn't call this an insurrection necessarily. I would say that Chaz is an insurrection because they're stopping them from being able to like govern over an entire part of a city, and so that I would say is an insurrection. But that's because that is part of their process of the government, is like them being able to govern that part of the city, right?
Right. So let's.
So I feel like now you do. Well, I feel like you do. I'm giving an example, and so I think that you do just agree with my definition of insurrection. I think that we're on the same page.
I do.
Okay.
I am not disagreeing with you at all on that front. what I am disagreeing with you on is January 6th.
Sure,
And
but if we're going to
that was an
disagree
insurrection.
on whether or not it's an insurrection, we would have to get our definitions down. And so I'm just making sure that
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm
the
agreeing
definition
with
that I
you.
gave, we agree on this definition now. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So when I say that January 6th, when I say an insurrection is, yes, a violent uprising against a group of people violently uprising against a government body to stop them from engaging in some sort of official process. How does this not apply to January 6th when they're obviously chanting "Stop the Steal" while they're there? Like
violence.
So you're saying they weren't violent?
No.
Oh, you don't know
I'm saying they weren't violent.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're actually blowing my mind right now. This is the first time anybody has ever said January 6th was not violent. What?
Okay, well, define violence. That's you wanted to. Let's talk about.
I don't even think I need to define. I don't even think I need to define it. I like it. Would we say beating the shit out of a fucking cop? Would we say beating the shit out of a cop? Would we call that violence?
That would be assault, battery.
Yeah,
that
but
would
that's a type.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And then would we say maybe beating the shit out of 500 cops?
Now define beating the shit out of.
Well, I would say.
What is that? Is that a punch? Is it a poke? Is it a stabbing? Is it define violence?
Well, violence is generally some sort of like harm to something or someone. So like even if I go and I firebomb,
that's assault.
Hold on. That doesn't change anything. Assault Assault is a violent act. So you're just saying, oh, that's assault. Yes, assault is violence. Yes, of course. But assault that isn't just that. Like assault is also a threat of violence as well. It's not just acting violent. It's also a threat of violence. But these are actions that are going to cause some sort of harm. So even if I it's not just a person, but also a thing. So when we say assault is only against a person. Whereas if I firebomb a building, that is still a violent act, even though I didn't harm an individual. It doesn't matter. Arson is violent. Arson is a violent action.
Tom, I really do enjoy talking with you because I love how you know your definitions and you know how to define your argument. I love that about you. I really do. I'm going to fundamentally disagree with you on this though, because violence is not assault. Okay.
I didn't say if violence is assault. Wait, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. No. You just started off.
I know you didn't. I'm just trying to define my terms of violence versus your terms of violence, which
just be clear though. I'm saying, but just be clear. You just said violence is not assault, and I want to be clear. I'm not saying violence is assault. I'm saying assault is a type of violence. That is obviously a type of violence. But okay, go ahead.
And I'm saying that assault is not violence.
Okay.
Okay. Assault is the unwanted touching of a person. Okay, so if I'm standing next to you and I put my hand on your shoulder and you don't like it, that could be considered assault.
Sure.
Okay. Legally defining this, violence, it's meant to hurt you. If I'm standing next to you and I punch you in the face, that's violence.
Yeah, well, I said to cause harm. So, like, yes, you're saying assault, and I said it's not really assault because assault includes other things. You're now naming why it's not really assault. That we could say battery, because battery would be more so like to engage in some sort of harm. But when I say violence, I'm saying this is something that's that's going to some sort of like physical engagement that's going to cause harm. That yes, I'm saying that this could be to a person or a thing, that these things would be violent, and that if you did it to a person, sure, it could be battery, but not assault. Assault does not cover violence because it's because yes, you can threaten somebody, you can pull your fist back towards someone, and that would be considered an assault. Or you can spit on someone, and that would be considered assault. It's not just violence, but also the threat of violence is assault.
That would be assault with a bodily fluid.
That's yes, correct. That's assault.
That's
yes.
if you spit on somebody. That's assault with bodily fluid. But that's not intended to. It's
Correct.
not intended to cause death or great bodily harm. It's
That's-
intended to hurt somebody. Yes, but
That's why I'm saying
What
that battery is the thing. So when you said, well, that's assault. Well, no, it's not assault. That would be battery. Whereas like violence, yes, is going to be to cause harm. And so, but even like battery is a type of violence. Assault can be a type of violence, but that doesn't change whether or not like these things are violent, right?
Well, when it comes down to battery, I mean, if you're really trying to get legally definitional on this shit, it's the act of assault. That's battery. So, the unconsented physical contact with another person. If I put my hand on you and you didn't consent to it, that could be considered battery. Assault has already occurred because I put my hand on you. That's the legal definition. That's not my definition. You put your hand on me and I don't want it there. That to me, I have the right to self-defense.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're not. I don't know what we're talking about now. You're not really like giving any distinctions or differences here.
Okay, distinction is violence, assault, battery. Okay, violence.
We
violence
don't. No.
is-
We don't need to. No. We don't need to differentiate any of these things. Like, I don't care what battery is. I don't care what assault is. I don't care. Like I'm saying, when we're defining what assault is, we agree. Or sorry, when we're talking about what violence is, you and I, we agree on what violence is, but then you're saying, but these things are also assault and battery. True, they can also be qualified as assault and battery. Those can be types of violence, but what I'm saying is violence is, yes, going to be to cause some sort of harm or damage to a person or thing.
Right. So, we agreed on what an insurrection would be considered. Well, I don't think that we agreed on what violence is.
Okay, so let's not talk about
Violence, to
assault,
me-
and let's not talk about battery.
No, yeah,
Let's talk about just
those things can fuck off. Those things can fuck off.
Okay, thank you.
We'll talk about January 6th. We'll talk about how it was violent. How was it violent? I don't think that it was.
Okay, so there were a bunch of people with weapons hitting police with those weapons.
Whoa.
There were people getting into
What
fist
weapons?
fights. So they had pipes, they had railings, they had taken apart fences, they had even just like the breaking through of some barriers. They had like big metal barriers that were in the way, and people were shoving the barriers into the cops and then running them backwards to get them out of the way, then trampling over the cops. There were cops that were grabbed and pulled into crowds of people and dragged off somewhere. There were cops that were put on the ground, kicked, punched, stomped on over and over. There's obviously there was, yes, this is all violent.
I would say it was chaotic.
But wait, are you saying
I would
which
agree
one
with
of
you on
those
that.
things I just named was not violent? Why are you trying to change the words here?
I never said it wasn't. I just
Wait,
said it was chaotic.
Okay, but we're talking about
Have
whether
you
or not
ever
it's
been to a
violent
concert?
right now, and this is what I'm talking
Have
about.
you ever
keep
been to a
bringing
concert?
Well, I'm sorry, just real quick. You keep bringing up like words that you're like using, but like when you say like, "Oh, that's violent," well, that's assault. Like these are like distinctions without a difference. Like if it's chaotic, okay, that doesn't stop it from being violent. Like right now, we're trying to discuss whether or not January 6th
I never
is
said that
violent.
it wasn't. I never said that it wasn't.
You literally did. That's literally what we started off talking about.
No, I never said what.
I can play it back for you if you'd like, but at the very beginning, I said
No, I
that
don't
this
need
was
you
violent,
to.
and
What
then
I'm saying
you said,
is, yes,
well,
it was
I don't
chaotic.
think January 6th was violent, and then I said, if you're saying January 6th was not violent, you're going to be the first person I've ever spoken to that is going to say that January 6th was not violent, and you said, okay, well then let's
many people
define
died?
violence. One.
Okay, how many people died?
One. Ashley Babbitt was shot in the head.
Yeah, no, it wasn't the head; it was the throat. But yeah, that was violent.
Sure.
So
that is also
everything else that happened, chaotic, violent. Yeah, sure, I'll concede that point.
Okay.
But if you want to talk about pure violence, no. That doesn't.
What does
January
pure
6th doesn't
violence
even
mean?
come close.
What does that mean?
Pure violence. You want to talk about an insurrection. You want to talk about people trying to overthrow a government. January 6th, that's a fucking joke.
Well,
it's a fucking joke.
If you're just saying that like the people there suck at insurrections, I would agree. Like if I was going to pick a group of people to try to overthrow the country that I love, I would choose MAGA, like hands down. Easy choice.
Right. The people who believe in guns, the people who believe in freedom of speech, the people who believe in the Constitution, the people who believe that our country should be free and away from tyrants.
You understand Democrats believe in guns, right? Like you understand Democrats own guns at a pretty high rate as well. They do. They believe in guns. They just don't like they believe in more restrictions on guns, but they believe in more regulations on guns, but they still believe that people should have guns. They believe in the Second Amendment.
That's such an oxymoron. It's such an oxymoron.
Well, it's
I believe in guns, but I believe we should have restrictions.
Yes, most people, by far the majority of even Republicans would say that people shouldn't be able to own machine guns and fucking rocket launchers and shit like that. So yes, literally most everybody believes. But that's an oxymoron according to you.
Okay, so why would they try to ban the AR-15?
That's a different question. The point is that they do believe in guns. They just believe in more restrictions. That's it. But anyways, the point is that yes, the people who showed up, sure, they didn't have not all of them had guns. There were people who did have guns, and there were big groups that showed up that had caches of weapons that were off-site, that were that they had people waiting with, and that they were planning on calling them to bring those guns with to the rest of the people. It was the shit, I always forget their names. So there was the Proud Boys, that was one group, and then the other big group that was there was somebody help me out here. Who was the Oath Keepers? Yes, thank you, Jared. So yeah, the Oath Keepers is the group where in court they testified that they had a big cache of weapons, a big cache of guns, AR-15s and other semi-automatic weapons that were sitting.
Can you give me a name? Because I'm looking at the list right now.
A name of what? A name of what?
Any name. I can give me a name.
What?
And I'll.
Of what?
The name of the person that had the contact info for the cache of weapons.
Oh, it's the leader of the.
I would like to know their name.
It's the leader of the.
The Proud Boys?
Of the Oath Keepers. The Oath Keepers. The leader of the Oath Keepers.
Oh.
Yeah, so they talked about the fact that they had a big cache of weapons that was off-site. They had somebody planning on
Was it in Washington? The leader. You said the leader of the Oath Keepers. Was it Washington? Was it the United States?
Yes, of the country. There's the leader of the country. The entire group.
Leader of the Oath.
Main leader. So he in his case, somebody testified that they had a big cache of weapons that was off-site at a hotel, and at
Stuart Rhodes.
Yes, I believe it was Stuart Rhodes. Yes, and so they had a big cache of weapons off-site at a hotel, and they were supposed to call somebody to bring those weapons. So they were going into the Capitol first. And then once they got there, then they were going to call someone to bring the guns to them. But they ended up having so many people there that they didn't need the guns because so many people helped instead. And so they ended up just never asking for the guns to be brought to them. There were other people who got charged with guns, but just, yes, that they were not, they did plan on having guns. They just didn't need them.
Six different people got charged, and they had pistols and just basic shit. I carry a pistol every day.
Yeah.
Pistol is not going to be very effective at most if you're carrying 9.
Again,
you got what, 18 plus 1.
The main thing that's going to be effective in this case is the amount of people. like the Oath Keepers are correct. Once you have enough people, you don't really need guns anymore. They're not going to be very effective if you have 50,000 people all moving in
again, if you're actually trying to overthrow a government, if you're actually planning an insurrection,
not overthrow the government. They like, I do believe that that was part of it for some of these groups, but we already agreed that like they just need to be trying to stop like an official process, and stopping the certification of the election is what they were there to do. They're literally chanting "Stop the steal," and so that is the official process that the government is engaging in that they are trying to stop.
That's our entire government. That's our entire governmental processes. Like, we always have checks and balances for shit. When the public is involved,
I don't know what you're talking about. What does that mean?
Same concept.
What does that mean? That's our entire government. What does that mean?
That's our entire government.
What does that mean?
Like, we have. Okay, let's go back 1776. Our forefathers knew that our government would become tyrannical, and they put everything they could think of in place to stop that.
Yes, of course.
Just to stop it.
Yes.
So when you say insurrection, I don't think insurrection.
What?
I don't think that at all. There's a phrase in our Constitution. I can't remember it. I'm gonna look it up right now.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. That yes, like we are supposed to stop tyrannical governors. That like we ought to engage in insurrections if our government becomes tyrannical. Yes, we ought to be insurrectionists, of course.
No, it's not even insurrectionists. When our forefathers signed the Declaration of Independence, every one of them was considered a traitor to England. Every one of them was considered a felon under the crown. Every one of them. So the fact that people took up not even arms, some of them did, not all of them. Some of them took up arms and they said, "We're not going to let this happen." Well, how is that wrong?
Nobody said that. Hold on. Nobody said that that's wrong. That was a good thing. I'm glad they did it. That's an insurrection. They engaged in insurrections.
I gotta agree with Downtown Brody. Right? Insurrection if they're wrong.
No, it's not. Do you believe that our forefathers? Do you believe it? No, it's not. Do you believe our forefathers engaged in an insurrection?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Okay, so then do you believe they were wrong? Okay, so you believe they were wrong then. You believe they were wrong.
No,
okay, so then,
I don't.
Okay,
No,
so we
they
agree.
weren't.
Okay, so we agree. Insurrection is not wrong.
Okay.
We agree then. Good, thank you.
No, nothing is wrong with taking. They didn't take arms, but nothing is wrong with going against a tyrannical government.
Exactly. So that is the point, is that an insurrection is not wrong. An insurrection can be right. We agree.
Okay.
Okay.
So why are we arguing? That's my question.
I don't know. You seem to agree that this was an insurrection. You agree with the definition. You agree it was violent. You agree that they were there to stop a governmental process. We agree that it was an insurrection.
I don't think that they were there to stop a governmental process. I believe that they were there of their own volition.
Wait, they can be there on their own volition to stop a governmental process.
Absolutely.
Both of those things. Okay, you realize you're doing it again, where you're bringing up distinctions without a difference. Like, we gotta.
Okay, hold on. Time out. I may have misspoke. They were there of their own volition. They weren't there to try to overthrow the government.
Okay, again, I think they were there to stop a governmental process. Were they there to stop the certification of the election? Did they all cheer? Stop the steal? Did they all cheer
all of them?
How many of them do we have to have chant stop the steal? Okay, so we'll just say how about this? We'll just say that however many chanted it were the ones who engaged in an insurrection. How about that?
You ever heard monkey see, monkey do?
Well, sure, but that means that now if those people are engaging in an insurrection and the monkeys are doing it too, they're also engaging in an insurrection. So yes, I agree. Thank you.
Okay. So if we're standing in a crowd and they all start ranting and raving about how they want to overthrow the government, and 90% of people agree with them, but 10% of them walk away, are they guilty of insurrection too?
Well, not if they don't.
And I'm over-exaggerating for a purpose.
Yeah, no, not if they don't take part in it. You're saying walk away. Obviously, they walked away, so no, they're not part of it. But
how many people walked away and still got charged?
None.
None?
None?
Not one person who was there and just walked away got charged.
Well, I mean, when you say they just walked away, like, are we saying, like, they went and beat up some cops and then walked away? Yeah, they probably still got charged for hitting cops. No, I don't think anybody went to the Capitol. Oh, no, if you walked in the Capitol, no, you're part of it now. Like, that's it. That's the end of that.
Oh, you're part of it?
Yes, you're part.
What
you
if you
walked
had a
inside the
guided tour
Capitol.
that day?
You didn't. There were no guided tours during the certification of the election while Congress is in session. There's no shot. There's no
Why
tours.
not? That would be a very
because we had barriers that were keeping people away from the Capitol that were like a quarter mile away from the fucking building. That's how we know. We know for sure.
I just showed up late.
No, I'm saying that there were no tours on that day. But if you want to say there were, you can show me evidence that somebody had a scheduled tour.
Well, I'm not saying that there were, but I'm saying what if I walked in after the barriers were already destroyed, everything was already done, and I just happened to meander in there?
And
Am
you
I
just
now an
like
insurrectionist?
climbed through a broken window and just happened to be in there. Yes, you are.
No, that was Ashley Babbitt.
No. They broke through windows to get inside of the building. They broke down doors to get inside the building. Ashley Babbitt climbed through a window while she was already inside, but she was climbing through a window that went into the congressional chambers. Other people are breaking through windows to get into the building. They're breaking down doors to get into the building. So yes, if you're walking through broken windows or broken doors for breaking, yeah, of course.
I don't disagree with that.
Okay.
I don't know that if you commit felony vandalism, I think that, yeah, you should probably be charged with felony vandalism.
Yeah, sure. That's not what we're talking about.
Serve some time in jail.
That's not what we're talking about. So you said that you think that people got charged just for being there. And I said, no, I don't think they did. And then you said, well, if they walked inside, and I was like, well, yes, once you're inside, yes, you're part of it. Yes, once you're walking through broken down doors or climbing through broken windows, yeah, you're part of it. You know what you're doing.
What do you think the correct amount of jail time should be for somebody who just walked in?
Well, it depends.
6 months? 3 months?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
20 years?
I wouldn't even say probably even just probation. Like they'd probably just lock them up until they went to court, and then once they go to court, give them like a year or two of probation.
How about a fine? Like just a fine? Would a fine be okay? Like $500? Hey, you shouldn't have been there, dumbass.
I don't know where is this going. Do you have a case where you think somebody was treated unfairly that you want me to look at?
Yeah, I'm gonna bring it up. I just gotta find it first. I'm still looking for it. Because I think there's a man in New Jersey. I can't remember his fucking name. God, I suck with names. I can remember rankings on my league by number and face, but when it comes to names, I am the fucking worst.
Give me the details of the case. I probably already know him.
He's a man in New Jersey.
He's been locked up for almost 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
and all he did was go into the Capitol.
That's not
it's
true.
Like, why was he? Okay, well, I would love to see the link for that.
Okay. All right. So 1 second. Let me make sure. Because there's two people. But there's let's see. Let me make sure I can find this.
I think I just found it. 2 men from New Jersey have been arrested on various felony and misdemeanor charges stemming from their alleged. I'm sorry, I'm reading out loud and I don't mean to.
Okay, so we have one guy who's named Ryan Samsel who has made this claim. And then we have another guy who's named Jake Lang. So those are the two.
Neither one of those names is what I'm reading.
Okay.
Richard Andrews and Keith Andrews, father and son. They arrested him in 2024. Holy shit.
Okay. Richard Andrews and Keith Andrews, father and son from New Jersey, arrested for actions during January 6th Capitol breach. Washington, 2 men in New Jersey have been arrested on various felony misdemeanor charges stemming from their alleged conduct during January 6, 2021 breach of the U.S. Capitol. Their alleged actions and the actions of others disrupted a joint session of U.S. Congress convened to ascertain and count the electoral votes related to the 2020 presidential election. Richard Andrews, 72, of Brick, New Jersey, is charged in a criminal complaint filed by the District of Columbia with a felony offense of assaulting, resisting, or impeding certain officers and obstructing of law enforcement during a civil disorder. In addition to the felonies, Richard Andrews is charged with a misdemeanor offense of knowingly entering or remaining in any restricted building. So that is the part where he enters the building. The other things are the parts where he is engaging in violent actions.
Right. And I would love to see the body cam footage of this. I would. But
so that's Richard Andrews, and then let's see. Keith Andrews, 49, of Howell, New Jersey, is charged with a misdemeanor offense of knowingly entering and remaining in a restricted building or grounds without lawful authority, disorderly and disruptive conduct in a restricted building or grounds, disorderly conduct in a Capitol building, and parading, demonstrating, or picketing in any of the Capitol buildings.
What's wrong with that?
Well, so as I said, once you go inside the building, like you're like obviously going to get charged with crimes for that. This is what he's being charged with.
What was the guy you were talking about charged with?
The ones that were actually locked up for 3 years, or
no, the one that you were just reading off. What was he charged with? Parading?
I just read it. So there was the misdemeanor offense of knowingly entering or remaining in any restricted building or grounds without lawful authority. That's one. Disorderly conduct and disruptive conduct in a restricted building or grounds. Then disorderly conduct in a Capitol building. Then parading, demonstrating, or picketing in any of the Capitol buildings. So let's look him up. Keith Andrews. What is
Starts getting fucking real blurry when you get into the nitty gritty.
Well,
I like it though.
Let's see.
But do you think somebody deserves 20 years for what they did on January 6th?
It depends. When we're talking about Enrique Tarrio. If we're talking about Enrique Tarrio, yes, he actually planned to overthrow the fucking government. So 100%, he had an organized group who actually planned to overthrow the government. So where people are acting like, it's not like they were going to overthrow the government. No, they actually planned to overthrow the fucking government. We're talking about Enrique Tarrio. We're talking about Enrique Tarrio and the Proud Boys. Yeah. Yes, they actually planned.
But you can't rope everybody in with the same
and we didn't.
Likeness.
We're not. We're saying that some was an insurrection. Some were actually trying to overthrow the government. These are two different groups. But yes, I didn't say that everybody was ever... I never said, everyone's trying to overthrow the government.
But a lot of people can't make that distinction. I think you can agree with me on that. People hear insurrection, they hear Enrique Tarrio, and they go, oh, everyone was like that. No.
I would say this.
Less than a percent
Listen,
of that.
I would say this. people act like these people are political prisoners, that they're being treated unfairly, and that they're getting overly harsh charges. I believe the average amount of time that most people were locked up was 3 months. That's like the average, or the mean was about 3 months. Then like outside of that, there's a bunch of people with very specific charges based on what they got. And by far, the majority of the people who were there did not get charged. By far, the majority of the people who were there and engaged in being part of the crowd who is rushing the police to where the police eventually have to give up. It doesn't matter to me. I would say 100% of them could be charged with insurrection charges or be put away for a very long time. When you know that the people at the front of the crowd are fighting with police, and you are part of this massive mob that is there to intimidate the police, to stop them from doing their jobs. And you succeeded in getting those cops to back down and get out of the way, right? You are just your being past the fucking gates where you are not supposed to be. You are now part of the mob that is there to intimidate these people, to stop them from doing their jobs. So I would say that yes, everybody there could very easily get charged and be put away for at least 5 years minimum. Yes, easily, but they didn't. They're being overly nice, overly charitable. They keep letting these fucks get away with all sorts of fucking shit, and it is actually disgusting how much they let these people get away with. They treat them like retarded children all the time.
Who do you mean?
All of the people that were there. We got like 50,000 people who show up there, and we have less than 2,000 fucking arrests. That is insane. That is insane. That many people. 1,200. Yeah, exactly. Less than 2,000. So we're talking about not even 10% of the people there are going to end up getting charged for their place in this fucking insurrection against our government. That is disgusting. That is a disgusting thing that they engaged in, that they were part of. They should all be thrown in jail, but most of them will never see a bit of the consequences for their actions. Not even a fucking smidgen, and it is a disgusting thing. And then while the very few, the 1,200, are being held accountable for the overtly horrible actions and violent actions that they engaged in, people are still acting like they're victims, that they're political prisoners, that they're being treated unfairly. It is disgusting, the shit that they did.
Okay, how many persons were arrested in 2020 during the Summer of Love?
Well, it depends. So these are all federal charges.
$2 billion.
Sure, these are all federal. Sure, these are all federal charges, right? So there's going to be different, because 100% of these are federal charges. Whereas in the BLM cases,
I like how you. How you went on a rant about 1,000 people were disgusting, but yet 10,000 people weren't.
Wait, what?
$2 billion in damages. $2 billion. 378 people are still being held.
Yes, you understand that the average charges for the BLM rioters is way more than the people who got locked up. The average time spent locked up is much longer for BLM rioters than it is for the insurrectionists.
Yeah, I understand that, but when you want to talk about statistics, well, let's talk about statistics. Let's talk about what they did versus what January 6th did.
Well, they're completely different things, though. That's the problem, is that when we're talking about a riot is something where, like, especially in the cases of BLM, they're burning down people's, like, private businesses. They're burning down people's houses. They are hurting individual people one at a time as they are engaging in these actions. Whereas when we're talking about the insurrection on the Capitol, these are people threatening the democracy, the institutions, the Constitution, everything that our country is built on, they are threatening all of that shit. This is an entirely different type of thing that, like, altogether, they are totally separate things. So, like, I think there's literally over tens of thousands of people who got arrested in BLM. And then, yes, we don't even have 2,000 arrested in the fucking insurrection. So, again, I don't know why we would even, like, compare these things.
Okay, so you keep bringing up insurrection, and I'm about to bring this up because you keep bringing this up like we're not supposed to rebel against something that we think is wrong.
No, again, hold on.
We're supposed to do that.
Wait, hold on.
I'm waiting. I'm right here. I'm not going nowhere.
I have yet to hear you actually concede that it is an insurrection. The last time we went over the definition, we agreed on all of the points of what it is. Like, you agreed, again, that it's violent. You agreed that they were there to, at least I guess maybe we pivoted off of whether or not they are there to stop a governmental process. But if that's still your disagreement, if you're still hung up on that, we can go back to that and say whether or not they were there to stop a governmental process. Because if that's the one thing keeping you from calling this an insurrection, that is the only part of the definition that you have not agreed to.
Okay, let me bring this up. Hold on. Hang on just a second. Hold on. Where the fuck is it? God
yeah, when people bring up BLM riders, I'm happy if they get arrested. I'm not going to fucking defend any of them, and I'm not going to act like any of them are victims. But then when it comes to the insurrection, people want to defend these motherfuckers nonstop and act like it wasn't an insurrection, like they should, that like they're being treated unfairly, they're being locked up too long. All of this shit, it's like nonstop defense of these people.
No. It's not a defense. If you did wrong, if you fucking broke down a fence and you used it to bash a fucking person in the face with it, and you broke windows, and you decided that you were going to force your way into our Capitol, no, I'm not going to defend you because your actions are indefensible.
Okay, how about this?
I'm
how
not
about this?
Hold on. Here
how about this? Let me show you just the like indictment of Enrique Tarrio. Okay, when I'm saying I have evidence that hold on, let me explain this. When I'm saying that I have evidence that some people,
I want to hear about this.
Yeah, so when I'm saying that I have evidence of some people actually like planning an actual insurrection, actually saying that they want to overthrow the government, right? Those people, when you're saying it's not an insurrection, well, you should at least be able to agree that these people engaged in an insurrection. And then once we agree that those people engaged in an insurrection, maybe we can have a conversation about some of the other people, but you should at least be able to agree that the ones who planned to bring guns and were ready to take over as the Oath Keepers, and then the ones who literally said that they were taking over the government as the Proud Boys, that these two groups showing up in military outfits and fucking fatigues and everything, helmets and all, that in tactical gear, those people were engaging in an insurrection. And then maybe if you can agree with that, then we can talk about the rest of them.
Hang on just a second. I can't agree with you on that. I can't.
And why?
I'm going to read you something here in just a second.
Okay.
And it's going to make you rethink everything of what you just said.
I highly doubt it.
Give me 2 seconds. Alright, just give me a second. There it is. In Congress, July 4th, 1776. Gotta go a little bit back in the history books for this one. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men deriving their just powers from their consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of their people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principle and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. That's in our Constitution.
Bro, again, I've already agreed that that we are supposed to engage in insurrections when our government becomes tyrannical. That doesn't change.
And I agree with you, but those people that showed up with weapons, they were ready to enact our Constitution.
Okay, that doesn't stop it from being an insurrection. That does not stop it from being an insurrection. That means that you're saying that it is an insurrection. You just think it's justified. So say that. Say, yes, it's an insurrection. No. I just think it's a justified insurrection.
No, it's not an insurrection.
Okay, then why did you just read that? Why did you just read that? That does not stop it from being an insurrection.
Okay, I'm going to read off the definition of an insurrection.
Okay.
An insurrection, a violent uprising against an authority or a government.
Uh-huh. And then you and I already agreed on a more detailed
how many government officials died that day?
What that definition, and nor the one that we agreed upon, neither one of them said people have to die. So I don't know why you're pivoting or moving the goalposts now. We did not say anything about people having to die. Then why are you bringing up irrelevant facts? Nobody needs to die. We're talking about whether or not it's an insurrection.
Violence needs to be there for it to be an insurrection. Only one person died.
Or it
was Ashley Babbitt.
It doesn't even have to be. Hold on. Again, they fought the police. They broke through windows. They broke down doors. They shoved police backwards and stopped them from being able to hold their posts. This is all violence, okay? First off. Secondly, really, there could just be the threat of violence in order for it to still be an insurrection. Like, the threat of violence is enough.
What is the threat of violence?
You know, probably like 50,000 people charging towards you with like weapons in their hands and shit. Like that would probably be a threat of violence towards.
Find a weapon.
Well, something that you can use to hurt somebody.
Well, I could use my finger.
Well, sure,
is that a weapon?
No. When I say something, I mean like something like an object.
Oh, you mean like a pipe? Yeah. Or a fence post?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I'm not saying they weren't. I'm not disagreeing with you that there was violence or that there was assault that day. I'm not going to disagree with you, but for you to say that it was an insurrection... Sorry, hang on just a second, Tom. I've got a stupid fucking ad on my damn phone. It was interrupting our conversation.
I feel like we already covered that it was violent. I feel like we already agreed that it was violent. Now that we're going back... Okay, so why are we arguing about whether or not it's violent again? I don't know why we're doing this. The point that you seem to be hung up on is whether or not it was they were there to stop a governmental process. That was the definition that we laid out, is that it's going to be like, yes, a violent act by a large group of people in order to stop a governmental action or a governmental process, an official process, and that is what I'm saying.
We never agreed to that.
Wait, yes, we did. I can play it back for you. We did agree to that definition.
You can play it back. Please play it back, because I never agreed that stopping a governmental. We agreed that using force or violence against a government or a government agency, like a mayor's office, see that agency. Yeah, that's violence against the government. Somebody threatening to blow up a fucking
it's not just
office.
We don't hold on. We're not saying it's just violence against the government. It is to stop them from engaging in an official governmental process. That is what we're talking about. That is what makes it an insurrection. We did agree on
and
this.
How many? Yes, we did. But how many government officials got hurt in this process? None.
Okay. Why are you doing this again?
How is there
you are moving the goalposts. You in the definition that we okay. What part of the definition that we just agreed on again? What part of it said government officials had to be hurt or killed or anything? What part of that definition?
No governmental body was hurt.
What part of the definition?
No governmental body was hurt.
What part of the definition said that they had to that like because when we say like governmental body, like obviously the all of the police officers who were out there were hundreds of injuries from those people.
We talked about this.
So hold on. If you're saying that no governmental person was hurt, yet tons of the people who are literally there to protect the building, hundreds of them were hurt. So when you're saying none of them were hurt, yes, hundreds of them were hurt. Hundreds.
Okay, let me redefine hurt. Are they dead? No.
No. But again, that's not in our definition. No. We did not say they need to die in our definition. So you're moving the goalposts again.
No, I'm not trying to move the goalposts. I'm trying to define the definition.
But we already defined it. You just said again that we agree on the definition. The definition is a large group of people who are engaging in violent acts in order to stop a governmental process, an official governmental process. We agreed on this many times.
No, we didn't agree.
Oh my goodness.
We didn't agree on that. We agreed on an attack on a governmental body being an insurrection. That's what we agreed on.
Okay, I'm really sorry.
That is what we
literally
agreed on.
Not even 2 minutes ago we agreed on this again, and you keep like I can't have an argument with you about what this is if we have to change the definition every 5 minutes. Like we have to like actually agree. You've agreed on it many times. We got to stay with this fucking definition.
Okay, let's define the definition. And I apologize, Tom. I've been drinking since.
It's not surprising. Okay, so okay, I'm gonna pull it up on my notepad right now. Okay, so we're gonna say it is a violent act from a large group of people to stop an official governmental process. Okay, this is what we agreed on earlier, that this is like what we would call an insurrection generally is that.
Okay, I'm not gonna sit here and try to disagree with you. I'm gonna listen to you.
Okay, so this is what we have so far. We have agreed that it's violent. We have agreed that it's a large group of people. Now we are stuck on whether or not they are there to stop an official governmental process. That's the part that we're stuck on. And I'm saying that I can show you that at least some of these groups were there to stop governmental processes, that they straight up say that they are there to overthrow the government. So if you want, I can show you at least those groups definitely engaged in an insurrection.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Show me those groups.
Okay. I'm going to pull up a screen share for you.
Okay. I'm right here, bub. I'm not gonna, dude, if you can bring up facts and show me what the hell is going on, I'm not gonna sit there and be like, I'm gonna deny my lying eyes. Okay. No, I'm not that kind of guy.
Just do me a favor. Just remember this time, okay? We are disagreeing on right now. All we're disagreeing on right now is whether or not they were there to stop an official governmental process. That's all. If I can prove this to you, we agree that it's an insurrection. Okay.
Whoa, you changed the goalposts there. I didn't say I would agree with you that it was an insurrection. I said I would agree with you on that. Not that it was an insurrection.
Hold on. Okay, I'm going to repeat what I just said. I'm going to repeat what I just said.
Hey.
Our definition is a violent act from a large group of people to stop an official governmental process. We already agree they were violent. We already agree.
No.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying, is that, again, like, if you're saying no again to the definition, we cannot keep
No, I agreed to you on violence. I agreed
we agreed on violence. We agree it's a large group of people. Now, we're saying to stop an official governmental process. This is the one part that we're disagreeing on. I'm saying that if I prove this one part to you, and you agree that they are there to stop an official governmental process, that you have to agree that it is now an insurrection.
If you can show me definitive proof that they were there to stop an official governmental action, then yes, I would have to agree with you. There is nothing that I could possibly say
Okay, so that's what I just said, and then you said no, I didn't say that. Okay, so all right, so let's back to this. Okay, so this is the indictment from the it says the United States.
An indictment is not proof. That means that you.
Correct. Hold on. This is the indictment from the DOJ. It's got Joseph Biggs on here. It's got Enrique Tarrio. It's got Dominic Pizzola. Okay, so.
Okay, Enrique Tarrio. We've already talked about Enrique Tarrio.
No, we haven't.
One man is not responsible for 50,000 people.
No, we
He's responsible
haven't.
for.
We have not talked about
1, 2, 3,
Enrique
4,
Tarrio.
5.
This is me proving.
We did. You brought him up.
Hold on. I brought him up, yes, and I'm saying that I'm telling you that he is part of the group that says that yes, we are here to overthrow the government, and so I'm saying.
How big is the group?
This is it. Dominic Pizzola, Enrique Tarrio, Charles Donahoe, Zachary Rail, Joseph Biggs, and Ethan Nordine. These are the 6 people that are part of this group. And then we're saying that this group worked together. They had a bunch of other people with them, but these are the people who were leading the group and who made all the plans and set out like all of the blueprints for how to overthrow the government. So they are the ones that were.
Okay, so there were 6 people. 6 people is not indicative of 1,200 people.
Stop. I didn't say it was. Again, I'm proving to you that these groups did this. And I said, first I will show you that these groups did this. Then we can move on past that. But I can first at least show you that these groups engaged in an insurrection. So that's what we're doing right now. It's just showing that these groups did this. That's what we're going.
Okay, so okay, Tom. Let me just shorten this presentation a little bit by asking you a simple question. Of these groups, how many people were involved in every one of these groups? 100? 50? How many people?
I'm actually not sure. I would say that I think there was like 100 or so for the Proud Boys and maybe a couple hundred for the
a couple hundred
for the other group. I can't remember. I keep blanking on their fucking names. I don't know why I always forget their name.
No, you're good, dude. I blank on names all the fucking time, man. I am not gonna be a
the Oath Keepers. Yeah, so and then for the Oath Keepers, I believe that they had close to a couple hundred people. But anyway, so this is
my uncle. My uncle was actually president of the Oath Keepers for the Indiana chapter. So.
Oh really?
I don't. Yeah, I don't agree with anything that you're saying. Oath Keepers, we took an oath. And that's prior military, prior police, firefighters.
That doesn't mean anything.
Medics.
So it says on December 19th, 2020, shortly after the plans for the rally on January 6th were publicly announced by Biggs, he sent private messages to Tarrio in which he stated that the Proud Boys recruit losers who want to drink. Biggs suggested, let's get radical and get real, man. The next day, December 20th, 2020. What?
Tom.
Yes.
Tom, I have a question.
Okay.
If there were 28 people that actually were trying to overthrow the government, I'm not gonna sit here and defend them.
Okay.
Is it their right to do that? Sure.
Well, no.
They got caught.
Like when you say it's their right, yeah. Like, or if they succeed, then yeah, now like they get away with it, obviously, because they run the fucking government. But if they don't succeed, then no, we hold them accountable. But it doesn't, like, again, you're held up on whether or not this was an insurrection, whether or not anyone engaged in an insurrection, based on whether or not they were trying to stop governmental processes. Right now, again, I am showing you that at least these groups did engage in an insurrection. That's what we're doing right now.
Less than 100 people, but how many people have been convicted? 1,200.
These
it
people
does
have.
Matter.
Hold on. No,
it
these
does
people.
Matter.
Hold on. No, it doesn't matter. These people have. We're only talking about these people right now. These people have been convicted.
If the people that were caught trying to overthrow the government and had weapons caches and were actually planning on being violent towards government agency, towards the people that were supposed to secure our government, supposed to secure our way of life, Those people were caught. Those people are convicted. I am 100% not going to argue against that. Not at all.
Okay, that's
but
not
the
relevant.
people that were caught in the crossfire, the people that were just there, they shouldn't have gotten anything more than a damn ticket. A fucking $300, hey, asshole.
Okay, that's not what
you
we're
shouldn't have
talking
been
about.
there.
That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about what their consequences should have been. Again, and this is, I'm sorry, but this is going on like a little bit too long. This should have been over like 20 minutes ago, but you do keep getting lost on where we're at in the argument. We are talking about the definition of insurrection. We have agreed on everything except for one part, and that is whether or not they were trying to stop official governmental processes. I'm saying I can at least show you these groups definitely tried to stop governmental processes. Therefore, we can say that these groups engaged in an insurrection. That's it. That's all we're doing right now. We're not talking about consequences or anything like that.
And I'm not going to argue with that.
Okay, so say okay, so then say okay, then say these groups tried to engage in an insurrection. Say that.
Those groups that you're naming off right now,
yes,
the ones that have actually been convicted, are they convicted or are they still in litigation?
Yes, they have been convicted, yes.
Okay, they have been convicted.
Over 20 years, yes.
Okay. Why would I sit here?
I don't know.
Actually, there's plenty of reasons why I would.
I don't know why you're doing it, but that is what you're doing it. But that right now, we're like, again, we're just talking about, it doesn't matter if they deserved what they got. Again, that's a different conversation. We're talking about whether or not this was an insurrection. We're only talking about whether or not this is an insurrection. That's it. That's all we're talking about. All I'm trying to do is to show you that these groups engaged in an insurrection. These groups did do that. That's it. That's all. That's all we're doing.
I have to agree with Joe Blow because I'm hammered.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
I don't think we can move forward in this conversation because we're looping a bit too much. I don't think you can keep up with where we're at.
Okay.
I'm happy to have this conversation another time.
I'm happy to do that too. I wish it wouldn't have been a Monday. I don't know why the fuck January 6th had to be a Monday.
Yeah, of course.
I always start drinking on Monday at 8:30.
Everybody does.
No, it's not. I'm in a pool league. I start drinking because it calms my nerves for the pool league. I won my match tonight, by the way. 4-0, rackless.
Nice.
Fucking beautiful.
Let's fucking go.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, I'm happy to have this conversation another time. If you want to hit me up tomorrow or the next day, I'll still be here.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. I love talking with you, man. I really do. I enjoy the stimulation, the actual intellect. You're not gonna try to bash me down. You're not trying to be condescending. You're actually trying to show me some shit, or you're just being nice, and I appreciate that. I really do. I'm not trying to pump your ego up. I'm not trying to stroke you off. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just trying to be like, hey, he's actually being a human being. He's talking with me. He's not being condescending. And if we get into an argument, you always try to find a way that we can actually agree on something that we disagree on. And I do like that. It's fucking wonderful, Tom. Appreciate that.
Well, I appreciate the conversations, man, and I'm happy to do it again. So yeah, just hit me up whenever you're ready. And even if you want to like message me like a day ahead of time and just say, hey, I'll be ready on this day at this time, like you can always do that as well.
Next time I'll make sure that I'm not, it's not 4:30 in the morning and I'm not smashed already.
Fair enough. All right, man. Well, I appreciate it.
Hey, you have a good night and I'll talk at you later.
All right, later, buddy. Okay, it is getting late. I did get on really late, so I have time for maybe one more. We'll see. Dreaming of Sleep. Are you there? Dreaming of Sleep. You are there. You go. You there?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Now I hear you. What's up?
Sorry, I was just closing out your stream for a second.
No problem.
Long time watcher, haven't called in before. How are you doing today?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing great, other than being 4:30 in the morning. But I was pleasantly surprised to see you were still streaming.
I am normally streaming at 4:30 in the morning, but this is my block.
Well, that's good to know. I'll have to remember that. I have a schedule that has me awake at this time. I'm not really here to debate about whether it was insurrection or not. Clearly, people have been charged with it. Clearly,
nobody's been charged with it. But nobody's been charged with insurrection, but they have been charged with sedition.
Right, misdemeanors and federal charges for what they were prosecuted under while prosecuted. I would like to bring to your attention, maybe change your mind a little bit on the processes that were used to not charge, to investigate. The steps that the federal government themselves took against the people involved. Regardless of, like, I understand your feelings about their actions, and that's not something I'm going to change. What I would like to change is that we do have multiple people that are still being held without prosecution. There are, you could say maybe it's hearsay, but there are tons of places that have reported having left, maybe not been part of the main group of people that were prosecuted, but they were questioned the same tactics.
Earlier, I brought up in the last conversation, I brought up 2 people who have been sitting for close to 3 years, maybe a little bit longer, or at least
people that should have already had their trials.
Yeah,
we could probably agree on that.
Well, so it depends. So, like, I would say that generally, I would expect that to be the case, but the one who is left without actually going to court is somebody who has continuously delayed the process, and we can even see the fact that his lawyer is the one who continuously asks for extensions, asks for delays, asks for them to wait, says that he still needs more evidence, says that they're still collecting more information, they're still getting witnesses, they're still doing this, they're still doing that. That one guy is Lang. And yes, his lawyer is the one who keeps saying that they need to delay. The last request for a delay was denied by the DOJ, and they've said, no, it's been years at this point. We're not giving you another extension. Now you have to go to trial if you're going to go. That's it. Like, we're doing this now. So that is that is where Lang is at now.
I didn't realize that there was an extensions being held by somebody who was a part of the main group. I want to question you. Do you believe that the whole January 6th as a whole, do you believe that it was also trumped up in the media? At any point, do you believe that maybe the media brought more attention to this because of heightened political tension than maybe they did when other groups, maybe not, that didn't storm the Capitol, but you've probably heard of other groups, including a feminist group from a few years ago, that did in fact go in there unannounced to other federal buildings and the Capitol themselves, and had no such charges brought to them. Do you think maybe the media itself also added on to, let's say, the making it more than it seemed, saying that it's a this event itself has never happened before, when there have been other groups who have come into the federal buildings without permission. They have gone past people, maybe not violently like part of the January 6th did, but they did do it.
Sure. So let's say just me, by myself. I go into the federal buildings by myself, and I go into restricted areas. And when they catch me and they ask me what I'm doing there, I say, I'm here to stop the certification of the election. Do you think that me doing this by myself is anywhere near the same thing as if I did this with 20,000 people with me? Are these the same actions? Are these the same things?
Obviously not. And,
Right.
I would like to refer to that we do have people that did come in with the protesters where they were picked up, and then there were people that did get acknowledged in the court that some of the police officers did let in parts of the group that didn't know what was going on. And there's a pretty famous case where they brought forth the defense brought forth that the police officer did in fact let them in, and the case was dropped then and there. I would also like to point to you that we did
just
have
real quick.
other people.
I am just referencing your comparison to what happened with the feminists, and I'm saying that obviously the larger the group is, the more capable you are.
Right.
And so the more capable you are, and the more you push anyways, the more culpable you are. And so where you're saying, well, they didn't have similar charges, yeah, they're different things all the way around. The more people you have and the more capable, the more culpable you are.
Interesting. Okay.
It's the same if I have a gun and I start acting in a certain way versus if I don't have a gun and I act in a certain way. The level of threat is very different in both circumstances.
Compare that to two different groups. Two different groups that we are comparing did in fact go inside a federal building without asking. They went into restricted areas without asking. They were not escorted. Parts of the January 6th were not escorted into the building. They were not exported. They were not into restriction areas. Why are we seeing, again, you were saying the bigger the group, the more, sorry, dude, I don't mean to stutter like this. Right. The more of a threat that the January 6th group looked, the more that's going to be brought against it. Because it was a large group, large amount of people were in there breaking things. I do want to bring that we had a lot of people who talked about that day. We even had people like one of the biggest frauds that isn't talked about was how do I see a recount from Ocasio-Cortez that didn't even match up with what was happening. I feel like there was a lot of media there's a lot of people in the media talking about this, going through the motions when it was a new event. And I believe that because of the media itself, we saw more reaction from the federal government, such as we have had people who were subjected to, not the best of interrogation, right? Things that went too far. I feel like this group particularly was made as an example rather than what we have based on precedent.
Well, so generally that is the case. If people have a case that is being publicized at a high rate and they are engaging in something that's obviously going to get a lot of attention, those people, if they are being made the poster boy of a certain action, they are treated as an example for that type of action. That is generally the way that things are done, because we do want to take because we have millions and millions of cases every year that absolutely never get any attention whatsoever, and things are happening all the time when there's just these people are just flying under the radar, going to court, and nobody even knows much about it. But then in the cases where there is a lot of attention on it, yes, they are always going to take that opportunity to make an example out of that person, to kind of send a signal to everybody else that this is something that you cannot engage in, which is why I do feel like anybody who even just went past the barriers towards the Capitol, I do believe that all of those people should be charged and should have felony charges just for being part of the group. Whether or not they were let into the building or not makes no difference to me.
So I disagree with that, because I believe that we are seeing. I'm going to blame the media, because not blame the media. Obviously, people made their own decisions doing this. I'm going to blame the media personally, because I believe that the media brought brought more than just factual evidence, video evidence, and I believe because, like you said, because more attention was brought to this, I do believe people did unfairly have higher charges set for them. I do believe some people were held without bail for longer, past their rights. I do believe that investigators used tactics that they wouldn't normally use on people who engaged in riots, specifically because this riot is labeled as an insurrection or attempted insurrection. I also do believe that people did get held without being seen for longer than they should legally have been held. And I would just like to ask your opinion. Do you think that our media landscape may have unfairly helped bring more people, trump their charges up, get their
I would need an example of this. I have no recollection.
We obviously had the QAnon shaman
happened.
thing that was there. That was incredibly just weird for every sense of the word. But he was one of those examples where we do have video footage of people saying, like, peacefully go into this area, don't go into that area, and then we have parts of the group obviously going past the guards, engaging in physical violence. The Oath Keepers were mostly prominent during that. There are people from the back that got swept up in there who just happened to be there. And I'm more worried about, because it's being used as an example, that we are not using the law correctly to apply charges to people. Because
yeah, but I'm
it's being
saying
made as
I
an
would
example.
have to have an example of like where that happened, because again, it seems like the majority of the people who are charged have like a mean of like a couple of. Hold on. I'm saying that from what I understand, there's like a mean of like 3 or 4 months on for most of the charges, and so it seems like most everybody they're not even getting like what they would normally get for this sort of shit, let alone trumped up, let alone overly blown, let alone are they like being made an example out of, but instead they're getting, I believe by far the majority of people are getting let off way too easily and not getting what nearly most people would get.
But what would most people get? Because we have the law as precedent before this happened, and we have the law as precedent after this happened.
So what is the precedent that you're talking about? What precedent for what?
Yeah. So for their charges, like what are we basing off? Like more than just what was it? Many people were charged with criminal conspiracy, conspiracy to overthrow the government.
Okay.
The people, and there was plenty of people who had those charges dropped for a lesser sentence for talking about the Oath Keepers. I'm not saying I know there are specific examples, but I do remember hearing about snippets and pieces of things going on. I was actually, before I got in the waiting room, trying to look up because I've heard them before. The only person I can think of who has that information currently available would be someone like Tim Pool, or some of the bigger people who have that information.
Yeah, but Tim Pool keeps lying about this.
But there are cases.
Tim Pool has lied about this. No, I'm saying he has lied about this incessantly. He just recently he was talking about the Lang case, saying that they're not allowing him to go to trial and they're keeping him in prison. Yet we went and looked it up, and his lawyer has spoken about this publicly many times. We have the fucking papers showing that they have continuously asked for extensions and asked for delays. Yes,
but there are other people that have gone through that from our own federal government, where they have had people held long. They have had people not gone to trial right
there's
away.
One other person that I know of that had a lengthy time where he sat before he was able to go to trial. This person was he sat for a long time, he got arrested. When he got arrested, he already had warrants in other counties, and he was on parole from other past charges. So he had broken into an old woman's house and beat the shit out of her and stole her stuff, and so that was where he had the warrant out for him. But then he had just gotten out on parole for beating the shit out of his pregnant wife, and
in breaking into her house as well. And so he went to prison for that, got out on parole. Then while on parole, beat up the old woman. It was like an 80-year-old woman. And then, so he had the warrant out for that. Then while the warrant's out for that and he's out on parole, then he went to January 6th and did that. So once he got arrested, he then had to go to a parole hearing to where they revoked his parole. Then he had to go to the hearing for the warrant that was out for his arrest for breaking into that woman's house and beating the shit out of her. And then he was finally able to go to the court case for the January 6th hearing. But a bunch of people took this and kept acting like he's a victim because he hasn't gone to court yet, when in reality, he was going to all the other fucking cases that he had in front of this. And he had to keep getting transferred from county to county and from district to district so that they were able to do this. But yes, everybody holds this guy up as some sort of victim.
Because the prior conviction.
Yes. And
okay, cool.
Just interestingly enough, just to throw this in there, that yes, after beating the shit out of his pregnant girlfriend and beating the shit out of this old woman, one of the charges at January 6th is him beating the shit out of a female cop. So it's just, the guy has a fucking hard on for this, but this is like, again, somebody that they put up as some sort of victim and the guy that they use as an example when like this is all kind of annoying. So without any examples, I'm not going to be able to engage on this because these are the only people that I know of.
No, heard. Which news outlets were not revealing all of his information for why he was being held? I'm not saying that you're not true. I believe.
I don't think news outlets were. I
believe that he deserved this.
I don't think news outlets would. I don't think news outlets would. I think that people like Tim Pool, I think YouTubers, like independent YouTubers do this shit. Twitter people.
Media
yes, exactly.
His whole his criminal history. Okay,
yeah.
Heard. Yeah. Well,
because every time that I've heard this, every time that I've heard this, the people that I've gone and looked up,
I just assumed that there were more examples of the cases because I can't find them, but I've heard plenty of people talk about more examples. But like,
bro, trust me, I've gone through so many of these. I've gone through so many of these, and in reality, these people are getting the most lenient bullshit I have ever heard of. It is disgusting. Like, it is actually disgusting. How many people, like you mentioned the fact that like people were let in and then they had their entire cases dropped, right? Well, just the fact that people are part of a mob that is pressing the fucking Capitol, that is making police have to stand down from actually protecting the Capitol, that in and of itself should be a pretty massive fucking charge when you are part of the group that is there to intimidate these people out of doing their jobs. Then you have to know that you're going into a building that was just fucking sieged. You know this. You're part of the group. You watched them break down the doors. You watched all of this shit. So just because cops end up opening up the doors after you intimidated the fuck out of them with 50,000 people, now you're not being held accountable for your actions anymore because you intimidated the shit out of them to get them to open up the fucking doors? That makes absolutely no sense to them. To me, I think that they have all been given, they're all treated like retarded children who have no accountability. And it's disgusting. I think that they should be locked up and they should be given like real prison sentences. I've done prison sentences. I've done shit. And I like, while people are in chat going off about Tom has no idea what it's like, I hope he someday has to find out what it's like to go to court and find out how it's, I have done this shit. Okay. I am sitting here as somebody who is one of these people. And I'm sitting here saying that, yes, I have dealt with the criminal justice system many times and I did my fucking time. And all of these bitches get off because they're treated like retarded children because everybody acts like they're victims. They were all victims. This is fucked up. Yeah.
I'm glad you got a similar perspective. No worries. No, I've dealt, when I was 19, I dealt with the state justice system. It was on a very small scale, but it was not fun. It was super depressing for me. And you know, I obviously know that you have your own opinion, your own stance, and like it's good to have that. And I'm glad to hear that yours comes from a place of actual wanting justice. And I do believe, like, personally, I disagree. I believe there were people that were caught up there. I do believe there were people that didn't expect it to get violent. And maybe they did try to leave, or maybe they did get pushed in there that didn't deserve to be, have to be prosecuted and go through that. And maybe you believe that they were there, they knew better. I would have to disagree. I don't believe everyone who went there had it in their mind that they were going to breach the Capitol. I also don't believe that a lot of people that were let in by the guards intimidated them. I've seen plenty of video footage of them just being let in. Everyone's combed through the video footage.
There was only one door that was opened, and that door was opened after there were already like 300 to 400 people inside of the Capitol building. Those two doors got open after windows were broken through, doors were broken down. There were 8 fucking broken entries, and one entry gets opened by the Capitol Police. Like, there's no way that they and on top of that, when you're saying that like they didn't know, there are more people standing back in areas that they are allowed to be. There's more people standing there watching the 50,000 people as they're rushing the Capitol. Somehow, all of those people knew not to be part of this. The majority of people standing there watching what's going on, they all knew that what was happening. But the 50,000 people who were all past barriers, fighting against cops, watching the front lines push the cops out, they're all stepping over the barriers as they're walking in. Like, I can't believe they're watching people hanging from rafters and climbing on top of the building and shit. Like, I can't believe that anybody saw this happening and thought, we're allowed to be here. We're allowed to do this. We didn't. Oh, we had no idea that this was. None of the fucking cops that I beat the shit out of told me I wasn't allowed to do this. What the hell?
Everyone who engaged in criminal behavior that day, that broke a law, does deserve to be prosecuted. I am not saying anyone who didn't doesn't. All I'm saying is that I do believe, like for every group that can get out of hand, I do believe that there are some people, because this was an event to be made an example. I do believe some people did have rights violated. When it came to processing their bond, their release, their jail time, the way they were investigated, I don't believe everyone is what's the word? I don't believe everyone deserves to see jail time from this, but everyone who engaged in criminal activity, who broke a law, should see some consequence that does fit in the margins of the crime they committed. I do believe someone earlier asked you about the Summer of Love, and I understand what ifism is not a discussion. I would just like to ask you, for consistency reasons, for your consistency, do you believe anyone who engaged in any of the destruction during the Summer of Love, during the riots, do you believe that they also should have been or should be jailed, arrested, charged with a crime?
Yeah, of course. If anybody engaged in a riot, and I think the same thing. Like, if you were, let's say there were parts where Donald Trump sent a bunch of like federal officers to go protect buildings, and let's say you are part of a mob that is charging at these people, that like gets the fucking federal officers out of the way, and then you go and start trying to like burn down the fucking federal buildings. I don't care if you actually punched a fucking cop or if you actually went on the federal grounds. I think that if you just being part of the mob that is able to intimidate this group of people to get them out of the way so that they are able to engage in these actions, I think that yes, you have to be held accountable for being part of the group. I don't believe in like treating people like retarded children, like they don't know what they're doing.
Because
like, mob mentality exists.
If they didn't actively participate in there, and the people around them, I'm not saying
that's what I'm saying is an active participation. I'm saying, like, when, let's say there's a protest outside of a bank.
But there is a difference between standing there not doing anything, having initially been part of the group, and then half of the group having just gone and started destroying things, committing federal crimes, going in restricted areas. There is a difference.
I'm saying that there is. I'm saying that we do have. I'm saying that we do have evidence that you are actively making a decision to be part of the mob. I think that in the case of the Capitol riots, I don't think that there's any way that if you see what it looks like where the barriers are, I don't think there's any way we can look at the people who went past the barriers and to say that they didn't know what they were doing. I don't think there's any way that we can say that. And so I'm saying that in this case, we can see that each and every single one of these people knows they are not supposed to be there, and that they are taking part in a group of people who are chanting, "Stop the steal, we're going inside," like shit like this, "Hang Mike Pence," that they know what it is they're being part of.
Part, I believe, deserve. I do believe that people that were being, I do believe that people that were arrested, there were a good handful of people whose rights were violated with the type of investigation techniques used on them, as well as how long they were kept from, being speedily through the judicial system to be given a decision. I just want to know, does that matter to you any in the consistency that you're holding?
Yeah.
Do you believe that those people...
Again, I'm saying that if we have evidence that they are actively making a decision to be part of the group, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
I'm saying that yes, but I'm saying that I do think we have that evidence. I'm saying that if we look at the way that the barriers are set up and we watch people walking over fences, going around fences, climbing over barriers and shit like that to get into the group of people who are charging the Capitol, I think that yes, we have that evidence for everybody who was there.
Yeah, everyone who was actively involved in a crime. I agree.
But hold on. I'm sorry. There's I think there's a. I think that I'm sorry.
I believe there were people that didn't actively participate who just happened to get swept in.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think that there's some confusion here. So this is what I'm saying, that there are different groups. Okay, there are groups that are outside of the barriers, that are far back from the barriers, that are all standing there protesting with their Trump flags and their signs and everything, that never went past the barriers, and that are just standing there watching everybody go past the barriers and charge the Capitol. Then I'm saying anybody who goes past the barriers, I don't think that anybody got swept up in going past the barriers. I don't think that that person exists. I don't think that there is a person who got swept up in going past the barriers, and I don't think there's anybody who just so happened to go past the barriers who had no idea that they're just climbing over barriers and shit, not knowing that they're not supposed to be there. I don't believe that those people exist.
Heard. I mean, I'm not going to argue against that. I do appreciate you being consistent, because there are a lot of people. I'm personally not a Democrat. I do just enjoy your content. I enjoy the live content. I also enjoy the non-political content. I'm more of a moderate, right-leaning kind of person. I did vote for Trump in 2016. I did not vote for him recently, but I only voted because of policy. Just want you to know that. I know there's a whole bunch of people who will just plan to not vote if their candidate wasn't there, or people who, plan to whatever. I appreciate your consistency in even bringing a whataboutism to the discussion, because I don't disagree with people who commit crimes getting charged with what they are. I do agree that at least things have to be kept truthfully and consistent. Because if we're making an example out of people, I still believe that the law should apply equally. I believe that it should be applied based on precedent, and I also believe that the methods of which are used for investigation shouldn't violate other people's rights, including whether they were an active participant in things or not. So I'm happy to hear that you hold similar consistencies across different incidents. Specifically,
well, just to be clear, I'm not a Democrat either. I don't align with the Democratic Party on policy and shit like that.
Heard. I just wanted to make sure that you understand my position personally, because this is coming from someone who is a moderate, as a centrist, who likes to see things more on the biased and partial side. Because when I see things specifically like this event, I'm like, okay, the devil's advocate part, like what's going on here? What am I hearing from multiple people who are talking about this? Obviously, all the information that we had when it happened, or even just a year ago, is not as accurate as what we have today, including the 1,500 something cases that have already been closed around the subject. I'm even surprised people are still bringing the subject even to this day, 3.5 years later.
Yeah, I think that so initially it seemed like almost all of the Republican officials were very clear on denouncing this and very clear on like, this is a horribly embarrassing day. This is an embarrassing day for democracy, an embarrassing day for America, and an embarrassing day for the Constitution. And they're very clear that all these people are terrorists and they're not patriots. They are just a bunch of fucking animals. But since then, a lot of them have started to move on that, because it I guess, as like Trump and MAGA have gained more power within the Republican Party, they feel like they have to defend terrorism now. And so it has become more and more of a like thing, where before they were all very clearly against this and very clearly calling it out, and then now they all kind of betray their own values. And it's to me it's become more and more of a problem, to where this is why we're continuing to have the conversation. We're not having the conversation because mainstream media won't stop talking about it, or because the Democrats are all upset about this. No, we continue having this conversation because there's a bunch of people who choose to continue defending terrorism, and that's why. There's not a bunch of Democrats still running around that I see still defending like rioting from BLM and shit like that. So we just don't really have those conversations anymore. We all agree, if you were rioting, you should have been fucking arrested. That's that. But on this, we don't all agree. There's a ton of people who just seem to still defend what happened here, and that's why we continue to have these conversations.
Yeah, I always thought it was really weird that for whatever reason Donald Trump decided to make this one of those hills for his base to die on. And the only connection he even had to it was that like, in my opinion, from all the evidence, from the time that his speech stopped to the time that people started, to everything that people said afterwards, I and even him trying to be charged with, I can't remember, did he get impeached over insurrection, conspiring to do insurrection, or did he get impeached for something else? Was it the lying about campaign money? Because I can't remember personally, but like
the convictions that he got, you're talking about the criminal convictions or the impeachment? Which one was it?
Right. I just wanted to know if insurrection was involved with his impeachment.
Yeah, the January 6th, yeah, he got impeached. The second time he got impeached was for January 6th, but the Senate chose not to convict because he was already out of the White House. And normally when you convict, like, the point in it is to remove them from the office. They're like, right, he's already out of the office, so it doesn't make sense to us to convict on this. The problem is that if they had convicted, it would have stopped him from running again, but they didn't. And so now we're stuck with this because they pretended that, oh, he's out of office, because they didn't say he's innocent. They didn't say that. They didn't say he's innocent, he didn't do this. They did not say that. They so Congress found the House found that he was guilty. I think that by the Senate, yes. Like I think that
he had anything to do with it, at least enough, because 11 minutes for that whole group after he was done speaking had already started. Like, what, as the president, though, what could he have done other than just sent people there?
Say that again?
Like, why is he being held? Why would he be held culpable in connection to? I haven't personally heard your thoughts on that, like in streams and stuff. That's why I'm asking the question.
I'm sorry. Ask the question again. I'm not understanding what exactly you're asking.
Why would you think he would be? Why would you think he would need to be convicted in relation to insurrection? Do you believe that it is? Do you believe
because he incited it? Yeah. So we hear
said.
Yeah, so we hear people say all the time that, like, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater, right? The reason we say this isn't because it's actually illegal. It's written into the law. Do not yell, like, fire in a crowded theater. The reason we say this is because you have a responsibility for if you incite something. So if you do or say something where you can see reasonable consequences from everybody else around you, and you enact that unnecessarily, then you are going to face the consequences of your actions for inciting it. So normally, if you yell fire in a crowded theater, everybody's going to rush out trying to get to the exit door. And then they're likely going to trample and hurt and kill people, maybe even. And so now whatever happens, whatever the consequences are of your actions yelling fire, you are responsible for everything that happens after that. That's what that means. That was like part of the Supreme Court decision when they're talking about this. That when you go onto a stage in front of thousands of people and you say, your country is being stolen from you. And if you don't fight like hell, it's going to be taken from you. The election was stolen. The Democrats all worked together to take this election away from me. And now, if you don't do something about it, your country will be gone. Okay, these are things that he said there. Afterwards, he also said, now let's march to the Capitol and protest peacefully and patriotically. But during this 90-minute speech, he said that once, and he said, the country's being stolen from you. You have to fight. You have to stop them. They're doing this to take the country away from us. You're losing the country. They are like very clearly going to go and rush the fucking Capitol when he's saying this, as they are certifying the election that he says is them stealing the election and stealing the country from all of them. Of course they're going to go do that. Of course they're going to go do that. Like, yes.
Do you believe that if the do you believe it was any other day besides certification day that you would feel differently in him being counted in being held responsible for the insurrection? Do you think if it was any other day besides the day of certification?
It depends. Like let's say.
See there.
Let's say that it's. Thought. Well, yeah, but it was. That's the point. Is that he did do it on the day of the certification while they were certifying, right next to the fucking Capitol.
With him being held accountable, because I don't believe anything could have been done, even if a group showed up peacefully and protested, as is what everyone thought the expectation was going to be.
You've heard us talk about Enrique Tarrio, right? Enrique Tarrio.
Yes, Enrique Tarrio.
Yes, Enrique Tarrio. Right, he went to the. He got charged with seditious conspiracy.
Everyone who was an oath keeper that showed up. Sorry, I don't mean to overtalk you. My bad.
He says, and the other people charged said, "Why are you charging us? Donald Trump told us to do this. He's the one who should be charged, not us. We didn't just think up this thought. Donald Trump told us to do this." Nick Fuentes, who was there as well, said afterwards, "This is bullshit. We didn't know that he was lying about the election being stolen. We would never have charged that fucking Capitol if he didn't lie to us about this." All of these people who went and did this stuff, they say they went there because of Donald Trump. We just finished watching a documentary. You may not have seen it, but we were watching that before I started taking call-ins, where all of the people who are live streaming this event and have their phones out are saying, we're here because Donald Trump told us to be here. There's all of these people. They all think that Donald Trump told them to go there. And so it's like amazing that everybody cuts out of context the little parts where he says, like, peacefully and patriotically, but then they don't remember him saying the country's going to be stolen from you if you don't do something about this now. Obviously, that is like, it doesn't matter if you tell me I'm a patriot. Right. If somebody tells me to go to the Capitol, if somebody tells me to go to the Capitol peacefully and patriotically, But they say that, like, after telling me that the election was stolen and that, like, if I don't do something about this, that I'm going to lose my country. I don't give a fuck who they are. I don't give a fuck what they have to say. If they tell me peacefully and patriotically, fuck you and your peaceful and patriotic shit. Like, if I want to be patriotic, I'm going inside that fucking Capitol. I'm going in now. Of course I am. Anybody would. If you're a fucking patriot and you actually think the country's being stolen from you, of course you're going to go inside the fucking Capitol while the certification of the election's being held. Of course you would. Anybody would.
A lot of food for thought. I'll have to check that out. I was watching a documentary that it was on YouTube. Obviously, it was in another media YouTuber did a whole documentary on everyone that was involved, from the colors of hats and vests that people were wearing, the Oath Keepers, right? All of their similar garb and clothing that they wore, with their intentions. Different point of view definitely showed me that there were groups who were there to send a message, which obviously is not okay, right? That's not a patriotic thing to do. I believe, personally, protesting should be something that is peaceful, not just peaceful. I believe that you shouldn't be impeding people. I believe that, like, obviously, you should have the right to protest like everyone is, but, like, getting in on the highway, running into buildings, that's bad, right? Sticking your hand to art, shit like that. I am not a big fan of that. So, it's interesting to see that we did have people pre-planning this to a certain degree. I believe there was also some messages, right, that were passed back and forth on a messenger app about it.
Yeah, they had tons of encrypted messages where they were planning on, like, breaking into the Capitol, taking over the government. They had blueprints of the fucking Capitol building. They were saying that they were going to take over and hold the fucking building to try to make sure that Donald Trump was the one who was certified as the president. They were and we have this from the Proud Boys to the Oath Keepers, and that's why these are the people who were charged with seditious conspiracy.
Right, the ones who should have been, right, all of the people who were involved who did an act conspiracy, who were charged, who were arrested and charged. I agree. There are better ways to be getting things across than storming the Capitol over that. Well, I don't think we will come to an agreement on all of the people, but most of the people that did deserve it. I still do believe a little bit differently, but actually in the last year, my mind has changed a lot about it because of video evidence, people doing a lot of the documentaries, the putting things together. Specifically, the messages were a really big blow towards the image that people like Tim Pool, Steven Crowder, all of the popular people don't talk about the omitted evidence.
Yeah, well, and this is part of the problem is that, like, when you guys hear people who lie about these things, saying shit like they let them in and crap like that, right? Like, or there's people being held who aren't allowed to go to court. Like, when you guys hear them say this shit, stop watching those people. They are fucking liars. They are trying to defend traitorous pieces of shit, and you are falling into their fucking, into their hive mind when they show you zero evidence, ever. There is no evidence of this. None of you have ever brought evidence. None of you have ever shown anything to justify any of these arguments, because it didn't happen. None of this happened. Yes, there were doors were open. There was one door opened by cops. Everybody says that there were two doors opened by cops. One door was opened by cops. One door was open by rioters. These are separate doors on separate parts of the building. One was they broke through the windows, climbed through the windows, and then went and opened the doors.
Yes.
There's another section where guards did open the doors, but those doors don't go anywhere. They go down a fucking hallway to another glass door that's fucking bolted shut that you can't get through. And so, yeah, so there's no there's no way that they could even get anywhere. But even if they did just let them in, I would say that yes, 50,000 people there to fucking intimidate folks, and then hundreds inside of the building already. I don't care that they opened up the doors. It doesn't mean anything. So
heard. Before I'm sure you want to go, before you go on the topic of conspiracy, because I know it was on a lot of people's minds in November. What are your current opinions on the disparage of votes that were considered not counted versus all the crap people talked about from 4 years ago? Do you think that the fact that we did not count anything past the day of, including mail-in votes that arrived prior, that the whole 7,000 plus, do you see it as a distinction between the ways that we engaged in our elections in 2020 versus now? Do you think, I'm hoping I'm wording that correctly. Like, do you believe that topic has any relevance?
The election?
No, the difference in, like they said it was like 7,000 plus something people didn't vote, in certain areas, that they normally would have because we did.
You're talking about in the last election?
Yeah, the last election.
So in the last election, there was a difference of 3 million votes from the election in 2020. Initially, they were saying there was 20 million votes missing. Then they changed it to 15 million. Then they changed it to 7 million. But now it's at 3 million. So there's 3 million.
Okay.
There's a 3 million difference from 2020 to 2024. Then the Donald Trump from 2016. So when he ran in 2016, he ended up getting 12 million more votes in 2020 than he got in 2016. Same person running in the same party, 2 elections in a row, ended up getting 12 million more from 2016 to 2020. Then in 2024, he ended up getting 3 million more than he got in 2020. So the one person, same person every time, keeps going up, way up. He's up now 15 million votes than he was in 2016. Whereas, like, they think that there's like these differences in votes is any sort of evidence of something, when if they do, then they think that it's evidence for Trump too, because he jumped up fucking way more votes than and he's even the same person, where we're switching from Hillary to Biden to Kamala, 3 different people each time. And they think there's some sort of conspiracy because they have different amounts of votes for each person, whereas he's the same person each time and going up even more votes than they are. So yeah, it's
So you also believe that it's just the numbers are just semantics, because again, last time everyone voted, we did count past the day of, we did use mail-in voting, we did have a lot more people vote that probably didn't vote prior to that. Huge turnout. I just wanted to ask you, do you also, so let me phrase this in, I believe that the votes don't fucking matter, just like I believe that they don't fucking matter the last time, because it's just the process, the candidate, and the media coverage of it brings stuff to light that is negligible.
From which election, 2020 or 2024?
Like from 2020
or the differences
from
between
2020 to 2024.
Yeah, all the differences that they're meaningless.
They're negligible, because we engaged with voting again in a different process of which everyone was used to in 2016.
Well, I mean, that's part of it, but even outside of that, like we go up and down in votes all the time. Like Hillary Clinton didn't get as many votes as fucking Barack Obama did, but she still got the popular vote. She won the popular vote against Donald Trump. Donald Trump won the election in 2016, but she won the popular vote. Yet she didn't get as many votes as Barack Obama did in his other two elections before her. Like they went down in votes in that one, and then they went back up in obviously in the 2021, but the 2021 was when COVID was happening. Everybody was doing mail-in ballots, so we knew we were going to have way more people vote. And then in this election, we expected to go
after midnight on all of those.
But we always, just to be clear, hold on, just to be clear, we always count past the day. Always. Every election, we have always counted past the day. The 2021 just took longer than the others, so it took like it took maybe a week, I believe, maybe close to 2 weeks to actually finish the counts. But in this election, we counted over a week as well. In 2024, it took over a week to finish counting. We always count past the day. Every election, we count past the day. We always decide who's the winner on the day, though. 2020 is the only one when we did not know who the winner was right away. And so that's the only difference in that one, is that we just didn't know who the winner was right away.
I actually was following. I was actually following in 2020, out of boredom, the map like pretty much the whole day, just I assumed in the whole difference that I figured Donald Trump was going to lose regardless because against the whole mail-in vote system to begin with. I am glad to hear that someone else who partakes in the current going politics doesn't believe that this number is irrelevant, because I just believe it's another talking point that people are going to constantly bring up, just like January 6th. People who, like myself, were uninformed. I'm going to continue to bring up a topic that is negligible towards current politics.
I'm sorry. One more time. It's my fault. I'm like reading chat and shit.
No worries. No. I was just saying, like, the whole the numbers, right? It is negligible information in the current politics. And I just wanted to ask you about that because I was probably never going to get another time.
Sure.
Just to hear your opinion on that. And like, I know you were wanting to get off your stream soon, so I'm sorry for holding you over too long. It's been very enjoyable to talk to you, Tom.
Yeah, appreciate you calling in, man.
Absolutely. Hopefully you'll be okay with me calling in any other time that I have the available, because I generally like your content. I like when I see you talk about things, because you come from a very centrist place, and you don't seem very biased towards one thing. And I do appreciate you do a lot of research that the rest of us don't do, who do follow along the moderate line.
We wouldn't expect people to do a lot of research. Like, truly, like, that is one of the things, is that, yes, I do a lot of research because I'm going to talk about these topics, and that is my frustration with people like Tim Pool, like Steven Crowder, like all of these others. They do like no research and then talk about topics as though they know what they're talking about. And a lot of times they're like missing the like finer details and the minutia that totally changes everything that they're talking about. Or
years later,
or they do know, and they do have that information, and they're just blatantly lying about it. It's one or the other. I don't know which one, but yeah.
Probably a little bit of both. Obviously, people who handle breaking news hardly ever go back towards topics and give revised versions of their opinions, or their opinions that they're gonna keep because their base hasn't gone back to this topic like I'm sure your has.
Yeah, I was about to say I have to revise shit all the time
watch,
because people, every time I talk about it, there's somebody who wants to debate it or like disagrees with something.
Right.
And yes, lots of times they'll have new information that I just didn't have at the time that I have to change on or that I have to update or something like that. So yeah,
you
we
seem
have
like
to
you have
we
more
have to do that.
information on something like this because I watch. Like I like to keep myself healthy, right? Like I watch the Young Turks. I watch the what's it called? The Collateral Damage. Tim Pool, Steven Crowder, just everybody, you know. The Quartering, just see where everyone is with the breaking news and stuff like that. And I think you're the first person I've seen actually continue to talk about a topic considerably January 6th. And you do bring up the minutia.
Yeah, appreciate it. All right, well, yeah, call in anytime you have some sort of disagreement or you have questions, hit me up.
Absolutely. Hey, man, you have a very good night.
You too, man. Later.
All right.
Okay. So yeah, so I keep seeing like a bunch of people arguing over like, yes, whether or not they were let in, whether or not they were all like, whether or not they thought they were allowed to be there. So we're gonna go over some videos real quick, and anybody who thinks that they have information that disagrees with what I'm pulling up, I'm happy to bring it up. Okay. I see a bunch of people saying, oh, I do so much research, dude. I do all the research, which what they probably mean is they probably look at like Facebook memes and videos on TikTok and shit like that. So yeah, I was pulling up some pictures just a minute ago. So obviously they were setting bonfires at the fucking Capitol. And, I again, for us to think that these people thought that they were supposed to be there while they're like setting shit on fire and crap like that, I don't believe this. In order to get into the building, you had to walk through broken down doors and broken windows, and then here's them fighting against cops and shit like this while they're in the rotunda. This is just one place where they fought against cops. They were fighting against cops outside. There were over 1,000 cops outside in front of the fucking building, and they fought against 1,000 cops to get through them to the building in the first place to get them to stand down. So, that's just a little bit of this, okay? So. Let's see. So here's some more lines where there's guards trying to still stop them. This, you have to understand that in order for them to even get this close to the building, they already had to be fighting the cops for a very long time. There was almost like a quarter mile from where the barricades were to the building. So in order to even get here, they would have to already have been fighting these cops. I beat your goddamn ass. You wouldn't do shit. You won't even jump on and talk. You're too fucking pussy to even have a conversation. I guarantee you would not do shit. Somebody who sits on the internet and talks shit about what they would do is the last person who would ever do anything. And I can guarantee this. I know this for a fact. Everybody who sits around talking about what they would do, they are always the people who would never do anything. Always. Every time, 100% of the time, the people who stand there talking about, oh, I do this, oh, I do that. People who actually do shit, they don't sit and talk about it. They don't ever tell you what they're going to do. They don't ever stand there talking about all the shit because they don't have to. They don't have to say stuff to make themselves feel big. They already know what they can do. So they don't have to try to sit and talk shit. And the last place that they would do it is from behind a fucking keyboard on the internet like a fucking keyboard warrior bitch. Like this fucking Memphis loser right here. You're a man. You are not a man. You're a little fucking... I bet you're like 12 years old. I bet you are a 12-year-old girl pretending you're a man because you are probably trans and you want to be a man and you're just mad that you haven't gotten enough money to transition yet, and now you're taking out all of your fucking rage and your trauma on us. I would drink you under the table. Okay, actually, I agree with that one. You probably would. You probably would. So yeah, they have all sorts of like pipes and stuff in their hands. They have flagpoles that they're using as weapons that they're hitting cops with. They also have a lot of pepper spray that they're pepper spraying the cops with. There's all sorts of shit. Okay, now look. You look at these guys here fighting the cops, right? You see them. Now, you see this guy standing here with his hands in his pockets. To me, this guy here is not innocent. This guy standing here with his hands in his pockets, he is not innocent. This guy is standing here and he is guilty of what it is that all of these other people are doing, because he is there as part of a intimidation factor against all of these other people. So you can see there's barricades set up. So these are all like barricades that they're holding here. But they had to bring these out because they already trampled over all of the other barricades and ran over them. Now look, let's go back again, okay? So right here, you can see a couple of these guys. Oh, shit. You can see a couple of people doing a bit more. So like right here, these guys here, this guy here, watch right in this area right here. Okay? See that guy tackling this officer here? These guys are tackling another officer over here. These guys are all pushing through these cops over here. See, he's grabbing the cop and dragging him. Which one of these people is innocent? As they're running past all of these cops, believing that they think they can be there. Hey, Tom, no one cares about this anymore? Well, then why are you here? Why the fuck? What kind of fucking, like, pathetic life do you have to sit and watch something that you don't give a fuck about? How pathetic is your fucking life when you're gonna sit there and, like, whine and cry instead of going and doing something that you actually would find valuable? That's embarrassing, dude. So yes, all of these people, guilty. All of them treasonous, all of them terrorists. Every single one of them, charge them all, terrorism. Every single one, fucking terrorists, traitors, all of them. Get all of them, every single one of them. They are not retarded children. They are not blameless. They are not idiots who don't know what they're doing. I know that everybody wants to believe that all Trumpers are just brainless NPCs who just do things because it's in their programming. It's not. They're actually humans. They actually have brains. They're not good brains, but they're still brains. They're still capable of making decisions. They still have autonomy. They still have agency, and they are all choosing to be here. And every single one of them should be charged with terrorism like the fucking pieces of shit that they are, thrown in jail, and throw away the key. Take them to fucking Guantanamo Bay with the rest of the fucking terrorists. You know, Yeah, the FBI made them all do it, guys. The FBI made them do it. They don't have brains. They're just NPCs. They're just brainless NPCs, and the FBI made them do it. They don't. The FBI's made them do it. They got forced. They don't have brains. They don't have agency. The FBI just forced them all to do this shit. Isn't that sad? Look at all the fucking brainless bots that are just being forced by the NPC to do this shit, or by the fucking FBI. Tom, what about the people recording? Are they so this recording is from this right here is a media booth. They literally built these towers for the media to be on, to record the protests from. So they have like I've applied for media at certain places where I go sometimes, and they will give you like passes to go into restricted areas where you've applied, and you're able to go there as media and record from there. And so that's what these booths are made for, is for media. So yeah, here's more body cam footage of them fighting the cops. They stole some of their pepper spray and started pepper spraying them. Here's more areas of them fighting.
We're going to try and get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
325 to 50 be advised, Cal Police 1 advised they're trying to breach and get into the Capitol.
So these doors were opened by rioters. So they climbed through these windows here, and they came over here and opened these doors here.
Breach of the Capitol! Breach of the Capitol!
That's them all chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." So if you're wondering, well, maybe they didn't know that people were there to do something violent. No, I think they knew. I think they knew what they were there to do.
50, we have a breach of the Capitol! Breach of the Capitol!
So you can see again, all through here, there's cops who are trying to stop them from going through. The main goal is to try to stop them from getting to the chambers, right? So Ashley Babbitt, who got her dumbass blown up, she fucking was climbing through broken glass where there was a broken window that took them straight to the actual chambers, right? And so those chambers are where congressmen and women are right now. And so yes, once you start actually going into the chambers, yeah, of course they're gonna shoot you now. We burn down shit, not them. We block traffic and shit, not them. Wait, again, BLM rioters were given harsher charges than everybody here. More people were arrested. Over 20,000 people, I think, were arrested for BLM, and the federal charges that they were given averaged way more time than the BLM rioters. Or sorry, averaged way more time than the January 6ers. January 6ers average about 3 months. The average for BLM rioters is a couple years. So these are, you guys want to be victims so bad, but you're not. You're not victims. I know you want to be. You really, really just want to be a victim, but you're not. You're not victims. I'm sorry. You need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and, become a man, grow some balls, grow a spine, whatever you got to do. But real Americans, we all know. We all know what's going on. And you can read the reports. We can go over them. Again, if any of you guys happen to grow some balls and want to hop on and talk about it, I'm happy to get into it with you, but most of you aren't going to, right? If I start going over the evidence, most of you will leave as soon as I show the evidence, and then you'll come back tomorrow and say the same dumb shit after I've already proven you wrong, because you know you're lying. You know you're lying. I know that you guys all know you're lying. I know you do. And so, yes, it is blatantly obvious that you just want people to view you as a victim. And so you lie and make shit up so that people view you as a victim. So these are all the cops here trying to stop these people from getting to where they are certifying the election. So see all these badges all across here and all of these people charging towards them. You can see it's hundreds of people just going all the way back. You can see it charging at, there's like 10 cops here.
We need to hold the doors of the Capitol. I need court support.
Can you imagine being one of these like 20 officers there up against 50,000 people? Like, obviously a lot of them have committed suicide since then from like the PTSD from, you know, being just a few of you up against tens of thousands. Like, this is terrifying fucking shit. Like, you're just a few guys up against 50,000 people. Like, yeah, this guy right here, right? This is a guy, this cop isn't doing anything to him, right? This cop is all the way up against the wall. He's not up against the crowd. He's not, like, doing anything to stop people whatsoever. And this dude just runs up to him and tries taking his baton from him so he can hurt him. Like, just runs up to him. That's it. Just randomly runs up to him and fucking starts fighting him right here. Like, this is insane, dude. This is fucking terrifying. They have other people that they grab, other guards. They just grab them and start dragging them into the crowd. Just start dragging these guys into the fucking crowd. Just pulling them into this massive crowd of thousands of people. Just pulling them in. A bunch of fucking violent animals, dude. Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. That's where they're at here. They thought they were allowed there, guys. They thought they were allowed there. It's okay. They didn't know. They don't have brains enough to know that they're not allowed there. They thought that once they beat up all the cops and got in, they get a fucking ollie ollie oxen free.
Peaceful people. These were great people.
They're great people, dude. Peaceful. So peaceful.
I mentioned the word love, the love.
Yeah.
The love in the air. I've never seen anything like it.
So loving. Such lovable people. Such peaceful, loving people, guys. Great Americans, you know, Constitution-loving terrorists. This is Ashley Babbitt. So this is where she dies. If you don't want to see it, you probably don't want to watch this. So this is where the actual congressional chambers are with tons of congressmen inside there. This is them breaking through the windows to get inside. These windows are already broken. They're continuing to break these, and then Ashley Babbitt climbs through one of these. So he's yelling, he's got a gun. The guy in here, we see the gun here. And the guy in here, we've seen his footage as well, where he's yelling, "Stop, I'm going to shoot."
This is about to get dirty, man. It's about to get bad. He's got a gun. Get down. I know. Oh, that sounds like a gunshot.
That was it. So that was, she's right here. This is her up here, climbing in through this window. And then that's her falling backwards right there. So there she is. You can see her backpack climbing up right there. That's her head. That's her backpack. This is her climbing in. Her feet are already up on the window, and her head is going through, and then you hear the pop.
Oh, that sounds like a gunshot.
These are people scaling the walls. They thought they were allowed to be there, guys. They thought they were allowed to be there. It's okay. So this guy's being crushed. They've cornered the cops from both sides, and now they're crushing him in a doorway and then grabbing his face mask, pulling his head around. See, they're trying to crush him. They are trying to crush him right now. He's standing there screaming, and they are all pushing harder, trying to crush him.
Most people don't know this, and I don't think even you know this, but your actions had a profound impact on me. So at 3 p.m. on January 6th, while you were holding back the mob at the Lower West Terrace entrance, I was holed up with Congresswoman Kathleen Rice in a small office about 40 paces from the tunnel that you all were in. That's about from the distance where I'm sitting here on the dais to that back wall. And from that office, in close proximity to where you all held the line, I listened to you struggle. I listened to you yelling out to one another, our last line of defense. Well, I'm telling you that you were our last line of defense. And during the exact period of time, Officer Hodges, in that video where you were sacrificing your body to hold that door,
I'm a good guy that's frustrated. You're a fucking terrorist sympathizer. I know that all the guys who worked with Al-Qaeda to fly fucking planes into the buildings thought they were good guys too, and that they were doing it for Allah, and they're getting to their fucking promised land. But yeah, no, you're a fucking terrorist sympathizer.
it gave Congresswoman Rice and I and the Capitol Police officers who had been sent to extract us the freedom of movement on that hallway to escape down the other end of that hallway. And I shudder to think about what would have happened had you not held that line.
And I think that our founders understood that our republic was very fragile. I don't want any of us to say that this happened gradually and then suddenly. And that some were just too worried about winning the next election to do something about it or too cowardly to seek the truth. So that's the task before this committee. I'm sure that we'll be attacked by cowards, by those in the arena, those only in the stands, and that we'll be attacked by people who are...
Top 4 show, all you prove so far is that a bunch of FBI agents who had American rights to do nonviolence defending the king of the country, Donald Trump, and pussy. Yeah, true. I should just like be totally cucked and just take Donald Trump's imaginary dick and just shove it in my ass and just leave it there for the rest of my life like all of these other fucks. Just, that's your right. I should just do that and just take his cock and just be cucked and just be an NPC and pretend nobody has agency. Nobody should be held accountable. You're so right. The nonviolent violence. Yeah, this is nonviolent violence. This is just violence that's totally peaceful. This is the most peaceful violence, of course.
more concerned about their own power than about the good of this country. But my oath, your oath, all of our oaths here today to protect and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, will be our guiding light for this investigation, and that will be attacked by people who are more concerned.
All right. Then where we see the entries at different points. So 11:57 a.m., Trump begins his speech at the Ellipse. Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. Mike Pence actually responded to this. He said that this was the most un-American thing he had ever heard of, is them trying to get him to steal the election for him. And that, yeah, he didn't think that he didn't think that somebody engaging in a coup was for the good of the country. He didn't feel as though somebody trying to steal an election for somebody else was for the good of the country. And so he talked about the fact that he was not on board with this. I think I have the video right here, but all the shit's loading so slow. Ah, here it is. I think this is it.
And this is still the people's house. And
This
as
is
we
one of them.
reconvene in this chamber, the world will again witness.
This is him talking right after the insurrection. Chad, okay, but the cops made it violent. If the cops would have let them do what Storm, it would have just been trespassing. If you understand that they're chanting "Hang Mike Pence," that they're saying they're going to kill Nancy Pelosi, that they're saying that they're going to kill people, and that they're saying that they're going to stop the certification of the election. They're chanting "Stop the steal," right? Why would the cops, who are there to protect the building and protect all of the congressmen and women and stop people from getting in, why you're saying, oh, they should have just let all of these people break in to kill these people? Like that's actually insane. You realize how insane that sounds, where you're like, oh yeah, the people who are there to protect them, they should have just let them in. That's actually insane. The cops didn't make it violent. Those people are trespassing, and they're there to fucking kill people. They're violent animals. They needed to be stopped.
the resilience and strength of our democracy. For even in the wake of unprecedented violence and vandalism at this Capitol, the elected representatives.
Okay, but they can't do that if they just transported the important people. Sure, the whole building was surrounded. The entire building is surrounded by 50,000 people. Where are they going to go? So what they ended up doing is they had like places to hide them. And that's what they ended up doing, is they ended up hiding them in different parts of the building, and taking them to different spots. There were bunkers that they had ready as well. And that's what they did. But it takes a while. There's hundreds of people in Congress. Hundreds. We have 500 congressmen and women. Over 500. Like, you have to realize how long it takes to get 500 people out of the chambers when 50,000 people are storming. And so, yeah, that's why they shot Ashley Babbitt, is because they were still in there. They were still trying to get those congressmen and women out. But once they got them out, then you see pictures of them letting them go in there and letting them like walk around and stuff. But they weren't going to do that until they got them all out. Once they got them all out, yeah, we have all the pictures of like the shaman walking around inside the chambers and like going up to the pulpit and taking pictures and all of that shit. They let them do all sorts of stuff once they got everybody out.
Of the people of the United States have assembled again on the very same day to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. So may God bless the lost, the injured, and the heroes forged on this day. May God bless all who serve here and those who protect this place. And may God bless the United States of America. Let's get back to work.
Okay. Yeah. Are you in the waiting room? There's nobody in the waiting room. I don't know why you're acting. Okay, you called me out. Good job. You're not even there. Then here's Mike Pence talking about them, asking him to name Trump the president and steal the election for him.
This was quelled. The Capitol secured. And we reconvened the Congress the very same day to finish the work of counting electoral votes from every state in the Union. Now, there are those in our party who believe that in my position as presiding officer over the joint session, that I possess the authority to reject or return electoral votes certified by the states. But the Constitution provides the Vice President with no such authority before the joint session of Congress.
So yeah, you guys know what electors are. You guys know what electoral votes are. This is how our states place votes. And he's saying, hey, Trump wanted me to steal the election for him. And he said, hey, just reject the ones that say Biden on them and then just say that they say Trump instead. And just pretend that I won those states and then we'll win. And Pence said, no, I'm an American, bro. I believe in the Constitution. I believe in democracy. I'm not going to steal the election for you, homie. I don't know what the fuck you're thinking.
That I possess the authority to reject or return electoral votes certified by the states. But
that's a straight up lie. Okay, so the hundreds of people who have already said that they were asked to be part of this plan, they're all lying. This is what you guys always do. This is what you guys always do, is all the people who come forward with this evidence, you guys all just say they're lying. Donald Trump has admitted to it. His lawyers have all admitted to it. And you're still going to sit there and call it a lie, dude. You're fucking insane, bro. The fucking insane, dude. You gotta be kidding me. What the fuck is a waiting room? That's how we pull people on. You join Discord. There's a link in the description. You join Discord, and then we pull people on. So you jump in the waiting room, and then I can pull you onto the show to have a conversation.
The Constitution provides the Vice President with no such authority before the joint session of Congress. And the truth is, there's almost no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person could choose the American president. The presidency belongs to the American people and the American people alone.
Yeah, there's Mike Pence talking about the stuff that Donald Trump is here saying. Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. That's what he's saying. I hope that you help me steal the election.
As the House comes to order for this important
Okay, what do you want to ask?
historic meeting.
So yeah, so this is how far back some of the barriers are, right? These are some of the closer ones, but this is how far back they are, right? So they're already breaking through barriers all the way over here. Then they start getting up closer, and then guards start putting up more barriers and holding them there. And then that's when other fights start breaking out. But I'm telling you that yes, these fences right here, these fences, once you go past those, that's it for me. That's it. Like, you are part of this now. I'm not going to give you some like, did you watch the election get certified? Did you watch the election get certified earlier? What? But today? No, I didn't watch today's. No. But yeah, this is like, for me, that's it. Like, you go past this fence, you know what you're doing. You know exactly what you're doing. So yeah, before Trump even finished his speech, they had already broken past the barriers. Before he ever finished his speech, they had already broken past the barriers. And so this is 1 p.m. The first rioters break through the barriers, and Trump is still here at 1:09. And his speech ended at 1:09. And then I think he left here around like 1:20, like 10 minutes later. So all of these people, even while he's still speaking, and I think Giuliani might have even spoken after him as well. Like, yeah, all of these people, as soon as he's telling them, like, the election's being certified now in the Capitol, they're stealing the country from you. Yeah, they all just got up and left and started going and breaking in. And tons of people had already planned it ahead of time because Trump had already been saying this stuff on Twitter for like a month at this point. Okay, so here's the first entry right here. This is the first entry. They break through this window. Once they break through this window, they go around and open up the doors over here for everybody else. Donald Trump tweeted out at 2:24, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones, which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth. So here's the thing. Donald Trump asked all of those states to send a fake ballot of electors, and none of the states did. No states went along with the plan. Nobody sent another slate of electors. And Donald Trump already knew this at this point. He knew that every single state had already said, we're not doing it. Republican governors, Republican AGs, Republicans across the board, they all said, no, we're not doing it. We are not helping you steal the election. So here, where he's acting like Mike Pence is stopping these states from doing this, the states didn't even do it. The states already said no. Nobody called for alternative electors, liar. What does that mean? Nobody called for that. What does that mean? Donald Trump and his lawyers have already admitted that they did it. So why don't you believe them? You think Donald Trump lied about this? You think his lawyers lied about this? They've literally said that they did it, and they think that it's legal. They think it's okay. So why are you why are you saying that they never asked them to certify fake electors? Or you said alternate electors. Why do you think they didn't? Why so many angry people here? You can tell who voted for. Yeah, it's people who don't like facts. No, they didn't. You're a liar. Yes, they did. They did. They said that they're allowed to do this. Yes. I will show you. I have the video too, but I'll pull this up first. Trump's attorney argues fake elector scheme was an official act. So I don't know who the fuck you're calling a liar. I think you're the fucking liar here. I think you're the liar. Is this
Presidential immunity.
okay? An attorney for former President Trump suggests the so-called fake elector scheme qualifies as an official act, which would prevent it from being prosecuted under the recent Supreme Court ruling on presidential immunity. Trump attorney Will Scharf told CNN Monday that some acts alleged in the former president's federal election subversion indictment do constitute private conduct, but the effort to put forth the slates of alternate electors in the 2020 election from key battleground states is not one of them. We believe the assembly of those alternate slates of electors was an official act of the presidency, Scharf said. That's Donald Trump's lawyer who argued in front of the Supreme Court that they are allowed to send alternate slates of electors. I have video of the alternate slates of electors showing up to the Capitals saying that Donald Trump sent them. So I don't know who the fuck you've been listening to, but make sure you don't listen to them again, okay? Because they're lying to you. Calling for a delay in a recount, not calling for alternate electors. They did call for alternate electors. This is, again, this is Trump's lawyer right here arguing in front of the Supreme Court saying that they wanted the fake electors to they thought that that was a legal thing to do. So you arguing that they didn't do this is incorrect. Whoever told you this is lying to you. Noting the Supreme Court left that question for the lower courts to decide. The Supreme Court ruled Monday that the core presidential powers are immune from criminal prosecution and that presidents are presumptively entitled to immunity for all official acts. They do not enjoy immunity for unofficial acts or private actions, the High Court said. In Trump's federal election subversion case, the justices made clear that some allegations in the indictment fall squarely in his official duties, like meeting with Justice Department officials to investigate purported election fraud. But allegations like the scheme to overturn the election resulting by putting forth slates of pro-Trump electors in 7 key states requires further analysis at the district court level, they determined. On that point, Justice Amy Coney Barrett broke with the majority, which she said otherwise signed on to, writing that she sees no plausible argument for barring prosecution of that agenda of conduct. In his CNN interview Monday night, Scharf contended that one of the official acts are stripped from Trump's federal election subversion indictment. Special counsel Jack Smith doesn't have a case. I don't think there's sufficient private conduct here to support the indictment, to support the ongoing prosecution, and that's what we're going to be litigating in front of the district court now. So again, they're not even arguing that they didn't do this. They're arguing that they're allowed to send alternate slates of electors, which means that they think that they can just send fake electors that did not actually get electors. Remember, electors are officials of your state. They are elected officials. Okay? So when you go and say, I am an elector, you are saying you are an elected official of the state. You are, and nobody thinks, literally nobody thinks that it's not illegal to pretend to be an elected official of a state. Nobody thinks that's okay. Nobody thinks that's okay. Literally nobody. Everybody knows it's illegal to pretend to be an officer of the law. And apparently Donald Trump's lawyers think that they can just argue that they thought that it was okay and that'll get them off. So yeah, yes, the fake elector scheme did happen.
We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
The votes for President of the United States are as follows.
So yeah, that's that part. Let's see, is this the full-time line?
Say hello, everybody.
So yeah, remember, there were tons of people there, tons of other people who did not engage in the insurrection. They didn't go past the barriers. They didn't rush the Capitol. They didn't do any of that. Tons of people knew better than to do that. They were all fine standing back and watching a bunch of rioters and terrorists go and try to commit treason on their own country. But most of them knew better than to do that.
Christ is king. Trump is president. Christ is king.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. Our country has had enough. We will.
Bro, just lock up Trump then, not all the people there. If he's actually the one that incited them, then he should pay for the people. Well, that's what a lot of them have said. A lot of them said, Trump told us to do this. Trump told us to come here. It's Trump's fault that we did this. We thought the election was stolen. He's the one who told us. And so a lot of them have said that they shouldn't have to get 20 years. A lot of them said they shouldn't have to get 30 years because it's Trump's fault. Trump should be arrested for it. The problem is that even if somebody tells you, like if I tell you, hey, let's go kill somebody, that's not hearsay. They said it in court. It's not hearsay. It wasn't hearsay. Johnny Waterhand, stop spamming. I don't know if you're fucking retarded and don't know how to like say full sentences or anything, but yeah, you're gonna have to. All right, yeah, we're gonna have to move this guy out. He's a little too schizo. We'll just, yeah, we'll get him 5 minutes. Actually, let's give Memphis 5 minutes too. I don't think he can sober up in 5 minutes, but we'll see. But yeah, like the problem is that if I tell somebody, hey, you and me, let's go kill that person. And they're like, why? And I'm like, cause they're a fucking horrible person. They raped a bunch of people. Like, they're doing this, they're doing that. Let's go fucking kill them. Right? And they're like, oh, they raped people? And they're fucking, oh man, okay, let's go. And they go with me and they kill that person. Well, if it turns out that they didn't rape anybody and they're not a horrible person, that doesn't matter that I convinced them to do this and I incited them to go do this. I will be held more responsible because I did come up with the plan. I did incite this. It was my idea. I will be held more responsible. But all of the people, anybody who joins me and does this with me, they are also people who can make their own decisions. They will also be held accountable for their decisions. They are not free of their decision-making processes just because I incited it. That's not how this works.
Will not take it anymore, and that's what this is all about. We're going to walk down to the Capitol because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
I think they should be. If North Korean people follow their leader, are they at fault for believing a fucked ideology? Yeah, like we've already settled this in with the Nazis, where all of the people who followed orders and held Jews in encampments and tortured them and starved them and put them up against firing walls and put them in ovens and gas chambers and all that shit. We charged all of them. Every single one of them. We charged all of them. Not like they all tried to say Hitler made us do it. We don't have a decision in this. We have to do what we're told. But they said, yeah, too bad. Like we do not allow people to just claim they're just doing their job. If you're murdering people and you were told to murder people, you still get held accountable for it. So they've already decided on that. Yeah, as they're breaking down doors, guys, they thought they were allowed to be there. They thought it was okay. They thought it was okay. See, this guy, like when we're talking about some of the weapons that they have, see, this guy's throwing he's just threw a spear at that guy. There's another guy right here. You can see it looks like he has like a piece of a wooden table or something. It looks like a leg from a table or some shit that he's hitting a guy in the head with on his helmet. Like over and over. They got baseball bats. See, they're hitting them with baseball bats here. Now they're breaking through glass windows. They thought they were allowed to break through the glass windows and go inside, guys. They thought they were allowed to do that. Normally, if I go inside a place, I break through windows and go inside. That's what I normally do. So this is the first point of entry again. This is the first place where they got inside. It's right here where they broke through the windows. This is the first spot how they got inside. So yeah, at 2 o'clock, they're evacuating all the congressmen and women. There's a video a bunch of people show of people walking between ropes, right? The reason that they're walking between the ropes, what they never show you is what is outside of the ropes. There's nothing outside of the ropes. There's just statues. That's it. There's just statues. So the reason those people are walking in between the ropes is because they're walking towards the congressional chambers. That's where they're going. They're going towards Congress. There is nothing this way. There is nothing that way. They're just walking between the ropes to get to the congressional chambers. And everybody acts like, oh, they walked between the ropes. Look, guys, look how peaceful they're being. They call this an insurrection. Oh, my goodness. That's not an insurrection. You don't walk between ropes in an insurrection. That is what they were doing. They are going to the fucking chambers. So, yes, they had nowhere else to go but between the ropes. There's nowhere else to go. Like, acting like them walking between ropes means something. It's insane, dude.
That's right, we own it! We own
you! Capitol Police just announced that there was a breach. Somebody or some people got into the building past security. So they've locked the chamber in the House and they've locked the chamber in the Senate.
They broke the glass? Everybody stay down! Get down!
So that's when they just shot Ashley Babbitt there. So when I say that they still had people inside the chambers, this is them. They're still trying to evacuate. They're, like I said, it's hundreds. There's like 400 people in here. It takes a long time to evacuate that many people. And so when you hear them shooting Ashley Babbitt, yes, that's because Ashley Babbitt is right there at the, I think you literally see the guy holding the gun right where I was just pointing the mouse. Yeah, I think he's right around here, or right over here. But yeah, they're literally getting into the chambers at this point. People have a right to overthrow the government, and if there's enough pushback, then a civil war, and then compromise. Yeah, but if you understand that if you do try to if you do try to overthrow the government, you go to prison, preferably for life. That's how that works. It's not like when you say they have a right to do it, like no, they don't. Like, any random person can't just randomly say, I'm going to go overthrow the government today. And if they try, well, I have a right to do it. So you can't arrest me for that. Like, that's not how that works. You still get arrested and you should get thrown away into prison. Throw away the fucking key.
Shots are being fired inside the Capitol chamber.
Everybody down! Everybody down!
That's where they are. So you can see the guns right here. This is where it's at. A woman, 3 o'clock, a woman is shot by police as she climbs through a broken window. 3:05, President-elect Joe Biden addresses the nation.
At this hour, our democracy is under unprecedented assault. The words of a president matter.
So Kamala should be in prison for 2020 riots. Riots are not an insurrection. Those are not the same things. I understand that you guys really have trouble with like the difference between trying to overthrow a government and trying to burn down a city, but those are not the same things. And Kamala did not encourage those people, and she did not tell people to go riot. She didn't say any of that shit. So Kamala didn't have anything to do with that. She literally said that people should stop rioting and that it was bad. So did Joe Biden. Both of these people denounced the rioting. So I don't know where the fuck you're getting your information from, but they're lying to you, just FYI.
At their best, the words of a president can inspire. At their worst, they can incite.
Okay.
This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special.
You're very special. I love you. I'm gonna keep my dick in your ass. Please leave it there.
Get out of here, guys.
My dick is nice and cozy in your asshole. Please do not remove it. Guys, they thought they were allowed to do this. They thought they were just taking a tour. That's all.
To those who strove to deter us from our responsibility, you have failed. To those who engaged in the gleeful desecration of this, our temple of democracy, American democracy, justice will be done.
Kamala was...
The 2014 study...
Kamala was installed. No one voted for her. Installed as what? She's not the president, dude. What do you... Installed as what? She's the fucking vice president. So if the president who is currently running goes down, she replaces him, right? That's what she did. She was on the ticket for Joe Biden. We were voting Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They were both on the ticket. We were voting for both of them. So I installed his what? Installed his what? Oh, this is Johnny Waterhand again. Oh, he's just spamming again. Okay, we're gonna have to remove him. If he doesn't now know how to talk. I know that Trumpers don't normally know how to speak in full sentences. We got to teach you guys English. I think that you guys should learn how to assimilate with Americans and American values. And we should start to have tests for you guys to be able to call yourselves Americans. Coward, why won't you answer the question, Johnny? Answer the question. Installed as what? She's not installed as anything. She doesn't have a fucking position. She's installed as the vice president, but she was voted as the vice president, actually. She was on that ticket. She was not voted for. Yes, she was. She was voted for as the vice president. I don't know where you were, but I was here. I voted for her. Let's see. I'm trying to find the one that actually just goes over like each one of the breaches into the Capitol, but
Have a history of street violence and will be key instigators of the
oh,
riot.
this is the one I was looking for.
We'll return to
I
them
wanted
soon.
this one first. Damn.
Although the rally is billed as a political protest, some make calls to storm the Capitol even before Trump speaks.
Yeah, and at this point, they didn't know this when they made this, but at this point, we know that a bunch of different groups had already made plans to storm the Capitol before Trump ever spoke. They had already made plans like a month ahead of time.
The Capitol, where our problems are. It's that direction.
And later, when Trump does take the stage,
We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
some hear his words as a call to action.
You'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong.
Invade the Capitol building.
Do the right thing.
Take the Capitol. Take it.
Been lawfully slated.
Take the Capitol right
Everyone here
now.
will soon be marching over to the Capitol building.
2 hours before this, the Proud Boys were already heading for the Capitol. They're clearly spoiling for a fight with far-left agitators like Antifa, who they believe are in DC.
Where's Antifa?
But there are moments that suggest...
See, earlier when I was talking about the fact that Trump was calling for the National Guard, that like they were talking about Antifa being there. That's why they're all saying that, like, where's Antifa? That's why they're saying that there were like ideas that Antifa was going to be there. It's because they were all saying that Antifa was coming.
Another motive.
Come on, tighten up. Come on, boys. Let's not fucking yell that. All right?
They're organized too. Many are marked with orange tape or hats.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys. And those
Show Ray Epps. Also, okay, so I already know that Ray Epps did tell people to go as well. It just doesn't matter. Because one, people already planned to storm the Capitol before Ray Epps ever said that. Two, the videos that we just showed of these other people saying, we're going to storm the Capitol, those people said that before Ray Epps said anything. Ray Epps was not the person to come up with the idea to storm the Capitol. Ray Epps is just another fucking dumb fuck, Trump supporter. And he also wanted to storm the Capitol just like the other dumb fuck Trump supporters. That's it. Like, that's it. And again, I will tell you guys that if it turns out that Ray Epps was working for the FBI and he was telling people to storm the Capitol on behalf of the FBI, I promise you that will make zero difference from me. I know you guys want to find every way to not be held accountable for actions. I know you guys want to find every way to not have your own autonomy. You want to find every way to be treated as a retarded child who just isn't capable of making their own decisions. But I promise you that if somebody tells me to do something, if I go do it, I want to be held accountable. I want them to treat me like somebody who has a brain. I don't want to be treated like an NPC that just because somebody told me to do something that I'm now programmed and can't help myself and I have to go do what they're telling me to do. No, I want to be treated like an actual grown-ass man, not like the fucking children of, MAGA who just can't be held accountable for anything. They all want to be fucking victims. They all want to find some way that they're not ever responsible for anything because they're fatherless fucks who just always engage in fatherless behavior, like acting like they're not responsible for their own actions. But I want to be held accountable for all of my own actions. And as I said, I've been to prison. I went to court. I did my time. I did what I was supposed to do. I am somebody who has been through all of these processes. So I am not saying this as someone who has no idea what he's talking about. I am saying this as someone who knows exactly what he's talking about. These people should all be in fucking prison and we should throw away the keys.
Boys are marching with us. We got hidden guys everywhere.
They're wearing body armor, carrying baseball bats, and using radios.
That's affirmative. Jesse, this is Tucker.
Leading them is Ethan Nordine, who's been entrusted with so-called war powers. He's joined by other well-known Proud Boys, like Joe Biggs, an organizer from Florida, Dominic Pizzola, a former Marine, and Billy Crestman. They will be among the first rioters inside the Capitol building.
Proud Boys.
I don't understand. Literally, like, we've already had numerous people join the Discord today who didn't have Discord. They made a Discord account. They joined my server. They jumped in the waiting room. But I got like a couple of guys who are in chat who are acting like it's impossible or they can't figure out how to get in there. If you're having trouble, just tell me, and I'll try to like help you figure out what the issue is. Because if it's like something that's actually like stopping you from getting in, I'll try to help you get on. To make it easier. They're scared. Well, that's what happens a lot of times, is that I offer to help people get on and then they just never ask for the help. The link doesn't work. Oh. Wait, numerous people already joined today. How does the link not work? We've had numerous people join. It's the link is in the description. It's I see it. It is there and it is working. And I just Botrix just posted it in the chat again. If it's I'm in your Discord, damn it, it says I don't have permission. Okay, that probably means you don't have a role. Alright. Let me find you real quick. Are you Big Hippie? Is that you? Big Hippie? It says you have roles. Yeah, you have roles. On the left side, it should say like community VC, community streaming VC, and then waiting room. And then you just click on the waiting room, and then and then just click join. Are you a grifter? No, I don't really make money off this. I am you're not a centrist? How could I not be a centrist? What? I would almost bet you have no idea what I believe. You don't know anything about my fucking beliefs. Sanders is a one-trick pony. Yeah, Sanders is fucking far left. I would never vote for Sanders. I don't like Sanders. All right. Okay, yeah, I see. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. I see the video you just posted in general. Okay. I'm gonna run to the restroom and I'll be right back. I'm gonna let this play.
As Trump is speaking, some of his other supporters also head to the Capitol.
Whose streets? Our streets! Whose streets? Our streets!
And the tone is becoming menacing.
We're gonna storm the fucking Capitol! Fuck you fuckers!
USA! USA!
Just ahead, officers guarding the building are understaffed and ill-equipped for what's coming their way.
You gotta stop us!
The building is more than 2 football fields in length, and barricades erected on the east side are defended by just a few dozen officers. The west side, facing Trump's rally, is even lighter. The fencing has been extended, and on the northwest approach only 5 officers stand guard. Around 5 also defend the southwest approach, a few more dot the lawn, and about a dozen officers are behind them. Plans to storm the Capitol were made in plain sight, but the FBI and Department of Homeland Security did not deem those threats as credible.
We will take that building! USA!
Capitol Police leaders and Washington's mayor were warned at least 3 times of violent threats, but also didn't take them seriously or circulate that information. And they declined offers of security personnel from federal and other agencies. They could have enlisted several hundred more Capitol Police for duty on January 6th, but did not.
We are taking our house!
And none of the officers on the barricades have protective gear or crowd control equipment. As a result, the Capitol is sparsely defended. It's 12:50 p.m. and a large group of Proud Boys is with other protesters right by the Capitol Police line.
I got a feeling they believe those 5 officers are going to stop some shit.
Joe Biggs is rallying them when he's approached by Ryan Samsel, a Trump supporter from Pennsylvania. They chat. We don't know about what.
Yeah, so again, we have like here in the indictment the stuff about Joe Biggs and them. These are some of the people who are charged with seditious conspiracy. So yeah, Joseph Biggs is right here. Here's Dominic Pizzola, and here's Enrique Tarrio. And these are the people who like straight up planned to overthrow the government. Am I really not able to control F on this? Nope. Okay. That is gay. Let's see. Tario. All right, here we go. On December 29th, 2020, Tario posted a message on social media that Proud Boys planned to turn out in record numbers on January 6th, but this time with a twist. We will not be wearing our traditional black and yellow. We will be incognito, and we will be spread across downtown DC in smaller teams. And who knows, we might dress in all black for the occasion. At different times, Nordine, Big, Rail, and Donahoe reiterated that Proud Boys members should avoid wearing Proud Boys colors on January 6, 2021. On December 29th, 2020, Tario posted a message on MOSD prospect group to notify prospective members. So that's MOSD prospect group. This is their encrypted message group. So this is where they have like encrypted messages in order to like send plans to each other. But yeah, on a message, Tario posted a message to notify prospective members of a virtual meeting on December 30th to explain how this all works. Tario advised the group that MOSD will have a top-down structure and advised prospects that if that's something you're not comfortable with, they should not bother attending the live sessions. Tario advised that upper-tier leadership would consist of 3-person operations section led by Rail Person 3 and one other person. Tario advised that the marketing section would be led by Tario, Biggs, and Nordine. Tario advised that the second-tier leadership would consist of 8 regional members. On December 29th, 2020, Pizzola sent a direct message to Tario on an encrypted messaging system. Hey, boss, I'm one of the guys bringing the decorative shields down. I'll be in D.C. with a few other brothers from New York. Pizzola traveled to North and South Carolina to visit Person 1. Pizzola brought with him a decorative shield to present to Person 1. I'm trying to find stuff specifically about Biggs, but he's not in here as much. Like, most of this is Tario. On January 5th, 2021, at 5:25 p.m., Biggs posted a message to the Boots on the Ground group that read, "Just trying to get our numbers so we can plan accordingly for tonight and go over tomorrow's plan." Biggs posted a message on the Boots on the Ground group that read, "We're trying to avoid getting into any shit tonight. Tomorrow's the day, and then I'm here with Rufio and a good group." In response to a question from a participant in the new MOSD leaders group, Rail, who traveled to Washington, D.C. on January 5th, stated that he was bringing multiple radios with him and that there was a person who was planning to program the radios later that evening. Nordine and Biggs posted a message that read, "Everyone needs to meet at Washington Monument at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Do not be late. We do not wear colors. Details will be laid out at the pre-meeting. Come out as patriots." The same message was posted by Person 1. So again, these people blamed Donald Trump for why they were there, and they said that it was Donald Trump who made them go. It was Donald Trump's fault, and that Donald Trump is the one who should be charged. So 9:17 p.m., Biggs posted messages to the group that read, "We just had a meeting with a lot of guys. Info should be coming out." They posted, "Just spoke with Enrique." Yeah, we also went over videos earlier where a bunch of people on video were saying that they were there because Trump told them to be there. We've seen Nick Fuentes talk about the fact that he was Nick Fuentes was there. And he also said afterwards that Trump lied to them about the election being stolen and was mad, saying that Trump is the one who told them to go, and he didn't even get charged. So yeah, I see that you're talking about a plea deal. First off, plea deals don't work for you to just make shit up because you have to like say this under oath. But secondly, everybody already knows Trump told them to go. We all know this. Everybody knows. Like we all saw it. We were all there. Like I don't need him to have like a reason for doing it. It's just the truth.
What? But a minute later, Samsel is the first to approach the police line. And it's now that the protest turns violent. Without hesitation, the crowd overpowers the police. Nearby, a second group breaks through on another approach.
Yeah, they thought they were allowed to be there, guys. Okay, what is this?
Clear that I know that there are protests still happening in major cities across the United States. I'm just not seeing the reporting on it that I had
that's right.
for the first few weeks.
That's right. But they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop. And they're not, this is a movement, I'm telling you. They're not going to stop. And everyone beware, because they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day. And that should be, everyone should take note of that on both levels, that they're not going to let up, and they should not. And we should not.
You said that she told them to riot. You said she told them to riot. What happened? Why? You said she told them to riot. That's not what happened here. She didn't say anything about rioting. She didn't say anything about being violent. Why did you say she told them to riot? She didn't tell them to riot. The majority of BLM protests, and I don't mean protesters. I mean most protests had no violence. Most of the protests had no violence. BLM protests were a worldwide protest. All of the major cities across the entire fucking world were protesting. Most of them did not burn down any cities. Okay, buddy? Wait, what? You said that you had evidence of this. Do you actually think that that's what that is? Do you actually think that that's evidence? Like, seriously, you think her saying that the protests aren't going to stop is evidence of her telling people to riot? Is that what you think? You think saying the protests are not going to stop, that's her telling people to riot? No answer? That's it? That's all you had? That's embarrassing. So did Maxine Waters and Pelosi. They told people, so Maxine Waters told people something totally different. Maxine Waters said some fucked up shit. Pelosi didn't tell people to riot. That never happened. Pelosi told people to stop rioting. So did Kamala Harris. None of them told people to riot. But Maxine Waters told people to go meet people in like the fucking restaurants and harass them and shit. That was fucked up. Cities are burning, and she said they won't stop. He asked her about a protest. He literally said protest. He literally said protest right there. You understand that, right? He said protest. Again, you're saying cities are burning. Sure, a couple. Most of them are not burning. By far the majority of the cities were not burning. And by far the majority of cities had fucking protests.
That's still happening in major cities across the United States.
Yeah, protests are still happening.
Clear that I know that there are protests still happening.
Protests are still happening. That's what he's asking her about. He didn't say riots are still happening. And she's like, they're not going to stop either. No, he said protests are still happening. And she said, they're not going to stop either. Yeah, that's totally different. Why did you lie, dude? Why did you lie about this? You were sent it to me to prove your own lie. Why would you do that? That's insane.
Others jump fences. And now hundreds of rioters rush forward on several fronts.
DC is a motherfucking war zone! Fucking war! Forward!
Ray Epps met with each and every single one of these people and told all of them to do this, by the way. Just by the way, guys, remember, Ray Epps made each and every single one of these people marching there saying they're going to war. Ray Epps didn't say that yet. He says that about 30 minutes from this point, but while they're all saying they're going to war, it's still Ray Epps' fault.
Police retreat to the Capitol building, where it's becoming more threatening. A mob mentality begins to take hold. Police are so outnumbered, they're forced to retreat again to more tightly defend access points to the Capitol. It's now 5 minutes into the siege that the Capitol Police Chief calls for backup from local law enforcement, known as the Metropolitan Police, and asks other Capitol leaders to mobilize the National Guard.
You took an oath! Does that not mean a damn thing to you, does it?
Metro Police will arrive within 15 minutes, but for reasons we'll explain later, the National Guard won't arrive for over 4 hours.
Back up!
Meanwhile, more Capitol Police come to reinforce the line. It's the first time we see officers in riot gear. But most are missing their shields because they had not prepared to unlock the storage area where that equipment is kept. Proud Boys like Billy Crestman keep rallying the mob.
Who's the officer? Do you want your house back? Take it!
And again, they start brawling with the police. Minutes later, reinforcements from the Metro Police arrive. A high-ranking Metro officer immediately calls for more backup.
Get U-12 up to help maintain the lines. They're throwing back.
They struggle to subdue rioters, who respond with their own chemical spray. And within 30 minutes, the police already have casualties.
Multiple capital entries!
This first wave of rioters battling police has paved the way across Capitol grounds for others to follow. And after Trump finishes speaking, thousands more now fill this space. Meanwhile, inside the Capitol, Nancy Pelosi and Mike Pence have begun searching.
So again, these fences here, I'm saying, yes, these fences are very clearly to stop you from coming through. Once you pass this fence, that's it. That's it for you, buddy. That is it. Unfortunately, the majority of those people have faced zero consequences for taking part in terrorism. Zero. Absolutely none. You know why? Because the government allows MAGA and Donald Trump to get away with everything. They don't hold them accountable. They never treat them like real humans who are capable of making their own decisions. They treat them all like little babies who are fucking retarded and have brain damage and are programmed NPCs who are never capable of making any decision as an autonomous human sapien. That's how they treat them. They are never treated like real adults. They are allowed to get away with everything all the time. And then you guys run around pretending to be victims. Yo, yo. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Big hippie Jesus, you're on the Tom Foolery Show. Are you on a computer? Let's see. Okay. Down at the bottom of the screen, where you just saw the camera button, there's a microphone button there. When you hover over that, there's an arrow down. click on the arrow down, and then make sure where it says input device that your mic is actually clicked on. Take a second and hit the... Oh, there you are. I hear you. Or wait, I did for a second. You had it for a second. Because oh,
hello?
Yeah, there you go. You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right, what's up?
Yeah. Oh, no, bud. I'm just doing the same thing you're doing on your fucking live video, sending you videos of just retarded shit. I mean, all you're doing is sitting around watching videos, dude, and then running your mouth about it. It's literally the only thing you're doing.
Well, it's not the only thing that I'm doing. I'm characterizing what happened. People said that this didn't happen, so I'm showing the evidence that it did happen.
Oh, I understand that. There's people out there that are absolutely fucking idiots. Of course it happened. Everybody watched it on live national television that it happened. Of course it did. Of course it did. But I also watched Trump tell them to peacefully protest. Whatever the people decide to do, besides what people decide to do after what somebody does, but for most of the people out there, just like you just said,
wait, that's what I keep
they're over
saying.
here fucking.
I keep saying that everybody's trying to make excuses for them for why they shouldn't be held accountable, and I'm saying no, they did make their own decisions. They decided to do this themselves. And then there's people in chat saying, well, no, Trump should just be held accountable, just him. And I'm saying, no, each person is making their own decisions. They're adults. They should be held accountable for their own decisions. So yeah, I'm saying the same thing.
Yeah, 100%. It's no different. It's exactly. I mean, people fucking are just retarded. They're just stupid. There's a lot of stupid people out there. I mean, from where it's off topic, it is different from the BLM riots to from what the Capitol being invaded, which is a huge difference because one's a governmental facility, but the problem is the governmental facilities are ran, operated, and funded by citizens. So regardless of what they did inside of the Capitol, we own the Capitol. So we're the reason why they're there. We pay for them to be built. If we want to fucking storm them and tell them we don't need the government. The government has done nothing but spit on us since day one.
Well, the rest of us also pay for the government and as well, and we say that you do need permission, and we say that you are doing something wrong, and so we're kind of at an impasse there. But
yeah, no, a lot of them that were in there, they were arrested for what they did. Majority of them might have not. They might have had masks on, which that's what you're supposed to do. That's what a lot of the BLM rioters did, were wear masks. It's kind of hard to find somebody when you got a mask on your face.
Yeah.
But when you openly, facely do it, and then you get arrested for it, I mean, it's all fucking, it's all bullshit. Is what it is. I mean, I voted for Trump just not for the fact of just because of popularity. I voted for him because he stated a lot of beliefs that I have. Because the border is destroying America. We do need to bring jobs here for us to prosper and all the other stuff like that.
Yeah,
but that's the reason why I didn't vote for him because popularity, because he runs his mouth. He's funny. I think he's funny because he's just
sure. I think everybody thinks he's funny.
Yeah, it's freedom of speech. You're allowed to say whatever you want, however you want, whenever you want, as long as you're not inciting, threatening, or being openly racist to somebody. That's my beliefs on the.
Well, you can be
First
openly
Amendment right.
racist too. I don't know. You can call black people the N-word.
I mean, it's unmoral. I mean, it's not.
Yeah,
it's unmoral to do that.
Yeah,
but it's just a lot of people. You might not. I don't know. I've watched a couple of your streams. I don't remember you ever saying that Trump incited them to do it. I don't think you did. But
No, I think he
on the
incited
same
them.
basis.
I think he incited them, and I think that like I don't think that he like
Well-
literally told them to do it, but he incited them. Like I was talking about earlier, that generally we give the example of saying yelling fire in a crowded theater as an example of incitement. That like you're not telling people to trample over other people and kill them, but if you yell fire in a crowded theater, you know people are going to start like crowding up to try to get out of the theater, and if that happens, you would be responsible for yelling fire in the crowded theater and making the consequences of people getting trampled on and killed. And so I'm saying that, yeah, if Donald Trump tells everybody that the election was stolen and that if they don't do something about it, the country's going to be stolen from them and that it's going to get taken from them, like any patriot would storm the Capitol. Like that's what you ought to do. If the country is being stolen from you, that's what you're supposed to do.
Yes.
And so if he's telling people
Exactly.
that, then yeah, I would say he is inciting it.
That's a video I sent to you. Is the same thing. She said we were going to keep protesting and everything like that, keep doing what they're doing. She might have been talking about the protest, but what you just said right there, what you your opinion on what you said about Trump right there is the same opinion I have of what Kamala said on the Late Show. It's the exact same thing. It's all
Wait,
opinions.
how?
I guess what she said is that they're going to keep protesting and they're going to keep doing this and this and this. Yeah, she might have been talking about the peaceful side of protest, but there's a dark side of the BAM that heard that continued to burn cities down. So it goes both
Oh,
ways.
sure. But I'm saying that like, but people saying her, like, I don't think anybody would hear her say, continue to protest,
You really don't think,
and they would
you
think.
really don't think people in America would have took that the other way? You just sat here and told me that there's stupid people in America. There's retarded people in America that would have heard her say that and be like, "Oh, we're doing good. Let's continue burning down our Walgreens in our cities."
Well,
and
but we
shit
don't
like that.
we don't
It's
do
the
it based
same
on
thing.
what stupid people would think. We do it based on what reasonable people would think. Our legal system is based on reasonability. And so if reasonable people would think that, then sure. But I don't think any reasonable person would hear her say, we want to continue protesting, and then say, oh, Kamala Harris wants us to go burn down cities. Like I don't think any reasonable person would think that.
It's the same thing. Any reasonable person on the Donald Trump side, whenever he said that we need people protesting and they stormed the Capitol, the people that stormed the Capitol are not reasonable people. That's the point I'm trying to get across. They're not reasonable. Regardless, I mean, it's one side burned down cities because a drug head robbed a store and with fucking OD'd on fentanyl.
Yeah,
mean,
but I am
none of it's
admitting that
reasonable.
any reasonable patriot would, if their country's being stolen from them, any reasonable patriot would go storm the Capitol.
Yeah.
Like they would do that.
Yeah.
And so I'm saying that like the reasonability when it comes to what Trump did, like that is reasonable. That is reasonable for them to go storm the Capitol if they think the country's being stolen from them. Whereas what Kamala
a lot
did,
of people think that a lot of people did think those things, and not just because of what Trump has to say. You can just watch. I mean, I've been watching. I wasn't about politics until about, I don't know, shit, about 8 years ago. I was like, well, I guess I need to start watching this shit because politics and all the governmental shit has a lot to do with the way I live in my life and how my life goes, and a lot of people don't think it does, and it really, really does.
Yeah, same.
Depending on who
I
you
started
decide to
about
run
8
our
years ago as well.
Yeah, I've been watching videos. I'll watch on one side and I'll watch on the other side. I'll watch it both. It's all bullshit. It's all for stunts and political gain and shit like that and all the other stuff. I watch it and I vote for people that I vote for, what the hell, if what they're gonna do for me. I don't give a shit if you want to cut your balls off and be a girl or anything like that. I voted on for. He told us, and I see it this way. All the bullshit on both sides of bullshit. Kamala never said anything about anything. He's just on there running her mouth. Trump on there running his mouth, but he did point out that he's going to do this, 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 by this, and this time. And if he doesn't, reasonable people will say, well, we need to find somebody fucking else that will. Unreasonable people are going to keep him in there because they like to suck on his ball sack, like you said earlier, put it in your ass.
Yeah, but that, like, I would say that, like, the fake elector scheme, like, that is the thing that is, like, enough for me to feel like he, like, nobody should ever want to vote for him. Like if you're if you know that somebody like attempted to steal an election and did it like
That's what everybody said about Joe Biden in the
sure, but we don't just say it,
the
do it based on
2020
what
election.
people say. Like we do it based on evidence. Like I sure people say all sorts of things
understand.
about Trump, but I don't believe everything that I hear people say about him. I believe the things that people can
There's
present
plenty of
evidence
evidence
for.
on the 2020. They're still in Congress talking about the 2020 election. There's votes that were invented for Joe Biden on addresses that were parking lots, people that were dead, so on and so forth, blah 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 blah. It's all conspiracy until somebody was proven guilty. You know what I mean? It takes a long time to prove an elected person guilty of any fucking thing, except for Donald Trump. They tried their asses off to prove that he was guilty on a whole bunch of shit.
Well, the one
but
case that he went through, he did get convicted of 30 felonies, and then the other
30
ones
felonies on the charges for what was it?
as
all
campaign
the
finance
like paperwork,
yeah, campaign finance
campaign
fraud.
finance fraud.
Yeah. The stuff with like
I don't believe it was for campaign. I don't feel like it was for campaign fraud. It was
that's what
for
it was the stuff with Stormy Daniels and
embezzlement.
everything. Yeah, no, that's what it was.
Yeah, it was
It
for
was
embezzlement and a whole bunch of other bullshit. Yeah, for
It-
I think that's kind of crazy for a person that has billions and billions of dollars at his disposal would fucking try to fraud anything.
Well, no.
But
It's not. That's not what it is. It is campaign finance fraud.
you're talking
So
about
what
the
they-
people. You're talking about the people inside the campaign that were trying to be fraudulent, or Trump himself that was trying to be fraudulent.
Okay, so the it's called the hush money case because he had
Every president ever elected, in the history of ever, has gave money to people for hush money to make themselves look better in a presidential election. Trump is not the only person that's ever done that. Everybody
I
that
don't think
has done that.
I don't think he's the only person to ever
Every
do
one
it.
of
I think that he's one of the
it's the
few to
problem
get
is-
caught doing it though. Like tons of people have
He's
been
the only-
charged and
he's the only
convicted for
one.
stuff like that. But no.
He's
Other
the
people
only
have.
one.
No, he's not. No, other people have been convicted. That's considered corruption. Like
Who?
but there's tons of
Who?
people who get caught on corruption charges all the time. Like paying people off.
There's a lot of constructions.
Yes, and I'm saying that like there's all sorts of like the mayor in New York right now. He's a Democrat. He's being charged for corruption charges as well as getting paid off by.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, 100%. The
yeah.
one that was talking about the COVID bullshit was out having sex parties and shit like that. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, and so if you're like paying people off and like doing things in a corrupt manner, like they hold people accountable for that sort of stuff all the time. But my point is that that the crap, what I actually forgot what the point was now. Oh yeah, so I initially I was saying that like he paid Stormy Daniels to like not talk about the fact that he had sex with her while his wife was pregnant, and that he like cheated on his wife with her. And so when they paid her, they were saying that he paid her to stop voters from finding out what he did, and that is like a election interference, and that he's using like money from his personal account for campaign finances. And so because he's using it for campaign reasons, that if you don't like list this as a campaign finance, then it's campaign finance fraud as well.
So for the fraud thing, you're talking about like that one woman that came about for Trump that said that a bunch of bullshit.
No,
I'm trying to
I'm
remember. I can't
I'm
remember
talking
off the top of the
Stormy
head.
Daniels. You're talking about E.G. Carroll.
Yeah, E.G. Carroll. I was going back to the subject Trump. I know who you're talking about, the dude in New York that was having giant sex parties and shit. Most of the Democrats and Republicans up there in the governmental thing for some reason like sex parties. Which I mean, you can go out and have a sex party all you want. I don't give a fuck. I mean, do what
I haven't
you
heard
wanna
about
do,
the
but
sex
you're
parties.
right.
I think it's Eric Adams was who
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
talking about. Yeah, he was just getting like all I know is that he was getting like briefcases of money and shit. and that yeah, when he
Oh,
was
yeah,
getting
yeah,
like a ton
two
of
different
money.
people, two different people with the same thing.
Yeah, but yeah, and you might. Are you thinking of P Diddy?
You
New
think
York?
no.
Oh.
There's another dude in New York. There's another dude in New York that's in some big shit too. Scandals and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Okay.
You might know who he is. I'll watch him because it just is what it is. I've been watching him for a long time. I don't know if you know who Louder of a Crowder is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watch him a lot, and I do click on his links, and I do research on stuff. And the majority of the things that he says is a lot of factual information. But a lot of
I
people don't like him because he's a dick. But I don't really give a shit if you're a dick.
I
I
don't
mean, you can
dislike
go
him
on
because
stage
he's
and
a
spit at
dick.
somebody.
I was a big fan of him for a long time until like almost everything he
People
ever
don't like
said,
people.
I started doing research on it and finding out that he just leaves out all the fucking context. He shows things like way out of context every time, to where he'll like show you little bits of something to where you're like, oh wow, that is there. Oh, so that is proven. Oh, see, he did prove that. And I would
A
think
lot of
every
people
time,
do
yeah, he
that.
proved that. And then after a while, I started going and looking into shit, and over and over and over, he was giving like small little bits of the information and just leaving out like all the important details that totally disproved everything that he said. So yeah, I stopped watching him after a while.
That sounds like every news outlet ever.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Same thing. The same shit, different toilet, man. It is what it is. It's the same shit, different toilet. I'll watch him because he's funny and he gives me a lot of information about things that are going on. Like you said, regardless of the information he gives, I do my own research on it. I do the same thing you do. I still like watching him. I don't watch CNN and shit like that. I watch a lot of podcasts, which majority of the people in America do. I'm a 32-year-old man, so I watch podcasts. I'm part of that new age shit. I don't watch CNN because the majority of the things that they say on CNN is absolutely a fucking joke.
Yeah, I don't know.
They
I mean,
don't.
the
They don't.
opinion stuff I would agree with. Like they have like a lot of like pundits
That's why I
give
watch both of them
opinions,
because
and they're fucking
if you
crazy.
watch if you watch Fox News and then you go watch CNN, normally you can put the whole story together. You know what I mean? Like they play a part of the video, they'll play part of the video, and it's the whole fucking video. But now you know what's going on.
Yeah.
Then
Well,
you
I
can make
think
it an
I think
assumption on which side's lying the most.
there's other shows on like CNN and Fox that are like that are actually like journalism. Like they're just like telling you the news, and most of those are like actually like really accurate and they do a really good job. But then then there's the ones that are just like they're just
It depends on what the news is about and how much money they are willing to give them for them to say anything about it. Like a lot of people don't know that Kamala Harris was a nobody until she was dating a governor, fucking balls, and then eventually she's a vice president. I mean, like, don't really make a shit how you get there, but it's the point of fact that you did a bunch of shit to be able to be in power, and you don't want to know about it, and then you pay people not to talk about it. It's the same thing what they charge Donald Trump for that they won't charge anybody else for. It's the same thing. It just depends on who it is and what your policies are. That's all it is.
Kamala Harris was
That's it.
Kamala Harris was in like law enforcement for a long time. Then she
I
was the
understand. Yeah,
DA.
I
Then
understand.
she
And then
dated
she
that
did,
guy
and
and
then
then
she was
became the
yes,
AG. Yes, and then she won re-election as the AG, and then she was able to
yes,
get into the in as a senator, and then eventually ran for
yeah.
president, and then became the the vice
She's always
president.
dated people. She's always dated people in high power. That's just all I'm saying. She's always dated people in high power. I mean, don't get me wrong. Do you? You know what I mean? You do what you do to make your life better. I don't give a shit how you do it. It's just the same thing. You're gonna bring up past on somebody else, and then you need the past needs to be brought up on you. It's just the same thing. If you're gonna do something, then other people should be able to do the same thing you do. Just like how they try to charge Trump with a whole bunch of fraud and shit for not paying taxes. Majority of the people that make a lot of money and people in government don't pay taxes because they use the same loophole. He said it on live national television
Well, those weren't loopholes though.
to
Like loopholes are generally like legal things that you're allowed to do, whereas the shit that
yeah,
he
I
did.
mean, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same. They
But this
all do
was,
the
but
same
that
shit.
wasn't like that wasn't even a criminal trial. Like the one that
They
That
tried to
was
charge
a
him for it.
no, that was a civil trial. That was the
Yeah, I
state
understand.
suing him. Whereas like the other stuff that we were talking about, like the campaign finance stuff, that was an actual criminal trial. So he got convicted of felonies in that one. And then
I'll have to
the
look
case
that up.
in
I haven't
Georgia,
seen anything about that.
the case in Georgia is for the fake elector scheme stuff, and that one's still going. Like that one, they haven't stopped that one, even though he won the presidency. They're still planning on prosecuting him for that one.
What do you mean by fake elector scheme? What did he try to? What one?
So it's in Fulton County, Georgia. He tried to get a bunch of people in the 2020 election in 7 different states that Joe Biden won. He had people say that they were electors and they weren't. And he had them go up to the Capitol and say that they were the electors, and then they wanted them to place ballots and say that Donald Trump won their state. So you know how like we do the electoral college where like we have electors who represent like a certain amount of voters, and in Georgia you have 16 electors, and so they wanted 16 people to show up to the state capitol and place votes saying that Donald Trump won the state of Georgia instead of Biden when Biden won in 2020. And he did this, in 7 different states. And so they're charging him for trying to steal the election in Georgia.
I understand. And then my rebuttal to that is I can say the same thing about Joe Biden whenever they did the election for that, and then the first time ever that they decided to do mail-in ballot, which you can't really prove who is what, and what is what when you do a mail-in ballot because
Well,
you're
I was
not
about to
there in
say these
person
are
to
like
do it.
separate states doing these things, and their like own Supreme
I
Courts
understand.
are deciding these things. Their attorney generals are deciding this. Like they have
Are they all blue
like
states?
no, especially not Georgia. Like Georgia's always been a red state. That
Okay,
was the
yeah.
first election that they had gone blue, and but pretty much
I
every
don't think Georgia
by far the
voted blue
majority.
this time.
No, they didn't. This time Trump won.
Yeah.
This time I'm saying in 2020, the one that he did this in.
I
That was the
understand,
first
and then
time.
there's a lot of people that have proof and so on and so forth, and videos of the where they count the votes and stuff, where they said there were fires or there was water, or so on and so forth. It's all, I mean, it's the same shit. It's just whoever's
But
trying to
those
do the
things are
most
just
good
like
are the most
those things
evil.
are things that are like suspicious, right? Like I can admit that like that
I
stuff happening
understand,
is suspicious,
but
but I
whatever,
would need like
if
more
it's
evidence for it to actually be something that I would say like, oh, they're trying to do something or that's criminal. Like I would have to actually have evidence of that. Like I would say that this is suspicious to where I'm like, yeah, that makes me wonder if they're trying to do something. But it's not actual evidence that somebody's trying to like steal something.
Oh, I understand. I mean, they're never going to do it any fucking way. It's just how it's how it's always been. I mean, it's everybody says that the fucking right it does something, and and in the reality, the right's not the one that does it. It's the liberals that do it. I mean, it's just back and forth, however you wanted it to be. They never tried to do a case. They said something about the election fraud and so on and so forth, and kept fucking saying shit about that, and then nobody wanted to look into it. The FBI didn't want to look into it. I mean, nobody wanted to look into the fake mail ballots that were coming in for the vote for Joe Biden. But whenever it's Donald Trump's turn, and then it's just they just might as well throw him under the fucking bus and back it up. I mean, that's what I physically watched on news outlets and articles and so on and so forth. They do a little bit of fucking research on what's going on the Democratical side, and then they do all the research on the Republican side. I mean, it's obviously the Republicans do more work than the Democrats do because one of them being indicted for was indicted for 30 fucking things. You get what I'm saying? They don't try. They just throw their hand in the basket for the Democrat side, and then on the other side, they just make sure they have everything and all their T's in order. That's what I've physically witnessed happen over the past 8 years, 6 years, 8 years.
Yeah, I guess I
9
don't know.
times out of not
I don't agree. I think that most of the time, like I think that Trump is like a once in well, apparently a once in a country. I almost said once in a
that's what I'm
lifetime,
saying.
but
Like, out
even
of
like even throughout the history of the United States, he has done so many things that literally like no other politician has ever even thought of or attempted to do. He is just a
he's not a
once in a
politician.
country. Well, he is a politician. He's literally a politician. Like
I mean, he is
he
now.
may not be like a yeah, he may not
He's
be
not a
like
great
a
he's not spent 50 years
yeah,
inside of the governmental system,
yeah,
is what I'm saying.
he's not a career politician, of course, but
Of
he is
course,
yeah.
he'll make fuck ups, you know what I mean? It's no different from what any politician does. He
I
just
just
didn't
strongly
cover his
disagree,
track.
dude.
He didn't
I like these are things that like
cover his tracks
are
as well.
unconstitutional and like I just disagree. I don't think that there is that much corruption, and I don't think that like I don't think
And
that
there's a lot of things that the governmental does that's unconstitutional, but nobody gives a fuck until it's Donald Trump.
I don't
I
agree
mean,
with this at all.
social media was spit on your fucking face because you said something and it hurt somebody's fucking feelings. You know
Yeah,
what I
but I
mean? I
don't
don't
think
have
that
a
has
Facebook
anything
or
to do
Instagram
with
no
the
more because people.
Constitution.
It's First Amendment right. It's freedom of speech.
Well,
That is
so
a
if I go
constitutional
inside
right.
your house and I say something to you, are you allowed to kick me out, or do I get to say it's my like if I say your wife's a bitch and she's a slut,
You can
and
say
she's a
whatever you
whore,
can
and
say
like
whatever you want in my house.
yeah, but are you
I don't
allowed to
give a
kick
shit
me
what you
out?
say in my house.
But are you allowed to kick me
I
out?
mean,
Can I like if you say, "Hey, get out of my house," do I get to
yeah,
say
because
like, "No, it's
because
my
it's
First
my
Amendment right"?
house.
Well,
Because it's my
exactly.
house.
Well, exactly. That's the same with
Social
these social
social
media
media is not
companies. That's
owned
their
by one
property.
person. It's everybody. Yeah, well, yeah, I know it's
No,
their
it's
property, but you allow people to use your fucking your page and social media and stuff like that, and then you're saying that that's a horrible way to put it.
well,
I mean,
no,
that's way different. You come to
it's
somebody's
not.
house, which is private. Social media is not private; it's
No, it
public.
is. It's your no, it's not public. It is they make it they open it to the public, but it is their business. It's their private property. So this is like saying like if I go inside of a McDonald's and I do something that's against their rules and that they want me to leave, they get to trespass me. They get to tell me to leave. It's their private property. It's that like it's open to the public, but they still get to decide when they no
Social
longer
media is
want to give me their
it's a
business.
very a lot of people have different opinions on social media and what you should be able to do and what not be able to do. I feel like First Amendment rights on social media should be implemented, regardless of who owns it.
I understand
You
that
can't
people
tell
have
people
different
what they can and
opinions
can't
on
say.
it, but I'm just saying that like this
Yeah.
is not something that the Constitution like talks about. The Constitution like doesn't have a say on
Of
stuff
course
like
it don't,
this
because the
'cause
Constitution was wrote in the 1800s. I mean, yeah, of
no, no,
course
no,
it's
no,
not.
no, 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 no. I don't mean that. I mean like the fact that like it doesn't apply to like private property. Like once somebody's like it's their property. So the Constitution is like pretty clear that it's saying the government cannot lock you up for something having to do with like
Yeah.
speech. That's what they're saying. That doesn't mean that like private companies can't kick you off of their platform. They're not the government. The government can't lock you up for something, and then that's pretty much it.
Yeah, but social media can also allow you to say things that say certain things, but if you say something else, you're banned for it. That's the problem that a lot of people have. You can go on there and say a bunch of stuff about Joe Biden, he's Hitler, and so on and so forth, but you go on there and say something about Kamala doing something retarded, and your post gets banned. That's happened to me plenty of times. Plenty of times. If they want to do it like that, then everybody needs to be treated equal on social media. You cannot decide on what somebody can say and what the other person can't say. That's not how
Wait,
that
but
should
what
work.
if okay, so what if I want to create a platform where I want my platform to be for people to are you a Christian?
Hmm?
Are you a Christian?
Somewhat.
Okay, so
Yeah,
let's say
somewhat. I don't go to church. I don't go to church because it's all hypocrites and bigots.
okay, so let's say I want to create a platform that's like a streaming platform. And the idea is that we want to make it to where there's going to be like a person on screen who's streaming. And then they take prayer requests from people. And those prayer requests are going to come through the chat. And so they'll do a live chat. And the streamer is supposed to take their prayer requests and they're supposed to pray for all of these people while they're all in the chat. And so as they're taking prayer requests, they stop and pray for each person as they're going through. And then somebody comes onto my platform and they are taking prayer requests for Satan, and they're a Satanist, and now them and their whole community of Satanists start moving on to my platform, and a bunch more and more of them are starting to pray to Satan. I'm a Christian. I want to create my platform for Christians. Should I not be allowed to tell them that this is against TOS, that this is against the rules, and that this is only for Christian prayer requests, not for Satanist prayer requests? Or am I not allowed to say that?
I mean, you're allowed to say that, but I mean, it's
But
morals are
you're
morals.
saying,
I mean,
yeah,
it,
but I'm
it
saying that
is.
you're saying that like you shouldn't be allowed to treat people differently based on these things, and I'm saying, well, they should be allowed to choose if that's what they want their platform for. If that's what they want to do with their platform, like they should be allowed to choose because that's their freedom of speech. Like the platform's freedom of speech is being able to decide what they want on their platform.
Then social media no longer needs to exist.
Why? Why can't they just choose what they want on their platform? Why can't you just go create another platform for conservatives or some shit?
Because you should be able to say regardless of what you wanted to say anywhere. It doesn't make a shit where you are.
I mean, as somebody who's owned a bunch of businesses, I have kicked a lot of people out of my businesses for being disrespectful to my employees, for talking in a way that I thought was going to scare my customers away. And I think that that is the idea for social media platforms is they feel like, okay, if we allow people to say things that like we deem racist, sexist, homophobic, like all of these things, that's only going to scare certain types of people away from our platform.
The
And so we
1%,
need to
less than 1% of people off of social media, Facebook is not going to hurt Facebook for less than 1% of the population of America
you can
decided to
believe
get
they're
off of
right.
Facebook.
You can believe they're right, but I'm saying that if they're wrong. Sorry, you can believe that they're wrong, but I'm saying that if they come to that conclusion, that they believe that like just making it the most inclusive place possible to where everybody's going to be everybody's going to be able to like get along, and they don't want people to be like discriminated against. I feel like they should be allowed. It doesn't matter if it's going to happen. I'm saying that they should be allowed to make the decision to want to do that, and that they should be able to run their platform that way if they so choose.
I understand what you're saying. I understand, but like I'll go back again. It's feelings. Nobody gives a shit about people's feelings in the world. You know what I mean? Nobody cares about how you feel. If I go in there and I say somebody's a faggot, so what? It's a fucking word. Get over it. Who gives a shit? You shouldn't. I mean, you go on there and then you fucking get somebody's Facebook took down because you started incited a fucking argument and then you didn't like what I had to say and then you tell Facebook like a little baby and snitch me and get my Facebook took away that I've had for 12 years. That's a problem.
I guess. I've been banned on almost every platform, and I'm.
Oh, 100%. I have too. I have too because of what we believe. I understand.
But I'm saying that I don't have a problem with it. Like it's their platforms. I did break their TOS.
Oh, I don't
I
either.
did say things
I don't give a
that was
shit.
against their rules, and I think that like I wish that their rules weren't that way. But it's their platform. Like it's their rules, their law. And so I say like, yeah, you can do what you want with it. But you're trying to make it sound like it's like a First Amendment thing that they shouldn't be allowed to do this, and that's where I'm disagreeing.
You shouldn't. Yeah, when they're on my beliefs on the First Amendment, right? As long as you're not invoking, if you're not threatening someone, then it shouldn't be. You know what I mean? When I say threaten, not like I hope. If I hope something bad happened to you, that's not threatening you. That's a wish.
Yeah, sure.
If
I'm saying that I'm saying that's stuff that like the government shouldn't be allowed to punish you for. But I think like a private business can. I think a private business should be able to say I don't want this on my platform, and they should be able to like choose.
And they need to hold everybody equally accountable. Everybody needs to be equally accountable. If you message somebody running your mouth and instigated an argument, and then I'm the one that we both should be banned. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure, probably.
If I go in there and I say something, if I go in there and say something and dog out Kamal and my post gets taken down, the same thing should happen to Trump, but it don't. I go in there and I can see the most heinous, despicable things that have been said about that man. If you would copy and post and change Trump and put Kamala, your post gets took down. That's what I'm more or less it's not that they I might have worded it wrong. It's not that they then that fucked me up. The dude joining in there. It's not that they took posts like to ban me from it or anything. It's not like I'm hating on them or just saying like that. But it's they need to hold everybody equally accountable for what the same thing that they ban people for.
I agree. Like
It's the
they
problem
should
that
have
I
to be
have with it.
consistent because once they're no longer consistent, I feel like they could
Yeah, they're
start
not.
like
They're not.
discriminating against people based on different things. Like they could say like, oh well, we don't want like black people on our platform, and then just like yeah.
Black people can say whatever the fuck they want to, however they want to, and they're fine.
What's up?
Fix your mic. You have your crackling.
Oh, I'm crackling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit. It wasn't bothering me. It might be bothering other people. The internet. It's just the internet. It's just how it be. Poor video quality, poor audio. It's internet. You could have the best internet in the world, man, and then it just be like that. Technology.
Yeah, but Tom is supposed to be professional. I don't know why this keeps happening.
It just is what it is. I mean, hell, you go on Fox News, social media, and everything like that. Sometimes it crackles in and out. You lose connection. It's just technology. It's man-made. Nothing could be perfect. Nothing could be perfect.
Kind of mad at both of you guys for something that it's been a while. You were talking before about the New York case, and
yeah, the New York cases. Yeah, they're shit's getting real. It's got to the point now. It's that everybody wanted to dog Trump out. Yeah, you sound great.
Yeah,
Everybody wanted to dog out Donald Trump, and they wanted to bring all this bullshit up, and they wanted to keep on and keep on and keeping on. And now, since it's equality, it's more or less equality. Since they're going to fucking sit here and they're going to judge this man, and then they're going to put him to the court on the same shit they do, they might as well get everybody in a circle. You know what I mean? They're just.
I mean, it's not like that. It's everyone just keeps talking about, oh, this is like campaign finance, and this is like just some documents. No, it's not like that.
It's the same shit. Everybody,
no, it's not
in the
like
history.
That. So the
Wait,
guy,
it was
the
campaign
guy
finance fraud. That is what it was.
No, but no, it's theft. Like the guy is a billionaire, and I donated to him for his campaign. I wanted him to win. I voted for him, and the guy took my money to pay his fucking porn star.
Wait, no, he didn't.
If he uses
he didn't.
If he uses all of his fucking money for his porn star, that's fine.
No,
but
he
if
didn't
he starts
do that.
using the money for the campaign finance,
he didn't do that. That's the problem. Is that he didn't do it. He like when you pay for things that are like campaign related, you have to log them and put them in as campaign financing.
Yeah.
And he didn't log it as campaign financing. He paid for it with his own money and didn't log it. And so we're saying that he didn't use your donations or anything. He just didn't he just used his own money when it was campaign related.
Then how is that Donald Trump's fault? Then doesn't he have people that run his campaign for him?
It's his fucking job. It's his job and his lawyer. So
yeah,
the lawyer paid the thing, and then he paid the lawyer with the campaign money.
Yes, he did it privately. He did it by himself, telling his lawyers to pay for it.
I don't give a shit what he does with his own money, but the entire point of having campaigns that you ask money for people is that you only use that money for the fucking campaign. He can pay whatever porn star he wants. He can fuck whoever he wants behind his pregnant wife. I don't give a shit about what he does behind his pregnant wife back. He can finger whatever other girl he fingered. It's not rape. He just fingered her. But it's my money, motherfucker.
That's the same thing. Every politician that's ever fucking ran for government does this.
I don't care. I didn't give money to any other one. This one stole from me.
I understand. Every single one of them steals from everybody, dude. It's the same shit, different story. It's the same shit, different toilet, man. All of them do it. It's the same stuff. The fucking politicians and the government officials in America, they need to shut the fucking government down and start over. That's all we need because it's gotten out of control. It needs to be stopped. Like I told him earlier, I don't give a fuck what Trump did and stuff like that. I voted for him because of what he said he was going to do. You know, that's what you vote for. You don't vote for because he makes me feel a certain way. You know what I mean?
No one gives a shit if he's flying around with Epstein, if he's like paying porn stars. I don't give a shit. I only care about the policy.
Yeah, that's why I voted for him, because his policy. I don't give a shit what he did with that fucking money. I don't care. Like I was telling him about the Facebook thing. You got to hold everybody equally. You got to charge everybody equally. You can't just be like, oh, he did this and this and this and this and this and this. We're going to charge him, but Joe Biden did the same thing, and then nobody talks about it. That's the
I'm sorry,
problem
but
that a
this
lot
it's
of
just not
Americans.
true that everybody does this. Like these are things that are highly, highly regulated. These have like very strict
None of
fucking
it's
rules on
regulated.
them. It is all regulated, highly regulated. Like they have to have accounting for every little fucking thing. These things are highly regulated. And so it's just not true that like everybody's doing this stuff, because they're just not. Like there's massive amounts
Well,
of
not
rules and
not
fines around
everybody.
this shit.
Not everybody. The majority. I mean, I keep forgetting I have to get my words right, or I'm look like an idiot. Majority, not all of them. I ain't gonna put a percentage on it either, because then I have to fucking go online, look up stats and all this other bullshit that everybody else should do on their own time before they come on here and say a bunch of retarded shit. Which I heard you say that a lot, which I agree with. And like I shouldn't have to sit here and look up stats to fucking prove you the shit that you should already know. It's 2024. Internet is open. You can go anywhere you want to and find anything you want to find at any given fucking moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can go in there right now, type my name in, and have 15 pictures of my face you can go on Google. It just is what it is. It just it is. It happens. You know what I mean? Like fucking Kamala paid people to keep shut up. Biden did the same thing, so on and so forth. We have over 40 presidents. All of them do it.
I mean,
It's
that's
regardless
fine.
of
As long as they pay with their own money, it's fine. As long as they don't steal from me. As long as they pay with their own money, it's fine.
That's why I don't send them money.
If they fucking wanna pay hookers all he wants, use his own fucking money.
Again, I'm telling you, short stack, that is what he did. That is what he got in trouble for. I'm trying to explain. That is what he did. He paid for it with his own money. That's why he got in trouble. Is because he paid for it with his own money and did not log it as a campaign finance expense when it was a campaign expense.
Which is outrageous.
The entire argument is that the Cohen for giving the death for whatever month, it's a campaign contribution from Cohen to the campaign. So if that's true, then it's a donation from the campaign because he eventually paid Cohen back. That's why Cohen went to jail.
I just think it's crazy that a man that can use his own money and gets arrested for it. If you use your own money in a campaign to fund your campaign and then get charged for doing it, it's fucking ridiculous.
But that's not it. It's he used the campaign that other people donated for other things.
No, he did not. He didn't. He used his money. Okay.
Yeah, I'm on the same page.
Listen, I'm trying to explain. If you use money, any money, yours, somebody else's, doesn't matter. If you use any money,
you have to document it.
Yes, you have to document it as a campaign expense, and then this is regulated by the FEC. And all of this, all of the ledgers, all of the documentation, all goes to the FEC. So then when they find out that he was paying somebody to not talk about something to help his campaign so that it didn't hurt his campaign, they're saying you have to use campaign money for this and you have to log it as a campaign finance expense. And you didn't use campaign money and you did not log it as a campaign finance expense. Therefore, you are getting charged with campaign finance fraud.
No.
I'm telling you that's what happened. I'm telling you that's what happened.
No.
100%. I'm telling you that is what happened.
He used Cohen's money. He didn't use his money. He used Cohen's money. And Cohen is a fellow contributor to his campaign.
He didn't pay Cohen back. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's Cohen's money. Cohen believed in him like I did, like Big Hippie here did. We all believed in him, and he fucking screwed over Cohen and used the money from him. So it's a campaign contribution. It's theft. He stole from his own fucking lawyer.
Yeah. Not from you, but yes, from his lawyer, yes.
Like I said, I didn't vote for him because he does say these stupid shit, and voted for him because of his politics and what he said he was going to do for American people. That's all I voted for. I don't give a fuck what he did.
Sure, but if he's a liar and he keeps getting proven to lie, and then he's
every one of them's a liar. Everybody's a liar.
Again, I don't agree with this, though. I don't think that's true. And so I don't think that we can trust him when he says that he's going to do something, especially when in 2016 he ran and he didn't do half the shit that he said he was going to do and didn't even attempt to do most of it, and sometimes even did the exact opposite. Like, I think
when I went down to the grocery store and $150 filled up my buggy and I went and got gas and it was below $1.50, I feel like he did a lot.
I mean, it's like the other girl, the one that he fingered. Like, he paid for that thing from his own wallet. That's fine.
That's what a lot of people don't understand in this world. They hear somebody say something and like, "Oh, this dude's a pedophile," just because somebody says you are, and you go to the courthouse and the court, and then 12 people of your peers decide that you are innocent, and then people still call you a pedophile. It's tomato. You know what I mean? It just is what it is. Once you get something bad about your name out there, doesn't matter how much evidence, doesn't matter how much shit that you have to prove that you're innocent, you still be regarded as that. It's just how it is. It's society.
Right.
That's exactly how it's going to be. You know what I mean? Everybody found out Kamala sucked balls all the way up to the top. Guess what? Now she's a whore that became vice president. It's just what it is. You know what I mean? It's just how it is going to be. It's society. You can't.
Sometimes, right? Like,
it's a lose.
He was like running pageant shows for teenage girls. It's kind of normal that he walked into. It's like it's his property, right? He walked into the dressing rooms. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Like, yeah, 100%. You accidentally walk into the woman's bathroom and see a girl in there half naked. You're a piece of shit because you walked into the wrong bathroom. You see what I'm saying? It's tomato. Nothing you can do about it.
It was on his fucking event.
Yeah,
it's his property.
Like the fucking writer, just because he was fucking there and he said something about peaceful protesting, and then they decided to break inside of the fucking thing. Now he's a piece of shit and invited violence. It's just it's the same fucking thing that everybody else does. It's the same fucking thing. Nobody likes fucking Trump.
It's not.
It is.
It is not. Nobody else does this shit. Nobody does the shit that Trump does.
That's what you're supposed to do when you're tired of the fucking government. You don't burn down your own town. You burn down the government buildings. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah,
that's
but
what you're
still,
supposed to do. Regardless, you could be called a terrorist. It is what it is. The dude that fucking blowed up a bunch of cars and ran people over on this January, they don't even consider him as fucking terrorist on the goddamn national news. It was just fucking somebody that wanted to kill people. You know what I'm saying?
No. Hold on. They said at the time that this isn't an act of terrorism. Yes, but they do now. They do now.
But as soon as a group of people, a group of American citizens storm a fucking Capitol because they're tired of how their government treats them, they're terrorists. That's the problem.
It's not because of their trouble of how their government treats them. They believe that the election was stolen from them, and it wasn't. And that is the problem. They're not just tired of how their government treats them. They're being lied to about the election being stolen.
The farmers in France destroying public governmental property are terrorists, right?
Well, technically,
the same thing.
Technically,
yeah. Okay, all right. That's what I'm trying to. That's exactly what. That's the point made. Point made. You see what I'm saying? It's whatever they want to be will be. That's how it is. Whatever they wanted it to be.
We have a definition of terrorism that just is terrorism. Like,
of course, I know. It's the same thing, but it might be for a cause that people believe in. But it's a terrorist act. It's the same thing.
Yeah, sure.
And you probably won't agree with me, and you'll probably say some other shit. But if the Democratical people did the exact same thing as the Republic people do, in my opinion, they probably would have been fucking told that they were heroes.
But the problem is that like BLM, the problem is that BLM did get terrorism charges. Tons of people got way harsher charges. The average federal charges for BLM rioters was way harsher than the January 6ers. The January 6ers were treated like fucking babies. And in the BLM riders got just way harsher charges, but everybody acts like, oh, the BLM charges, the BLM riders didn't even get charged. That's not true. They got an average of like 3 to 4 years, and then the average for fucking January 6ers was like 3 months. Like, it was just not even comparable, dude.
That's because they were all fed.
Yeah. I mean, and it's proven. You can go look up. You can find it. I'm not fucking looking for it because I don't feel like it unless you absolutely.
Every single one of them. That's why they got such shitty charges. It's all a plant.
Yeah, I mean, it is the government. People really think you really think a group of people that get X amount of money want to lose the money that they make. They'll say and do whatever they need to do to fucking keep their income coming in. It's greed. How are you supposed to tell me that you're supposed to make $34,000 to $43,000 a year as a congressperson or something like that, or whatever the fuck you do in the government, and then your net worth is $1 million because of insider trading? That's illegal as fuck. You're not allowed to do that, but the majority of the fucking government officials do it, and they're never charged with it.
Again, that's just not true. That's just not true.
It is. It is true. It is true.
It's not.
It is.
It's not true. It's not true. Though, like, people. Wrong. Okay, so the first off, I gotta just prove you wrong. You haven't even like shown evidence for me to prove wrong. But I know
that's what I'm saying. Why do I always got to show you evidence?
What do you mean?
Why do I always got to show you evidence? Most of the stuff you play on your videos are not evidence. It's just fucking videos that people took during a fucking riot.
Well, no, it depends on it depends on what I'm trying to prove. If I'm just trying to prove that thing that I'm showing you on the video happened, then yes, it proved it. Like there were people literally
the same
in
videos
chat saying,
for the past fucking 4 months nonstop, dude.
The people were in chat were literally saying that they didn't even attack police, that nobody tried to hurt cops. The first guy that I debated said that they didn't even that it wasn't even violent. He never saw any violence there. Like, this is the stuff that I'm showing people.
Like I saw you in your video before we started this, when you push through a police gate with police there, regardless if they move out of the way, that's violent. You cannot force your way into something.
But that's what I'm saying is that people just don't know what happened there. So all I'm doing is I'm literally just showing what happened. Yes, but hold on. You're saying that, like, I'm not actually proving anything, and I'm saying no, I am. I am proving things. I'm proving exactly what it is that I'm setting out to prove. It is just a video, but it is a video that literally proves everything that I'm claiming in my claim and disproving what it is that they're saying. Whereas, like, with the stuff with like insider trading, the main example that people use is like Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi doesn't even do fucking trading. Her husband does. That's his entire job. And there's no insider trading because when you look at the average incomes that they get from their fucking trading, it's right on par with like every other person who's doing trading on the same fucking stocks. Like, they're getting the same fucking shit. They're not going and doing anything outrageous. They're not doing anything that seems like criminal. They're just doing it with more money than everybody else. That's it. Like, there's nothing like special going on with them except that her husband, that's his entire fucking job.
I understand that. Go ahead, buddy.
Then we shouldn't have people with more money in government. Why would we allow the Democrats to have all these millionaires and billionaires in government? We should absolutely vote for Trump.
What billionaires are on the Democrat side? There's none. There's no billionaires on the Democrat side.
Million.
Okay, sure, millionaires, but the Republicans literally have Trump's administration in the last one. Literally set a record for billionaires, and this administration has more than quadrupled his last administration where he set the fucking record. So, like, there's no billionaires on the Democrat side. Trump literally has 8 in his cabinet just so far, and he hasn't even gotten into office yet. Like, there's no billionaires on the Democrat side.
When I say majority, I'm not just talking about majority Democrats. I'm talking about governmental officials in general. There's a lot of people on the Republican and on Democrat side that don't need to be in power because they're crooked as fuck. You know what I'm saying? I'm not.
Yeah, I don't think that they're
Democrats.
crooked. I don't think that people. I don't think that most
shit.
Republicans and I don't think most Democrats are crooked. I think that there's a very small amount of people who are crooked, and I think that most of them get caught. And I think that there's
eventually, after 40 years of doing it, yes.
Tom, how can you trust Nancy Pelosi over someone like Elon Musk?
Are you-
Self-made man like he is.
Please tell me that's a fucking joke, dude. I fucking hate you.
Well, just let it happen, Tom.
I fucking hate you, dude. You're gonna give me an aneurysm over here.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Elon Musk, he made his. I mean, he made a empire. He really truly did. But the things that he did to become that is done nothing but rape and rob people.
No, I mean, I think they like he's. I think that Elon Musk is like a very good businessman, and he's done like really well.
He is,
and he is a fucking.
and so
he
is
is
Trump.
a fucking really good. But the problem is that the government is literally not run like a business on purpose. That like running the government like a business is what we call fascism. Like that is like when I run my businesses, I tell my employees this is not a democracy. I tell you what to do. I tell you when to be here. I tell you how much you're going to get paid. If you have a problem with it, you can come talk to me. But if I don't feel like doing what you want me to do, I'm not going to do it. And that's kind of the end of the story. Whereas for politicians, this is a democracy. They do what we tell them to do. They work for us. They are supposed to do exactly what we tell them to do. And then if they don't, then they need to get voted out and we'll put somebody else in charge. Like, but yes, if you're refusing to do what everybody else is telling you to do, then yeah, you have to get out. That is not a business. They are not a business. They do not get to be dictators like I am with my employees. They have to be politicians. They have to be like they are representatives of us. And so it's insane when we have people who are businessmen and then we're supposed to think that they're somehow supposed to be good at being a representative. No, they're supposed to be dictators. That's their entire fucking life has been being a dictator.
Yeah, but whenever you fucking openly call somebody a dictator and the second Hitler non-fucking stop, and it just so happens that he's fucking white, and then the majority of the people, like you said about Donald Trump, whenever the election was stolen, and then everybody has been fucking to the point where they stormed the Capitol because they believe it. It's the same thing when you say somebody is Hitler, so on and so forth. That's why he's been shot at 2 times.
Yeah, I think that's
you can't do that shit.
I think the guy that said that Trump is Hitler is responsible and should be put in prison.
It's the same thing. It literally is.
The guy that said that Trump is Hitler is responsible for the assassination attempts.
That's what I'm saying. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. They do the same thing. It's just the other side believes what they believe, and then the other side believes what they believe. They do the same thing.
They didn't.
And then people sit here and argue.
The problem is that like nobody's really
Who was
called
that
him
guy,
Hitler.
Tom?
Yes, I don't know. JD Vance. That's right. JD Vance, the guy who called him fucking Hitler. That's right. Lock him up.
Everybody's called him Hitler. CNN's called him a Hitler. Yes, they have. I can go find you a video right now, dude. I promise you.
Hold on. CNN, CNN has not called him Hitler. CNN pulled out quotes where he repeats what Hitler says and then says, "Hey, Hitler said this." That's kind of fucking weird that Trump keeps repeating the same things that Hitler said. But they're not saying he is Hitler. Whereas like JD Vance literally said, yes, he is Hitler. He's the fucking next Hitler. And CNN normally is like just showing like, yeah, Donald Trump said this the other day. You know who else said that? Hitler. Like, but they're not saying like he is Hitler or he is a fucking Nazi.
Yeah, that's turn of phrase. It's a turn of phrase. It's all that is. When you say that, you're indirectly not calling him Hitler, but you're indirectly calling him Hitler. It's a way to cover people's asses.
Okay, hold on. Do you really think that like if Donald Trump is saying like we are the Fourth Reich and we're going to take out all the fucking Jews, like what if he says that and then CNN is like, that kind of sounds like something Hitler would say. Do you think that that's like a turn of phrase where they're just being like...
No, that's not a turn of phrase.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying.
Whenever he never says anything like that. He's never said anything like that.
No, his campaign, he had campaign commercials that literally called his his movement, the Next Reich, he said that the immigrants were poisoning the blood of our nation, which is, again, a quote similar to Hitler's. He has said so many things that literally nobody in history has said except for Hitler. Like, he has repeated Donald Trump's chief of staff came out and said that Donald Trump constantly praised Hitler and said that he needed more generals like what Hitler has. Like, this is Donald Trump's own, like, chief of staff, his, like, best friend, the person who works next to him the most in the White House, came out and said this shit.
I would love to see this.
So yeah, and then 13
I would
other
love to
people.
see this video.
Yes, and then 13 other people came out and said, yes, we are all in the White House. We all heard Trump saying shit like this during his first presidency. So, like, there is just, like, mountains of evidence that, yes, he is just constantly saying shit that makes it to where people just kind of, like, point to Hitler. So they just happen to do it over and over.
I've never once ever seen him ever on live television ever say anything like that, ever.
Reich just means empire. It's important that
oh, shut up.
America is the next global.
Shut up.
Empire.
I mean, it don't make shit, to be honest with you. It's the same thing as what they do. It's all the same shit, man. I keep telling you, it's the same shit. It is. One side says something and the other side believes it to heart, and the other side says something and they believe it to heart, and then we end up arguing with each other for hours about who's
generally,
right.
my point is that, like, I'm consistent
generally, you
on the way that
call
I
somebody
look
the
at,
worst person ever hit in the history of our time. You know
yes,
what I'm
but
saying?
again,
You
I
cannot
agree.
go on.
But again, the only person I know who's actually called him Hitler is J.D. Vance. Everybody else just points out that he happens to repeat the same things that Hitler said. Like, they just keep saying, like, yeah, dude, he just repeated Hitler again today. He just quoted Hitler again today. Another person who's close to Donald Trump and knows him better than anybody came out again and said that he's always praising Hitler and saying how great Hitler was. Like, these are the things that people from behind the scenes who know him better than anybody, because yes, as you said, he doesn't say shit like that on TV. Of course, we don't expect people to say shit like that when they're in front of everybody, but we do expect them to say fucking, but if they're gonna say fucked up shit, we expect them to say it behind the scenes with everybody else, and then when everybody else who's behind the scenes with them keeps coming out saying, yeah, they say this shit all the time, we always hear them, and then a bunch of other people come out and they're like, yeah, we heard them too, yeah, we were there, we said all this shit over and over and over. It's like, at that point, like, I don't know what else to say. Like, it's just kind of,
it becomes hearsay.
Well, no, hearsay is when it's only one person who says it. Once another person verifies that they were there or that they heard it too or that they did say stuff like that, now it's considered verified. Like, we consider this to be like a verified claim.
You could like I said earlier, somebody could say that you touched their child, and then 4 other people could say that you did the same thing and you didn't. And now you're in prison for 15 years.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, it's just all fucking word of mouth. It's all.
But there's not a better way of doing it. Like, if you're doing something when other people aren't around, the only way that we can kind of like prove that is for the people who are eyewitnesses to say it. If one person says it, then yeah, we'll call it hearsay. But if a bunch of people say this happened, now, yeah, it's just not really hearsay anymore. Now we just consider this verified.
But what if all the people don't like you and have it out for you?
I mean, then yeah, like
I mean, that's what I'm trying to
hopefully
get
you have
to
an
you.
alibi.
It's the same shit. That's what I'm saying, and that's why. And Donald Trump's still not sitting in a prison cell. That's what I'm trying. That's exactly.
Well, he's
it.
not sitting in a prison cell because, again, the criminal justice system is overly nice to him. Where again, people act like he's a victim and that they're treating him harshly. In reality, with the crimes that he was convicted of for the 34 charges, though each one of those had a maximum sentence of 4 years, he could have gotten over a fucking 136 years in prison if they wanted to give it to him. And that would have stopped him from ever being able to run for president this election if they wanted to. They didn't. They didn't want to. They didn't even give him jail time. They gave him no time. They just gave him fines to pay, and that's it.
Yeah, but they wouldn't want him to talk, right?
I just found something right here that says fucking Biden compares Trump to Hitler. That's crazy.
I would like to hear that. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I've heard like some of the shit that you're talking about. I've never heard in the same force. There's a lot of information that one person can't cover. You got to have a team. You know what I mean? You got to
Well, I
have like
mean,
hundreds of people doing this stuff.
but
Yeah,
that's
Tom,
that
you
is
need
the
to be
point. That's
informed.
the reason that I do things the way that I do it is I allow people to come on and bring me evidence of stuff if they have it and they're like, yeah, this happened. You don't know about it. I'm like, oh, well, shit. Then just show it to me and then I'll know about it. But so far, like I've talked about this sort of thing like 100 times and I've never had anybody say that Biden called him Hitler.
Right here, Hillary called him a Hitler. Hillary Clinton slammed for comparing
No,
Trump's events
Hillary
to
did.
not
Hillary,
rally.
what Hillary said that the what do you call it? The Madison Square Garden rally was like a Nazi rally. So she did say that was a Nazi rally. She didn't really like call
I know
him Hitler,
it's
but she
crazy
did say that.
it's crazy for a bunch of people to sit in a room and have conversations and then have speeches and stuff, and then it's a Hitler.
Yeah, that was
Hitler
stupid.
thing. I mean, I feel like calling somebody Hitler is a giant stretch just because they have
Yeah, that was stupid.
certain things like I understand a lot of people are for immigrants and stuff like that, which is fine, but whenever they are uncontrollably coming in, it's not the fact that we don't want immigrants in America, it's the fact that we have a system and the system has to be able to recognize who comes in, and you know what I mean?
Again, I'm sorry.
terrorists can
I
come
don't
into
mean
this
to be like
country.
such a fucking stickler, but
No, you're fine.
No,
you're fine, bro.
Joe
We're just
Biden
talking.
was like very like good with immigration. The problem is that we were the first country to like get rid of inflation, and like all of the other countries were still dealing with like crippling inflation from COVID-19, from a global pandemic. The whole globe was dealing with crippling inflation, and we recovered from it before everybody else, which is weird considering the fact that we're the biggest economy. That's like a hard thing for us to do. But then everybody wanted to come to the one country where we didn't really have
We're
the
still
fucking
crippled.
we have like we've been at like below 2% inflation or below 3% inflation for the past like 3 months, bro. We have like the inflation
All at
still
the end of his
exists.
presidency.
No, I'm saying that like yes, but I'm saying that the whole world is dealing with inflation from COVID-19, and we recovered from it first. And then obviously once we recover from it, but all of these other countries are still fucking like in hell from the inflation. Yeah, lots of them are trying to get over to our country now so that they can get away from the like horrible economies that they're stuck in. And we just ended up having like way more people coming over than we normally do. But they also set records in deportations. Like we were setting fucking records in deportations, getting all of these people, trying to catch them and get them out.
But didn't they have like some bill in Congress that should pass to like give more judges and more resources to the border, and they didn't pass it?
Yeah, the Republicans were the ones who didn't vote for it.
So but it was Biden's government.
It was
just overruled the Congress.
Then why is it such a big issue for everybody whenever Trump says that he's closing the border to get it situated and the people that are not legal citizens of America to be sent back to their countries, and why is it such a big problem?
So the problem is that he says he's going to deport 20 million illegal immigrants. And the problem is that he keeps saying that 20 million illegal immigrants came in under Biden. The problem is that we have like a total of 13 million illegal immigrants in the entire country. And somehow he thinks that he's going to deport 20 million and that 20 million more just came in. So the numbers are like the math just isn't mathing. Like who the fuck are you deporting? And then when we look back at his last couple statements about illegals, he's calling like Haitians illegals who were all legal American citizens or here on visas, like they were all here legally, but he's calling them illegals. He's calling like all sorts of people who are here legally illegals. Over and over and over. Just the other day, the terrorist that you were just talking about, the terrorist that you were just talking about, he called him an immigrant. That guy was a fucking U.S. Navy veteran. He was born in Texas, and he's calling him a fucking immigrant. And so yeah, we're all looking at this like, wait, who the fuck does he think the illegals are? Like, where is he going to get 20 million from? Where are these people coming from? How is this a campaign promise? Like, what is he going to do? That's the problem, is that people are looking at this shit like, who the fuck is he deporting? And then he says that he's
Somebody
going
in
to
your
deal...
chat said deport them all.
Yeah, well, I mean, if
damn.
there's illegal immigrants, yes, like you want to deport them. But then we will go look at his, like, some of his interviews, and he says that he's going to be like getting rid of the enemy from within, that he's going to be moving in the military on the enemy from within. And then when you ask who that is, he says it's the fucking left in the Democrats and shit, and he's going to be using the military on them, and he's going to try to kick them out of the country. And now he's got a fucking new DOJ who says that they're going to try to start like locking up Democrats and shit. Like, yeah, I think that this is like the problem that everybody has with this sort of rhetoric and what it is that he's doing, because they're thinking, oh, he's just trying to fucking lock up Americans now. Like, he's literally just trying to like get rid of Americans and like deport them and shit.
Oh, I've never seen that either. I'd like to see that video too. I ain't never seen him say anything like that. And I watched almost all of his fucking his speeches and everything all the time he is on TV talking. Whenever Trump's on TV, I'm on TV. So I make sure to watch everything like that. I've never seen him say anything that crazy or that radical. Unless it's somebody that heard him say something, which is majority of the time.
No. This one was actually in a fucking like mainstream media interview where he said this. This one was actually like, this one he actually said out in the open. Here, I got a share screen open for you right now.
Oh yeah, I'd like to see that. Yeah, 100%. I didn't ever see that. I might agree with you if I see that. Yeah, 100%.
He's talked throughout his entire campaign. He kept talking about the enemy from within.
What do
you have the share screen up?
Yeah, I'm watching it right now, bud. Okay. I got your YouTube up, everything too. Yeah,
well,
I got it all set up.
Well, I have the share screen up pulled up in Discord.
Yeah, I got it.
You can just watch. Okay,
yeah, I'm watching it right now.
What are you expecting? Joe Biden said he doesn't think it's going to be a peaceful election day.
Well, he doesn't have any idea what's happening in all fairness. He spends most of his day sleeping. I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within, not even the people that have come in and destroying our country. By the way, totally destroying our country. The towns, the villages, they're being inundated. But I don't think they're the problem in terms of election day. I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military, because they can't let that happen.
How are you going to guard against...
So that, yes, he's saying the enemy from within is, he wants to handle them with the military. And then...
the bureaucrats undermining you.
Well, they're going to undermine. Well, I always say, so we have two enemies. We have the outside enemy, and then we have the enemy from within. And the enemy from within, in my opinion, is more dangerous than China, Russia, and all these countries, because if you have a smart president, he can handle.
So right there, they asked him, what are you going to do about the Democrats? And he said, well, we have the enemy from the outside, and then we have the enemy from within. And the enemy from within is more dangerous. And now he's talking about the Democrats.
Them pretty easily. I got along great with all of them. I handled them.
So yeah, that's just part of the interview, but he's literally talked about them. I think there's another one here.
I missed something during last week. It seemed that Trump was, he says.
But you have to know how to use them. We have the greatest military in the world, but you have to know how to use them. You have to know how to use them.
That's correct.
But I protect you against outside enemies. But you know, I always say, we have the outside enemy, so you can say China, you can say Russia, you can say Kim Jong-un, you can say, but that's not, it's going to be fun. If you have a smart president, no problem. It's the enemy from within, all the scum that we have to deal with that hate our country. That's a bigger enemy than China and Russia.
He needs to be more, he needs to learn how to get more depth on what the hell he's saying, because he says stuff and then people can take that shit out of content. It's like 100, but he needs to be more in depth. That's the one thing bad about Donald Trump. He doesn't put anything in perspective of what the fuck he's saying. He says it and then people fucking get hard.
All right, here's another one.
Somebody who did that? Can you imagine somebody doing that? That's the enemy. I guess that maybe is the enemy from within, as I talk about. We have an enemy from within. They hate to talk about it.
And people clap. Yes.
He's Kash Patel has also talked about this and said that they're going to lock up Democrats, and that they're like treasonous and shit like that.
It depends on what they did. If they have proof of it and they have documented proof and everything like that, then there's nothing wrong with if he does. You know what I mean? It's the same thing that they do with everybody else.
Hold on.
It's the same thing. If you do some illegal shit and you're doing shit that you're not supposed to be doing as a governmental official, then you shouldn't be a government official. And if so be it, and you need jail time, then you need jail time.
All right, hold on.
In our future. What do you say about that?
I thought it was a nice presentation. I wasn't unhinged.
Trump is standing by his words, describing his perceived opponents as the enemy within, the same phrase he used Sunday when he also threatened force against them.
We have some sick people, radical left.
Again, this one's from Fox.
And I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military.
By any standard, this is a remarkable threat, but it's in line with Trump's embrace of authoritarian attitudes. This week alone, he tried to rewrite the history of January 6th, refusing to acknowledge violence nearly stopped the transfer of power.
You had a peaceful, very peaceful. I left the morning that I was supposed to leave.
And his rallies continue to feature dehumanizing language.
When I win on November 5th, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins.
While his running mate, J.D. Vance, is now embracing the lie the 2020 election was stolen from Trump.
I think there are serious problems in 2020. So did Donald Trump lose the election? Not by the words that I would use.
All of it so alarming to Trump's critics. More than 100 Republicans, including former elected...
So yeah, the problem is that they're saying that the Democrats stole the election from him, that they...
They need to prove it then.
Well, yes, but that's the problem, is that they're saying that they already did. They're saying they already proved it, and now all of the people who helped with this case, those are the enemies from within. Those are the people who he believes are the enemy from within, or that at least he's saying. He doesn't actually believe it, but he's saying that those are the enemies from within, and that those are the people that he's got to use the military on, that he's got to call the National Guard on, that they're gonna use the DOJ against. I don't think that they're going to be able to get away with it. Yeah, I don't think that they're able to get away. I don't think they can get away with it. I think that like even though like he picked the majority of the Supreme Court now, and those are all like Trump picks, I don't think that they're going to let him get away with shit like that. I don't think even Congress like at this point is majority Republican, and I don't believe that they're going to let him get away with this shit. Like I don't think there's any shot that they'll go along with this stuff.
It's not like the Supreme Court ever gave him like king-like powers or anything.
Shut up. I think that I kind of agree with that decision. There's only like small parts of it that I disagree with. And that's that like technically with the presidential immunity, if somebody has immunity within a court, you're not even supposed to be able to use it as evidence anymore. And so now, because he got that immunity, they're saying that extends to evidence as well. And that's the problem that I have with it, is that like, okay,
we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about immunity. We need to talk about Joe Biden's son then.
Well, that's a different thing. That's a different thing, because Joe Biden and Donald Trump both gave fucking immunity to their family members. But but when we're talking about presidential,
Trump give immunity to?
He gave immunity to his father-in-law, or sorry, his is it father-in-law? How do you say this?
His daughter's father-in-law.
His daughter's father-in-law, sure. He gave it to. He filmed his brother-in-law having sex with another woman because his brother-in-law was testifying against him in a court case. So he filmed them having sex with another woman and then used that tape to blackmail him to stop him from testifying against him in court.
I'm gonna have to look into that. I ain't heard that one yet.
Yeah, it's fucking
I haven't
wild,
heard
dude.
that one yet.
It's that's actually Kushner's. That's Kushner's dad.
It's no wild what.
That's
It's no
Kushner's
wild
dad.
what.
Just look up new French ambassador.
Yes, that
it's no different
and now
than what
he made him the fucking ambassador.
French, right?
And Joe Biden's fucking son got her fucking arrested for fucking methamphetamines and a whole bunch of other crazy shit and so on and so forth.
No,
so,
he didn't.
Like
he
I
got
said,
no. He got arrested for filling out a gun form wrong and for tax evasion. That's what he got. That's what he got charged and convicted for. He never had any like amphetamine charges or anything like that.
Dude, there's plenty of places that you can go on and see. There's pictures of
No.
him with methamphetamines
I know that
and
he
guns
did
and hookers.
meth. I know he did meth, and I know that he slept with hookers. I'm not denying that. I'm saying that he didn't have charges for those things because they never actually caught him with it. But he does have like I'm saying that the charges, the things that he was given immunity for, was filling out a gun form wrong, and for evading taxes that he had already paid off at this point.
Damn, dude, you're fucking riding Joe Biden's dick as hard as I ride Trump's, bro.
Wait,
We
I'm
in the
not.
same boat.
Hold on, wait. No. I say no. I say that he's wrong for giving him immunity. I am not riding him. I am not. Yes, I am very clear that I do not like that he gave him fucking immunity. And I'm not happy about it. But I am saying
no, nobody should. No, that's overstepping your power. You shouldn't be giving nobody immunity. I mean, you have that right as a president to do that, but under certain circumstances, if you're blackmailing, you shouldn't have immunity. And if you are fucking hookers and doing meth and so high you can't file your taxes right,
filling
then,
out a gun
you
form
shouldn't
wrong
be
and
fucking acquitted.
taxes. But
you shouldn't be acquitted for that either. Yeah, you should.
You
should be
shouldn't
in
just
jail.
give pardons to all of your friends. That's kind of insane that Biden does that.
Like I keep saying majority because I can't say it any better way. Like a low percentage of government officials, same shit, different toilet, man. It's I'm trying. Hopefully, that's the one thing that everybody can agree on, dude. A small percentage of the government are all like this.
I just don't agree. Like we're talking about like
it's just like just like the police. There's some bad apples makes every one of them look bad.
I just don't. I know. Again, I cannot agree with this stuff. Like we're talking about like Elon Musk just paid Donald Trump to be a fucking oligarch. Like he paid Donald Trump so that Donald Trump would give him like ultimate power over the fucking government. And he was just able to just donate to his campaign enough so that Donald Trump won the election. And then now that Donald Trump won, Donald Trump's able to just give him massive fucking power to just kind of do whatever the fuck he wants with the country. And even this week, he's been using that power to fuck with other countries and their governments as well. And has been, yes, like bringing fucking entire other countries and other governments to their fucking knees with this power that he's given because he paid for it. Like these are just not like really comparable things. Like giving friends and family and shit, like power in the government is something that we've always considered to be like bad and immoral. And Donald Trump had Ivanka and his son-in-law working for him in the government the first time, and now he has them, even more of them, working for him the second time. So these are just things that are just on a whole other level.
I mean, if you can also say about fucking everybody was talking about Obama. Obama is his presidency. He dropped more bombs on citizens in other countries than any other president did, and not a lot of people know about that. And that's factual statements, and he did. He dropped more bombs on innocent civilians in Eastern countries than any other president did. All of them do fucked up shit.
Yeah.
Every single one of them do fucked up shit. It's just depends on if they want to make light of it more because of who the person is.
Yeah. I mean, Donald Trump set the record for droning during his administration, and not only did he set the record for it, but he also took away the laws that said that you had to like report all of it to the public, that like the public has to know about all drone bombing. He wrote a
the public
new
didn't know
executive
about all
order.
Obama bombing either.
No, they did. No, they did. It was all reported publicly. Obama is the one who wrote the executive order, making it to where you have to report all drone bombing to the public. And then Donald Trump wrote an executive order saying that you don't have to you don't have to report any of it. And then went along setting records in drone bombings for fucking across the board, and nobody even knew how many he was actually doing. Nobody had any idea.
Well, at least Obama was completely open about being a murderer. So I mean, everybody's a murderer when you run a country. They're all murderers. So it is what it is.
I just don't really do I don't like the both sidesing everything and just being like, oh, it's all the same, like everything's the same, and we're just like all just gonna equate everything.
For the majority part of it, most of it is the same. It's the same shit, different toilet. It just depends on who you hate more.
I just totally disagree. I don't like, as I said, like I'm not really a Democrat. I don't align with them on policies. I don't like most of their shit, but I don't.
I'm a right wingist. Yeah, 100%. I'm not. I wouldn't want to be called a MAGA. You know what I mean? I'm not that fucking far right wing, but there's some stuff that I agree with the Democrat that I like some of their policies, and I just like a little bit more Republican policies more than I do Democrats. But I do see it from both sides. I mean, you know what I mean? And that's why I continuously tell you that for the most part, it's the same shit, different toilet, depends on who you hate more.
Okay.
It's just in my eyes, everybody's different. You got different opinions. The dude in here has got different opinions. Everybody in your chat's got different opinions. It's just the same. In my opinion, it's the same shit, just a different toilet. It just is what it is. Like I said earlier, as long as I go to the fucking grocery store and I'm able to feed my children and everybody can take care of their families and we can comfortably live in America, I can give a fuck less what happens in the East. That's not our problem. Regardless of humanity, I don't want to see people die. You know what I mean? I don't want, as long as we're not sending 160 Biden administration, $160 million to other countries and shit like that to cite proxy wars, then I could give a fuck less what happens in these. They can burn themselves to the ground. Stupid people do stupid shit. But I don't, as long as he fucking fulfills his policies and what he says and closes the border and it goes back to like it was, where the legal immigrants is a lower number to like it should be. And then people, I don't give a fuck about immigrants. You know what I mean? Like, you can come into America. America is the best country in the world, regardless of what anybody has to say. It is. You can do what you want when you want, however you want in America. Get away with it. I mean, literally, you can chop your fucking dick off and be called a fairy in America, and nobody gives a shit what you do here. You know what I mean? Like, that's why people come here, but there has to be laws and stuff. It has to be implemented into the system to where that we are able to track you. You get a social security number. You pay taxes. That's how it needs to be, because everybody else does. It's equality. It's fair. That's what it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's as long as he does what he says that he is going to do. I have zero problems with what he says, what he does, who he finger bangs. You know what I mean? Who he thinks is the enemy. I don't give a shit who he thinks the enemy is. If he wants to, like I said earlier, if he wants to say there's enemies on the Democrats, there's more likely enemies on the Republican side. He needs to do the same thing he does on one side. He needs to do it on this other side. You can't pick favorites in a country that you're running that has hundreds of millions of people that live in it. You need to do what the fuck you say you're going to do.
Putting his daughter and her husband and his father and his sons all in his government cabinet is not going to play favorites. I'm sure he'll be very fair.
Well, no, yeah, that's just that's what you get as being as president. You can put whoever you want in the cabinet. You can put whoever you want running the judicial system. You have the power to put whoever you want into any seat that you want, and it's always been like that. It's always been like that. Everybody puts their favorites where they want them. Everybody has their running mates. Everybody has their vice presidents. It's the same shit, different toilet. And
Who else
repeat
put
myself,
their family
but
members
it literally is.
in the fucking?
It doesn't say anything where that you can't do that.
I didn't say that. I said, who else does this? Like,
I
when
know, I'm just
this is what I'm talking about.
I
Because when you keep saying, like, you know, same shit, different toilet. The thing is that nobody else does this shit, though. It's just him. He's the only one who does it. Like, he's like the first to do all this fucking shit, and nobody else has done it. And then when we bring it up, it's
and it's a
like, oh
problem
yeah,
because
everybody does
change
this. Like, everybody does that. Like, they
because
don't know. Nobody does this.
well, yeah, putting the children thing. I've never heard of a president putting his children in power underneath him and shit. I've never heard that, but it just change different people when people do different shit, and it changes the outlook and stuff like that. People have problems with it. That's always been the case. It's just part of society. It's change. You know what I mean?
I mean, it has. It worked in every monarchy for thousands of years. Why wouldn't it work now, Tom?
Yeah. Why wouldn't it work now, Tom?
Thank you.
I mean,
He's so helpful.
If it turns out that it's an absolute shit show and he's not doing what the fuck he needs to do, everybody, including me, that fucking voted for him, needs to go up, and we need to kick him out of office and put somebody else into
Well,
office.
what
That's
about
what should
draining
be
the
done.
swamp? I mean, the first time he went into office, he was saying that he wanted to like get rid of like lobbyists and the swamp and saying that everything was corrupt. And then once he got into office, he set the record for the most lobbyists in a single cabinet in the history of America. Like, these are things that I'm saying that, like, when we look at like what he said he was going to do the last time, he didn't come anywhere close to even attempting it, and he literally just did the opposite. He just like went and built a fucking swamp in the middle of the White House while promising to drain a swamp. Like, it was just
Whenever you like I said earlier, when I went to the gas station and it was below $1.50. I live in a small town out of East Tennessee. Ha 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 ha. I live on the Appalachian Mountains. Ha ha ha. You know, I'm a hillbilly. But when I went to the gas station at one point and it was 90 cents and I could go fill my buggy up for $150 at the fucking grocery store, I feel like he did what he said. I heard him say that he was going to make it more livable for the common American in America. Whenever he did that, he promised that, and it did happen. Whenever you're a president, you're supposed to be able to do your job. Whenever you have an entire fucking community on the left side drowning you in court cases and all this bullshit and other stuff, it's kind of hard to do your job whenever you're fucking absolutely swamped every fucking day of the week because you have to go to court cases. He's swamped because he had to fucking go to court every goddamn week over some stupid shit that they kept bringing up from the past. It is what it is. I mean, how are you supposed to run a country when you can't fucking get 5 minutes to be able to do what you need to be done because you're in a fucking courtroom over some bullshit? I mean, how are you supposed to do your job? I mean, fuck, I didn't, when Kamala was the vice president, in the 4 fucking years that she was vice president, I think I've seen her maybe 6 times on national television talking about any fucking thing. And the only time she was on national television was talking about the BNL writers, and that was fucking it. I mean, Joe Biden, I mean, most of the time when Joe Biden was on fucking TV, he was eating fucking ice cream and falling off bicycles. I mean, what the fuck?
Fucking, let's go, Brandon.
I mean, yeah, turn that bitch on, man. This is what I physically watched, what I physically seen. I told you I go off both sides. I watch both sides. I don't just fucking Trump sit in his lap and asking what the fuck I want for Christmas. No, I look on both sides. Trump don't do a lot of shit that he says. The left don't do a lot of shit that they fucking say. I mean, it's all false promises. It is what it is. None of them do what the fuck they're supposed to do. I mean, in reality, people fucking like, oh, the government gets shut down. It's going to be a monarch. I mean, it's going to not monarch. Fuck. It's going to be hell on wheels. America could run perfectly fine without a government. It is what it is. We have police departments. We have You really think your groceries on fucking Wednesday ain't going to show up at Walmart because there's not a fucking fat fucker that's 98
I'm
years
sorry,
old
but
and barely
we
breathes?
cannot be like complaining about fucking BLM riots and shit like that and then thinking that we're gonna do just fine without the fucking government when like we know that people will just go out and start fucking like burning shit down, and we need people to show up to actually like put those fires out and to arrest those people.
Who was in the Black Lives Matter? Who was dominantly present at the riots?
What do you mean?
Who was prominently dominant at the riots?
What, in what way? Like white people, like Democrats, like what are we talking about?
Who was president?
What? No, not even who was president. Who was dominantly at a Black Lives Matter contest? I mean, fuck, they even said in their name.
White people?
The majority of the problems, white people.
It was the majority of BLM protesters
was,
and rioters were white people.
If we're going to go off majority and statistics and numbers and stuff like that, we have to go off population.
Well, of course, sure. Than there is
black
yeah,
people.
Sure. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Talking about proportionalities.
Go,
yes, of course.
Yeah. You have to go off. You can't just be like, oh, there was. You can. Like there might be 100,000 people at a BLM matter, but they shouldn't have fucking been there anyway because majority of the time when a white person showed up to that, they were beaten and told to leave. But whenever you do that, it's like 100,000 people show up there and they're white, and then 25,000 people show up there and they were black. But if there's more of a white people there in it, like America wise, and a percentage, percentage wise, there were more black people there than there were white people because of the population. Blah 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 blah. But I'm not trying to put it in as race, but the majority of the time when fucking retarded shit happens or shit like that, it's them. School shootings are white people. Fucking buildings get blowed up, and it's fucking terrorist looking people. And it is what it is. It's just a society type of thing. But for the most part, it's just you don't have to have a government to succeed as a country.
We do. That's the point. We do. Yes, we do. We 100% need a government.
What do they do? What do they do? They tax you, take money from you, and make rules.
So
that's literally it.
So one, they built all of the fucking roads that you drive on. Two, they go and check all of the food in all of the restaurants that you go to make sure that they actually have good food safety standards, that they're not poisoning you, that they don't have mold growing on everything. Three, they give you currency to use so that you're able to go and use legal tender at everywhere you go, so that you can actually, you don't have to go trade a fucking pig or a goat in order to get what it is that you want. They regulate that currency and make sure that it's all legal, and that it's like they're getting rid of anybody who's trying to use fake money. They do almost every little thing that you engage in that day. Every single building that you go into has inspections to make sure that it's safe enough and that it's not going to just catch on fire or it's not just going to crumble to the ground. Sure. Like every little thing that you do throughout every day of your life is all possible because of the fucking government. So yes, we need the fucking government across the board. And that's not just to get into them to like, people just start like, committing all sorts of crimes and shit like that. We need the police and the fire department and everybody to show up.
Yeah, I said I'm talking about governmental seat holders. I'm not talking about fucking OSHA. I'm not talking about FDA. I'm not talking about big banks, currency. I'm talking about 98-year-old fucking people that need to be wheeled into an office to sit around and then tell us what we need again and what we have to do. That's the people I'm talking about.
Sure, but I'm saying that all of those other people exist because of those policymakers. Like those policymakers are the ones who put in place like the FEC or the food safety regulators.
All the policies we need are already implemented. We no longer need them to succeed as a fucking country.
You're literally sitting here complaining about the fact that they don't have more regulations on social media right now. You still think that there's changes that they should make.
More regulations? I said there shouldn't be any regulations on social media.
I know you're saying that they shouldn't be allowed to just ban you for stuff. You think that they should have some sort of regulation on them to where they're not just banning people at random or unfairly. Or
for what you have to say about a fucking, like I said earlier.
And you voted Trump in because you think that Trump should make a bunch of changes as well. You think that there's a ton of stuff that you want Trump to do.
Because I have no choice.
And most of that stuff Donald Trump has actually has no part in. What he's going to do is rally the party to get Congress and the senators to go and get that legislation passed and get governors to implement this stuff. He is not going to do it himself. He's going to rally other people to go do that stuff. And so all of this is things that you want done.
He can do it.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying is that if you want the borders closed, if you want them to, drain the swamp, if you want them to get rid of, all of these different problems and irregularities and illegal aliens and all this crap. Yes, all of that is part of the government. And these are the things that we want. These are the changes that we want. We want them to work on inflation. We want them to work on the border. We want them to there's so many things that we want them to do on behalf of us right here, right now, that we do need them in order to get that stuff done.
Yeah, I 100% agree that we need to. I have no choice. I said if I had a choice, I'd rather not have a government. But at this time, I have no choice. We have to vote in on who the fuck we want to get shit done. If you want to, and what you said something about getting roads built and shit like that, go down to Alabama and drive down through I-57. I think it's 57 or 75, and tell me what that fucking what that state does for their fucking community. Not a goddamn thing. They don't. The county I live in, you'd have a field day with this county I live in. It's so fucking crooked.
I
over
live
here,
in
man,
Georgia.
You grow up.
I've been to
Oh yeah, well,
Tennessee. I've been
you
to
understand
Alabama.
in Georgia, it's fucking horrible.
No, I like
Georgia
our
is a
roads.
horrible-
I like our roads. We always put a lot of money in
Oh, yeah,
to we have really good
Uh,
highway systems and interstate systems that
yeah,
connect literally everything. So I can get anywhere within 15 minutes. I want to go to the
Yeah, yeah,
fucking
yeah,
boonies, I'll get there in 15 minutes. I want to go to Atlanta, I'll get there in 15 minutes. I can get anywhere in 15 minutes because the interstate system that they built that took central planning from our government. I think that they've done a great job with the roads here.
Oh yeah, no, Georgia. I don't mind driving through Georgia. I like driving through Georgia. I can go down through Georgia, dude, and hit a fucking bump, and it's not that bad. Tennessee's shit. Alabama is shit.
Tennessee's rough.
Tennessee's
rough, but that's what
on the east side.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons
but,
that we got the
like, in
infrastructure bill from Biden during
The
his
only thing
presidency is to fix stuff like that.
The only thing I don't like about Georgia is their support system, how they do things down there. Because I used to date a girl down there, and she was telling me how it is. If you get like a speeding ticket, you go to court, and you can't pay that speeding ticket, they arrest you, which that's how most places do. If you can't pay a fine, you get arrested. But when you go to jail, they charge you for being in jail, and then when you get out, they put you on probation. So now you got a speeding ticket to pay off, probation officer to pay off, and a all that money that they charged you for being in there. So now you got a shitload of money to pay it off and stuff like that. And I went inside their courtrooms, and I was like, damn. I was like, this is probably the prettiest courtroom I've ever been in.
I was on
life.
2 10-year probations. I paid.
Yeah, that's
all
what
of
I'm
those
saying.
things.
That's the reason why your roads are delicious looking. You know what I mean? Like there's reasons, and there's reasons why your Georgia's road systems are good and stuff like that and everything. But it's just it's policies. Some places are fucking absolutely fucking shit. Like the garbage. Like the Georgia's fucking. I don't feel like that's right to do. Somebody that just got a speeding ticket might be a little broke, got 5 kids or some shit like that, trying to make it work, and then you put them in. I mean,
Well, I gotta get off.
It is what it is.
But I would say, listen, our entire legal system is built on reasonability, right? Everything is if you want to get convicted of a crime, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. If you're going to get arrested, beyond the reasonable suspicion. If they if they want to investigate a case, it has to have reasonable something. But anyways, the point is that everything that we do is about reasonability, and where you keep doing this thing where it's about different positions, everything's subjective. That person says this person says that. Sure, I believe in objective fact though. I don't think that everything is subjective. I think that sure, people say different things, but I think that there's a reasonable answer that is the truth. That is the fact. That is what reality is. And that I can't just look at everything and say, well, depending on who you ask, no, I can go look at the facts myself and I can come to a reasonable conclusion. And I think that most people are capable of coming to these reasonable conclusions when they look at the facts. And so, yeah, just kind of like both sidesing everything, or always just saying like, oh, well, it depends on who you ask. Like, it's, both sides say the same thing. Like, to me, I don't really care what both sides say or who says what. I'm not listening to them. I'm looking at the facts. I'm looking at the evidence, and I'm coming to my own reasonable conclusions. And so if anytime I bring something up, you're just going to say like, oh, yeah, but depending on who you ask or depending on which side you look at, it's all the same, like, blah, blah, blah. It just doesn't, like, it just feels like it's just like no matter what I bring up, like, it's always just going to be like, oh, who cares? Like, the other side does it too. Like, I care. And if I don't have evidence that the other side does it, but I do have evidence that this person did it, I want to hold this person accountable. And until I get evidence that they did it, I'm not going to complain about them. Once I get evidence that they did it, I'll complain about them too. But right now I have evidence that this guy did this thing, and I'm going to complain about him doing it. And that's like every time I bring up something with Trump or something like that, everybody wants to turn around and say, oh, both sides do it. It is what it is. Well, I don't have evidence that both sides do it, but I have evidence that Trump did it.
Because you don't take the time out of the day to find the evidence on the other side of them doing corrupt shit just as much as them do. Like I said earlier, it's who you hate more.
But that's not true though. That's not true.
But it is. I mean, if you want to create credibility on your platform, you need to go off both sides and stop going just for one person.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm not partisan. I don't give a fuck about sides. Like Donald Trump, generally, I would vote. There's tons of Republicans that I would rather vote for than Kamala Harris. Tons of Republicans that I would rather vote for. If Mitt Romney ran, George Bush ran, if tons of people, if they were Republicans that ran, I would have voted for them. But not Donald Trump. And it's Donald Trump because he committed treason, because he tried to steal an election, because he's done so many things at this point. He's committed so many crimes that, yes, like, and to me, he is more than disqualified. But if you just say, oh, well, everybody does that. All right, show me what fucking crimes Kamala Harris committed. Show me where she committed treason. Show me where she stole an election. Like, saying that people say that it happened. Sure, they say it happened. Where's the evidence, though? It doesn't exist because it didn't happen.
I mean, it's hard to fucking make evidence exist is whenever you don't fucking do any goddamn thing as a fucking vice president, but sit in a damn house and collect a check.
Well,
I want you to name one thing Kamala has done for anybody.
I mean, as vice president or as AG or as the DA or as a senator, she did tons of things. Every single vote that went through the House to the Senate, she voted on all of those things for California. As the vice president, she was working with other countries to try to help them with their poverty and their inflation, and was trying to work with them on crime to get rid of. We do, because they're all leaving those countries. They are all leaving those countries and flooding into our fucking country. And when we try to shut off the border, then they get in illegally. So we want to just stop them from coming over here at all.
From being illegally.
That's what I'm saying. We want to stop them from even trying to come to our country in the first place.
On that motherfucker, and they'll quit coming.
Well, you understand that we are one of the reasons that they are leaving those countries. Like we sent in a bunch of fucking ATF agents and drug enforcement agents into these other countries to try to stop their cartels from selling cocaine and all these other things. But the reason their cartels exist in the first place, the reason their cartels exist in the first place is because our CIA went back to coup against a bunch of those governments to help them overthrow the governments. And when they helped the rebels try to fight back against their governments, they didn't have a way to give them money. They didn't have a way to give them weapons. So they gave a bunch of people drugs to go sell the drugs so that they were able to then buy weapons and have a bunch of cash. But then once they overthrew those governments, now the people who are all drug dealers and have a bunch of fucking guns are now also running the entire fucking government. So now the governments and the cartels are all working together, and now the cartels end up running the fucking governments, and now everybody's trying to get out of these countries because nobody gives a fuck about the people who live there. It's just the government agencies and the fucking cartels who are taking everything for themselves and leaving everybody else in poverty to starve. We did that shit. We started that. So now we have some responsibility to try to help them fix it.
Nah, you talking about people that have been dead and gone by now. That's not our problem anymore. We're a new generation.
That's their problem. They are coming into our country. No, they are flooding over here.
We put a wall on it and put fucking our military on it.
They built the wall. It didn't do anything. We knew it wouldn't do
It didn't
anything.
build a fucking
By
wall.
far the majority of
You seen what
illegals
the
in
wall
our
looks
country,
like?
by far the majority of illegals in our country come over on visas, and then those visas expire, and then they overstay them, and then the rest of the illegals come over on airplanes, and then just never actually get tracked by anybody.
Okay, then it needs to be fixed.
Well, a wall isn't going to do that. So the way that we fix it is by making it to where they're not all flooding over here in the first place, and we do that by helping
wall
them
will
fix the
help.
countries that we fucked up.
I don't even think we need a wall. Take the wall down and put landmines out there on our fucking border.
Alright.
I mean that's, and I know it's fucking dark, but people are just tired of it. The Middle East is not our problem. The below us is not our problem. The only problem that we're getting from the cartel is the fluctuation of drugs getting flooded into America, killing Americans.
Well, that
In
is
my
one
opinion, we need
thing.
to.
That is one thing that Kamala
The
Harris did.
military. What, allow more drugs to come in?
No, she was going and working with other countries to try to help them. We're supposed to start a process. That was the idea, is that we're starting a process to where we're going to have somebody who's in charge of going and working with these governments. And now she's the first one, but after she leaves, the hope is that Donald Trump will continue to send somebody over there on behalf of America. So we continue to put pressure on these countries to try to fix their governments and get rid of the corruption so that they end up not having as much crime, not having as much poverty, and not sending as many people over to our fucking borders. That is the plan, and so she's just the first one to do this, but that's just one of the things that she did. She was part of tons of other plans, tons of other bills while she was in office, because when you're the VP, you are the split vote for the Senate, and so she's also working with the Senate and whipping votes for them to try to get other types of legislation passed, and Joe Biden ended up being the most efficient and effective president of all time, getting the most fucking legislation passed of anybody ever.
The only thing Joe Biden's fucking goddamn was capable of was sending all of our fucking tax money to other countries. That's not helping nobody, not helping doing anything. You're just flooding money to make everybody over there life more comfortable than ours. We're more important. Our government officials should not be giving a fuck about how other states of countries are. We are their importance. We're the ones that pay them our fucking taxes. We're the ones that make sure that they're fucking have a job. We matter. We don't give a shit what the hell the other countries are doing. That's their
But that's
problem.
just
They need to
incorrect.
fuck with their own.
That is incorrect, bro. You
No,
have to
it is
understand.
correct.
No, it's not. We are the superpower. You have to understand that when we are the only superpower in the world, literally every fucking country in the world would love to take our spot. Every single one of them would love to be us.
None of them can do it.
They
Not
can't.
one can do
No,
it.
you know why they can't do it? Is because we are paying everybody else who's in power to have our fucking backs.
And that's
so
the
they
fucking
cannot fuck
problem.
with us. They cannot
Not
fuck
one
with us.
person in NATO has paid a goddamn dollar since NATO has fucking started. America
Yeah,
has
because we
funded the bill
benefit
for
from it
every
more than
goddamn
they
thing.
do. We benefit. They're not the
How?
superpower. We are. They don't get to be this fucking superpower.
How do we
do.
benefit from it?
I
From
just
what?
said.
For
I
them,
just said.
sending us.
I
From
just
what?
said.
From their
The
military
fuck-
power?
I just said we are paying every other country to the point where they all owe us everything, and now they are all indebted to us, and now they
Don't
cannot
fucking
fuck
send
with
us
us.
nothing. That's the problem.
I didn't say they did. We're not
They're
talking
not
about them sending us anything. Stop rambling about something that's totally irrelevant. We're not talking about them sending us anything. We're talking about the fact that
It is
we
relevant.
have protection because we have every other powerful government on our side.
And they need to pay us for it.
Even they need to pay us to protect us. You're so right.
they need to
You're so
pay
right.
us
They need to
for
pay
us
us
to
to
protect
protect
them.
us. Hey guys, you want to protect us? You want to keep us as the superpower, and you want to make sure that you never get a shot at being the superpower? Pay us for it. Pay us for the privilege.
Okay. Okay. You're right. Yeah. Because Great Britain, Japan, anybody like that can defend themselves from any other fucking from China. Nobody can. America can. We can defend our fucking selves. They need to pay us for the protection. NATO was started for everybody to put a fund in it. Every country is supposed to send money to NATO to help strengthen all of their country's military assets.
Nobody.
Not one
literally
person does.
Nobody.
We do.
Nobody did this did shit by themselves. Nobody. Every empire that has ever existed, they did it with all of the other powerful countries. Even Germany in World War II, if they wanted to go and invade Poland, they had to have fucking Russia and other powerful countries behind them. They had to have Italy as well. They had to have all of the other big countries right behind them. They could not just have a fucking empire by themselves. They had to have all the other countries allow them to do the shit that they were going to do. That's what we do. We get every other country allowing us to be the fucking world police. We decide who's right. We decide who's wrong. We decide who goes to war. We decide who doesn't go to war. We decide what the United Nations does. We decide what NATO does. We decide all of this fucking shit. It's us. We make all those decisions. We have the privilege of doing it.
And you know what? We need to fucking stop. Let them burn their own countries fucking to the ground. We're tired of funding them.
All right. Well, we
are
going to fail in the
telling
process. The country fails in the process. We get to be the world superpower. We get to be the world currency.
Fail in the process.
I just said every country
whenever
that ever was an empire, they all had all of the other powerful countries helping them do it. All of them. They always did. All of the other powerful countries had to allow them to be the one in order for them to be the one. That is what we are. We are the one, and we are the one because everybody else lets us be it.
Then yeah, fuck it, and then let them figure it out on their own. We need to stop sending money to countries that don't fucking need it because they're having war issues.
Okay.
Why the hell are we sending tanks to other countries? How does it not make any sense?
I literally just explained why, and you're not you're just saying, okay, well, let them figure it out by themselves. That doesn't make sense. You're just saying, okay, yes, like America's gonna get fucking bombed to shit. Like, bye, America. Later. See ya. That's what you're saying. Yeah, let them figure it out by themselves because then they all get to team up against us, and then the United States disappears. Adios, amigos. That's what you're saying.
Not what I'm saying at all. And you're just twisting my words around, dude. That sounds like some liberal shit.
No, hold on. If I just said that this is the only reason that we continue to exist as the superpower, and then as I say,
so you're telling me the only reason why America exists is because of other countries.
Yes, 100%. Yes.
You're fucking retarded. No
Okay,
offense,
I'm sorry, but you don't understand geopolitics. If every other country wanted to take us out, they could. We have a massive fucking military. We have a lot of armament. We are massive. We are not big enough to take out all. No, I'm not talking hypotheticals. I'm talking about the world history of humans has always been people taking borders from other people's borders. That has been the entire history of human civilization. Everybody takes territory from other people. They all want to be on top. They all want to take some from the others to be theirs. That is what everybody has always done. The United States gets in power, and we say everybody's borders stays where they're fucking at. Everybody stay where you're at. Don't do shit. We are getting all of the most powerful countries, and we are all going to be a team, and we are going to look at everybody else, and we're going to say, y'all don't fucking move. You got your borders. Stay there. Don't move. That is what we did.
Since we're such a superpower, then why is Russia and Ukraine? Why is the fucking Muslims killing each other? I want you to tell me why. If we have so much influence on the world, why is 2 countries burning in the fucking east right now? If we have so much power, we have so much say so. What happens?
As I said, because yes, we decide what does and doesn't happen. If with Russia, there's not much that we can do because Russia does have they are the other fucking nuclear power. We can't fuck with them.
Russia's beyond weak.
But they're a nuclear power. That's the point.
Russia, it don't matter. Russia can't even defend against Ukraine, and Ukraine's a small country, man.
You realize that Russia is fucking dominating in that war, dude. They are dominating in that war. They have taken
not once have they dominated in that war. They still ain't took over Ukraine. How long has this war been going on?
They're not trying to take over Ukraine. They're not trying to take over Ukraine. They have taken over the most important cities within Ukraine, and they said these are ours now. That's what they did. They're trying to take over Ukraine.
We're superpower. Why didn't we stop it yet? We're superpower.
I just answered you. I just answered you. Repeat back to me what I said.
Because it's money.
No, that's not what I said.
They make money off
no, what did I say?
That's exactly what it is.
No, what did I say?
Huh?
What did I say?
That's some fucking crock of shit.
What did I say? You don't know what I said. That's
I'm
what I
reading
said.
your chat.
This is what I'm saying.
I'm reading your chat over here.
Do you know what the Cold War is? Do you know what that is?
Yes, I know what the fuck Cold War is.
Okay, so the Cold.
Do I remember it indirectly? No.
Okay, so the Cold War is where the United States and Russia both had fucking nuclear warheads pointed at each other, and both sides were just waiting for the other side to fire. And it's called mutual destruction. One side fires, that's okay, fine. You're going to destroy our other country? Cool. We'll destroy your country. We know we're going to die, but we're going to make sure you die as well. That is what the entire Cold War was. We still have fucking our nuclear warheads pointed at each other. This hasn't changed, hasn't gone anywhere. We're still both ready for mutual destruction, and mutually assured destruction. And so, yes, we're both ready for this. It's still there. And if we go and we actually put boots on the ground and actually start fighting against Russia, we are fucked. Like, we know this. So we can't do it. We're already like pushing the line by funding Ukraine and trying to help them.
So yeah, then why the fuck are we funding them? If we have a nuclear threat, a capability of a nuclear threat, why the fuck are we sending $160 million of our fucking money that could help Americans?
Yeah, it's dangerous. We're fucking.
Why the fuck is the Biden administration? No, we're not fucking around. The fucking Democratic Party is fucking around. Is the problem?
What do you
mean?
Why
are we sending money over to?
Shit? It's not the Democratic Party. Congress votes on this shit. The Republicans are voting for it too. There's nothing to do with Democrats.
They need to fucking stop. Both sides.
Do you remember Donald Trump's first impeachment? Was Donald Trump sending Ukraine? Zelensky, he was on the phone with Zelensky, telling Zelensky that he wasn't going to give him all of that military equipment unless he did an investigation into Biden. We've been sending Ukraine shit for a very long time. This isn't something that Democrats did. Trump did it too.
Oh, I ain't seen evidence of that either. So that's more hearsay.
Wait, that's not hearsay. I'm telling you that you can look into the first impeachment. You can listen to the phone recording. He literally is sending them military equipment. You can go and look at our budgets for every single year and see what we've been sending to Ukraine for a very long time. The Ukraine, they had a revolution where their people overthrew their government. And then once they did, they said, we overthrew this so that we can start partnering with Europe and with America. And we want to start working with you guys. We don't want to work with Russia anymore. They're fucking corrupt. We don't want anything to do with them. And so we overthrew our government so that America and Europe will actually work with us. Hopefully when Russia comes knocking at our door, you guys will help us because we just overthrew our government for y'all. So please make sure y'all help us. And so yeah, now that Russia's knocking at their door, we decided to help them, but in a very small way.
Nah, fucking $106 million ain't a small way. Like I told you earlier, it's back to I don't give a shit what Russia and Ukraine are doing with each other. You're sending our money to fund a proxy war. That's the problem.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just saying that the reason that we exist is because of geopolitics. That is why we're here. Even China, the fact that China has continued to struggle is majorly because all of their investments are in the United States. We buy all their fucking shit. All of our shit's made by them. All of their investments are in our real estate and our economy. And that, like, yes, they depend on the United States doing well and doing great and being the fucking superpower as well. They need us at the top just as much as anybody else. And so, yes, we have continued to leverage our country against everybody
America,
else.
But yet everybody needs America, but yet they keep spitting on us. So at a certain point,
they're not spitting on us. That's the point, though.
You can't keep fucking biting the fucking hand that feeds you, man. That's not how that works. Spitting, I mean, shit. All of Europe fucking calls us nothing but fucking retarded hicks. What do you mean? We get spit on daily, and we're the reason why. Like you said, we're the reason why the majority of the country, the majority of the fucking countries
all
are
the
still running.
Do it, you know they do.
Wait,
they all do. They all do. They all talk shit about us, but everybody wants to come to America because we're apparently the best place to ever fucking be. If we're such a superpower, we literally don't need another country. We can fucking make everything that we need to make and prosper in America. We have the largest oil fucking reserve over here in the fucking world. We don't need any other country to survive in America. This is what I'm trying to fucking tell you.
Wait, but that
They
is,
need
we have
us.
the
And if they-
largest
if they-
oil
and
reserves
if they-
because we've continued to reserve them instead of using them, and we've continued to buy from everybody
yeah,
else. So
because-
that
it's
once
because
everybody
people-
else
it's
is
'cause we're
fucked,
smart.
we will have yes, and that's what I'm saying. Is that yes, we want to continue being smart. But I'm saying that the kind of ideas that you're talking about, that's not continuing to be smart. That's just kind of giving up on everything that's made us great so far and kept us protected and kept us safe and makes it to where, yeah, we're just
nobody else thinks that, and no other country thinks that.
What do you
All the other
mean?
countries thinks we're fucking a bunch of retarded gun-toting retards. What are you talking
Hold
about?
on,
Do you
that's
not fucking play on social media?
Hold on,
Are you
that's not
do
true.
most?
Though.
I mean,
like
I
when
mean,
it comes to
fucking China.
politicians.
At one point, China, dude. At one point, China told us that they were going to talk shit about us on their news all the time. What do you
So
mean?
what? That
There's
doesn't
fucking
mean
government officials
anything.
in China to do it.
That
What, it
doesn't
doesn't mean anything.
No, that
So,
doesn't mean anything. It means literally nothing.
It means a lot.
It
means
means
a lot.
literally nothing.
I mean, if you're
when it
if you're
comes to all of these countries speak English, and like everywhere you go to Brazil, you go to Mexico, you go to fucking France, you go to anywhere you go in the world, China, most of the people know how to speak fucking English because in the United States
the
we
majority
speak
of people
English.
that can speak English.
Yes, I don't care that
they
learn how to speak English and talk shit to us in English. That's fine. I don't care. The fact that they have to speak English is just kind of like a point to show that like they end up fucking bowing down to whatever the fuck we're doing in the end anyways. I don't give a fuck if they end up talking shit on Twitter afterwards. I don't care. Like they have to abide by what it is that we're doing. Our money and our economy dictates the entire fucking world economy.
Yeah. And then we need to fucking then we need to tariff the fuck out of them. What do you mean? If they're gonna buy shit from us, they gotta pay more. People in America are tired of struggling, and the government don't give a fuck about nobody but their own fucking pockets. That's why fucking people are worth millions of dollars on the $43,000 a year salaries. They don't give a fuck about us. They want fucking money. They shut that shit down. Fuck them. I don't give a shit about fucking some poor fucking African kid over there with flies around them. That's their governmental problem. If their officials weren't pieces of shit and would give a fuck about their people, their countries would be worth a fuck. But they're not because their people don't give a fuck. They don't. American people don't. American government don't give a fuck about us either.
You understand
They're
that
the first people
if
to
we
knock on your
tariff
door.
those other countries, that we end up paying those tariffs, right? Like as consumers, we the American citizens, we pay for the fucking tariffs. They're not paying anything.
Then we no longer. No, I'm talking about they need to pay us for the shit that we send them. Bring our jobs back over here to America. Mexico don't need all these fucking jobs. That's not our problem. We need the jobs, not Mexicans. I'm sorry that you got cartel and you can't fucking sleep at night because somebody might come in and chop your fucking head off. And you need to do something about it. People everywhere don't think. You really think fucking 400 million people can't fucking stop somebody from doing something? I mean, we live in a society of pussies. It is what it is. It is what it is. We were surrounded by weak individuals.
That's true, Tom. All of these weak San Francisco coder bullshit people need to get a real job in an auto factory instead of whatever the fuck they do in front of a computer.
Dude, I've been out of school 12 years and done nothing but construction work, and I can't find a job because all the legals and immigrants fucking get paid less to do it. It's a factual statement. It's true. I live it every day. I can do anything in a construction company, but I can't get a job because I'm not the right color. I want to be paid for what I'm worth.
I know a European guy that says the only reason the US exists is so that Europe can have a place to dump all of the people too retarded to speak two languages.
I mean, it is what it is, man.
They all think this of you, Pun.
Well, this is the like the fact that we don't know much about other countries. We don't know much about geography. We don't know much about geopolitics. We don't know much about anything that's going on in any other country. But the reason that they all know what's going on in other countries and we don't is because they all know what's going on in our country. They all care what's going on in our country. They care about our politics because our politics affects all of their fucking countries. And we don't know what's going on in any of their countries because they don't really affect us all that much. We've already got all of them hanging with us. They're on our team already. And so that's all we care about. We're safe.
And that's why you can go on social
we have
media.
the apprentice guy as president. What do they have? Like fucking lawyers and physicists and PhDs. We have the apprentice guy. It's just more fun, our politics.
And that's why when you see other countries and shit running down the streets, clogging their streets up with fucking Trump signs, but he's such a horrible fucking dictator, Hitler motherfucker.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you understand that like Hitler won fucking elections, right? Like it doesn't matter that he won elections. Like he was still a fucking horrible dictator. Yes, it was still the same. It doesn't matter like that they won
elections. Have to win one.
Yeah,
France,
Mao won elections.
England, Japan, I can't remember the other one. Every single person walking through that fucking thing supporting Trump, every single one of them are Hitler supporters.
What?
Basically.
What are you talking about?
Anybody that follows Trump is a Hitler supporter.
You just said France and Japan. What are you talking about?
Do you mean Marine Le Pen?
You just said that everybody looks to America's politics. That's the reason why Japan, France, England had fucking people parading down the street with Trump flags. Fucking England has goddamn giant fucking TVs outside in their public squares watching Trump's fucking debates and shit like that.
You
So
understand
not
that
only
you understand that like there were also parades of like Jewish people in America parading with Trump signs. There were no Jewish people parading down the streets with Kamala signs.
They're all Hitler supporters.
But
they're all Hitler supporters.
No, they
So
still
even the
by
Jews-
far
even the
majority.
Jews-
No, they still by far majority voted for Kamala. I don't give a fuck if people are like, crazy enough to run around with signs all over the place. That doesn't mean anything because yes, by far the majority of the Jews still ended up voting for Kamala. So it doesn't make a difference. It doesn't mean much to me.
I mean, you said that. And our politics mean a fuck to other countries, and then other countries.
Correct. Yes,
are
but I'm saying
siding
that.
with-
Yes, I'm saying that you're saying that there's a bunch of people running around with signs as though this means that like tons of people must love him, that the majority must like really support him. And I'm saying I don't think so. I don't think that means anything. I don't think
over
that
half America supporting.
Well, yeah, sure. Well, half of the people that voted.
You call it like fucking social media and all of the news outlets and stuff like that called half of America idiotic Nazi Hitler supporters.
Half of America voted. Then
that's what I'm saying. And then they called.
No, hold on, wait. I think you're misunderstanding. Half of America voted. Then of the half of America that voted, half of them voted for Trump. So like we know that at least a quarter of America supports Trump. We know that at the least.
I mean that's because the other part that didn't fucking vote don't give a fuck what happens in America. They say politics don't make a shit of what goes on in their day-to-day life.
Okay.
No, I mean it is shit. I know plenty of people like I don't vote for that shit. It's all a joke. I mean, like it might be all a joke, dude, but it makes a fuck, dude. Whenever you go down there and your gas is $3.50 a fucking gallon at the store, and then not a liberal, I'm just saying, Democrats are running the country, and then all of a sudden a Republican's running the country. Now it's below $1. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm getting at. I tell people all the time. You'll laugh. You probably call me retarded, but literally how it works in my mind and what I've seen is that if Democrats run it, they take from us. If Republicans run it, they take from everybody else. We live better.
Okay.
You know any other world leader that only took 25% of the vote and came into power? Tom, that's important.
I gotta go. I gotta get off. I will be back on
All right, bud.
tomorrow. Appreciate y'all jumping on.
I appreciate talking. Yeah, I appreciate talking to you, man. Like I said, I don't hate you. I don't hate you. You just a person. You're human with an opinion, just like anybody else.
Nice to meet you, Big Hippie.
Appreciate it, guys.
Nice to meet you.
Y'all have a good night.
You boys have a good night.
Okay. All right. Yeah, America does not think that, or sorry, every other country does not think that we're all dumb hillbillies. They think that we do not understand the rest of the world, which is true. But it is 100% true. Like, we can't look at maps and pick out like where France is within what fucking Europe, right? Like, we're not going to be able to tell you where France is versus Ireland versus Scotland versus England. Like, we're not going to be able to show all that stuff. Most of us, we don't know what's where on a map. That's because, again, everything happens through the United States. We're the ones who we understand that, like, yeah, the most important politics are happening here. Everybody else knows what's happening across the world because they don't live in the United States. We don't know what's happening around the rest of the world because we do live in the United States. That is what's happening. I have tons of friends who live in other countries, and they all say all the time, like, yeah, we all know exactly what's going on in your country all the time. We have to keep up with all of your media. We keep up with all the music that comes out of there. We keep up with all of the politics that comes out of there. We know everything that's coming out of your country all the time because you guys produce all the fucking shit that the rest of us watch, that the rest of us listen to. Like, there is nothing else. You guys are producing all the best stuff. And so, yeah, we all just have to keep up with every little thing that happens over there. So yeah. If you give them a rope, a buddy on their side. I don't need to. I'm good. But yeah, like, that's why nobody else knows what's going on over here, and that's one of the main reasons that people make fun of Americans, is because, yeah, they think that we're ignorant because we don't know what's going on anywhere else. But yeah, we don't need to know what's going on anywhere else. And the reason for that is, again, yes, because of our geopolitics. We have used geopolitics to make as many allies with all of the most powerful countries. And we were the ones who decided that once we were in power, every other empire, they took over, and they just kept taking over more and more shit. They were an empire, and they said, we're just going to keep taking over everybody else's land, and we're going to keep taking over your governments, and we're going to keep taking over all your shit. And we said, everybody, no more taking over. No more taking over. We're going to make the United Nations. We're going to make NATO, and we're going to make it to where everybody just stays put. No more warring over land and territories. You guys just stay where you're at. And yeah, that we have lived through the most peaceful time in human history. Our lives have been the most peaceful time in human history. People keep saying, well, this is the biblical times. There's wars and famine happening all over the world. So actually, this has been the least amount of warring and the least amount of famine throughout human history. Is throughout our lives. The least amount through our lives. So, like, this is the best it's ever been. This is not the worst it's ever been. This is the best it's ever been. Even with the couple of wars that are happening right now, this is very few compared to how it was throughout the rest of human history. So, it is because of how we ran shit and the allies that we made and the ways that we made those allies that has kept us safe and the rest of the world as well. I got him to admit to the Trump sexual assault, to the creepily going to teen dressing rooms. He just wanted to feel in group. He admit to everything. Bro, you were grossing me out. Like, if you go back and watch my fucking face as you're saying this shit, I'm about to like fucking throw up, bro. But yeah, we might get some clips out of it. Yeah. But all right, I'll be back on tomorrow. Make sure if you haven't yet, hit the thumbs up button. If you're watching on the vertical stream, you can just double tap the screen to hit the thumbs up button. For everybody else, it is under the stream. Just click the thumbs up button under there. And if you want to join the Discord, there's a link in the description. Everybody's going to be in there. Once you leave, we're all going in there. And every single day, every day after stream ends, everybody talks a lot of shit about you. And they fucking hate you. I defend you. I try to stop them. But they won't stop. They won't stop. And I think that you should go in there and defend yourself and let them know the stuff that they're saying about you, that is not true. I would not let them say that stuff. So yeah, you can join the Discord by clicking the link in the description and then accept the rules, and then you'll be in there with the rest of us, and we all hang out every day after stream. Everybody's able to recommend content for me to go over. You're able to jump on and debate just like the last couple of people did. And then we also just, have debates in chats and just kind of talk to each other, post news articles, have all sorts of conversations about all sorts of stuff. Some of it's fun, some of it's about our pets, some of it's about politics, some of it's about anime and gay shit like that. I don't talk about that shit, but you know. But yeah, make sure you also subscribe because I will be back on tomorrow and I will fuck your moms. So make sure you're back for that. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.
Later, fools.
Felix 954 says, Tom is closeted weeb. Delinquent Deluge
No
says,
shot.
/ the advertisement algorithm. Colin Radley says, our dads. Sandra Wells says, the next 4 years we are all in trouble. Delinquent Deluge says, is that Jack Black? Kapin MCKN says, yep. Ty Wilmut says, he has never FKE'd a woman nor your mom. Katmara 591 Mir says, happy January 6th party time. MW says, later yat, Fooleries 07. Kapin MCKN says, gayness is not a crime. Mean says, short stack goblin, we're past any productivity, it's all a joke. Michael Chevreau says, Sandra Wells is delusional. Emily Marie says, anime is not gay. Botrix says,
Kevin, Pisco's younger than me, bro.
To have your message read
He's
on
younger
screen.
than me.
Delinquent Deluge says,
He's like 5 years younger than me.
Mutilation,
What the heck?
Kevin
Stop
says,
saying he's my dad.
Pisco is Tom's dad.
He's so much younger
Ty
than me.
Wilmut says, definitely not Kevin. Katmara 591 Mir says, oxygen is a drug and y'all hot. Mia Grant says, great stream Tom. MW says,
Thank you.
Felix Tom didn't even know what Genjutsu or Sharinan was. He ain't a weeb. Short
I
stack
literally
goblin
have
says,
I've never heard those names before.
CYA guys tomorrow. Delinquent Deluge says, therefore anime is a crime. Kafin MCKN says, Pisco is definitely Tom's papa. Ty Wilmut